freaking man. Hell yeah, I do. Hell yeah.
Yo, you there, lads?
Yo, what's up, brother?
Not much. You didn't tell me that that server you invited me to is a bunch of um ether tards.
Oh, which one? The anti-truther one?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know. I think I was only ever in there like one time and like nobody was talking.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
like the
I just
main
did.
guy, the QOP guy, whatever. I
Yeah, I
just
was.
started getting into like rockets or like satellites and orbiting and ether, and I was like, bro, like what's going on?
Yeah, dude, I was asking AI this morning about QOP. I was like, yo, what's up with that dude? I never had a chance to talk to him. I mean, not even that. I never had a chance to really listen to him either. I just wanted to give you the server in case you wanted to ever find out where everybody was.
Yeah, no doubt. No, I
But
was surprised they were all listening. I was like, no one's gonna like step in and like say anything. Like it just got into the weeds, so I was like, bro, this is gonna bow out.
I'll show you, dude. Yeah, see, I don't even know. I don't know anything about him. DJ's been hanging out over there all the time. D-Mock's in there all the time. You
Yeah,
see,
I just see the old faces there, and old Globers too. And it's like, oh, like been there,
you
done
know,
that.
damn, D-Mock's muted again. Oh, shit. But every single time I see his name in like any room, dude, he's like always
I just think
muted.
they don't like him. It can't be that bad, unless he's like on fucking energy drink. I don't know.
Poor D-Mock, dude. It's so funny, dude. No, he can get a little rowdy sometimes, but he means well. Um, Ooh, Debate Daddy's there too. Who else? Oh, that's where Omni's been hanging out. Ooh, another gross. What the hell? That's funny. That was the second guy I ever debated on VC. It was Omni. And it was T FE Alaskan Malamute was the one and asked me to go debate that dude. It's so funny.
That's funny. Yeah, he likes to get into the weeds too, and then just
Yeah.
claim other people's work. And then when you ask him, okay, like replicate this work, and he's like, oh well, this guy can, and you're like, well, that's not very
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, hey, you want to debate this guy? He's looking to talk to Flutter. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I was like, oh man, what are you getting into, bro? It's funny.
You know, guys, the Earth's a globe.
Sure.
Yeah, and all they have to say is that the math proves it. And then you say, what math? And they say, Google it, man. You can look it up. You're smart. And they've just proven the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, in their mind, they've won. Yeah, 100%. I don't have to do anything beyond just saying Google it. What does Google say? If you Google if the Earth is a sphere, what are you going to get? That's it. That's all they really need. Just shout and claim victory.
That's it. All they have to do is chant, and their science clerics will declare them the victor.
Yeah. You know, it's so funny too. No Tanks, me and him were talking earlier in English Hub, and he was saying that every single time that you destroy the globe in their paradigm, everything else all of a sudden becomes fake because they, like these globers, they can only find truth through the globe. So if you debunk the globe, the curvature, all of a sudden everything else becomes fake. They say things like, what, so stars aren't real anymore? You're telling me that the moon's fake? You're telling me the sun's fake? You're telling me that mountains don't
It's
exist?
annoying, bro. Like they just immediately when they get pressed on a single issue, they just go into absurdities and start deflecting. It's the most sad, like pathetic thing. And then you gotta start calling them out like like a fucking 5-year-old, right? And it's just like
Yeah.
it's fucking annoying, dude. Like you literally have to say, "Did you really just say to me? Do you think this is real? Like, am I talking to a retard? Like." Yeah, it's just a tactic to deflect. And it's annoying. There's so many of them love to do that, but whatever. It's just like trolls, you know what I'm saying? People that don't actually want to have their own thoughts or even have any thoughts, actually.
I'll tell you what I think it is, and it's very uncharitable on some levels, but I think that most of the people who come in and out of here day in and day out likely have some deformity and are unable to go out and do any of the tests, and all they have is stuff they've read on the internet, stuff that they've done through their school programs and things of that nature, and then they come into us, and then we bring in objective reality to it, and they have no experience with it, and they're sitting there lonely, just wishing for somebody to talk to. So they reset and they come back in, and the cycle continues, and we're just in a weird way keeping them from the pains of loneliness in their parents' basement. So I figure it's a very noble service we offer them. Kind of like that old Billy Joel song of yore. You know, they're sharing a drink called loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone. So I think that's what most of them come in here and do. I don't think that they're actually here to talk about the topic.
Oh, my bad. I just got a phone call. Holy. I was like in the middle of answering and I just got cut off. My bad.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, man. I'm surprised normally when I hop in here around this time, it's popping. I guess they don't want to come in today. Oh, English Hub dead too. It's just here.
Yeah, you would think it's Sunday night or something.
Yeah. You know what? A moon mission coming up. That's what we need. We got like 3 more days, boys. We're going back to the moon. For anyone that doesn't know, we're going back to the moon April 1st, April Fool's Day.
MOON, that spells moon.
I can't wait. And we're gonna have like swarms of people coming in trying to tell us that and rub it in our faces that the moon mission happened because they have footage depicting the Earth as a ball.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Yeah, there's been a family move into our association, and I was over at the CDD the other day and sitting in the hot tub, and there's I guess maybe he's younger than I thought. I thought he was like mid-20s. Maybe he's a little younger. I don't know. And he got telling me about how we went to the moon, and Neil Armstrong still has his boot print up there, and it's still visible after all these years. And he's
Damn.
going on and on. And I was like, "Oh, that's really cool. I'd never heard of such thing." I wasn't about to. I wasn't about to engage him in a conversation on it because there's some people that maybe you ought not.
What you didn't feel like crushing your soul that day. You're so nice.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're a sweet family. They seem like they are, and you know, some people are born with all their physical abilities and mental abilities, and some aren't. And
Yeah.
I don't mean any. I definitely don't mean any negativity. He's a you can tell they're very sweet people, so I don't want to imbue any negativity there, but you get the idea.
Oh, yeah. I get you. It's an off chance that you do happen to wake them up. You're going to get nothing but bad stigma. You're going to get bullied.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it's let me think how the way to put it here. Sometimes people they need to believe in a story. And maybe it's not the end of the world if some people believe in a story.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree.
Because once you wish upon a star, your dreams come true.
No, but I do the same thing with my coworkers too. Sometimes it's slow and they'll bring up stuff like, hey, so I was looking up this conspiracy about this and this and this, and everybody's talking about their twin towers and people talking about getting poked in the arm and all this other stuff. And then it's so funny. It actually gets brought up pretty often. And flat Earth gets brought up. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, do I really want to make like an anti-flat earther, like that would suck. And I gotta keep working with this guy, and I'm just like, oh no, what? People believe in flat earth? Are you serious? I'm just like, oh, that's crazy. Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah.
the problem is in life around us, we sometimes look like we're in the same space as somebody else, but we're really not. And if we drag somebody into the space that we're in and they're not ready to be in that space, then we're responsible ethically for any negative effects that heap on them. So,
Yeah.
said that, I think it's a real ethical dilemma to pick who you broach the topic with.
Oh yeah, for sure. I agree 100%. It's because like the stigma that comes with this as well. Like you have to make sure the person has skin thicker than an elephant, capable of just handling the worst insults and death threats. Oh man, because can you imagine you just bringing like the sweetest old lady into this topic, and then she's just getting called like the worst names possible. Like, oh, dude, that'd be terrible. It'd break my heart.
Yeah, so I think when somebody's ready to go to that next level, they will by all means tell us that they're ready.
How about the hollow earth theory?
What about it?
What do you guys feel about that?
I mean, it's
I
cool,
don't
I
know
guess.
anything about it. Do you, Lance? I mean, is there anything you've been able to verify about that?
Nah, I guess
I
kind
mean,
of like the
verify?
entrance
No, I
is
mean,
in. Yeah, the entrance is in like in Antarctica. I can't really go there.
it's just more stories, kind of like the globe side. We don't really have any verifications that, the surface being, I guess, like a roof of some sorts to an inside of Earth. I mean, I don't really mind people claiming whatever, but I mean, if there's proof for it, oh yeah, dude, I'm down. People can claim the Earth is a triangle, donut. Cool. I mean, show me the edges. Show me the curvature. It's in accordance with the donut. I'd love to see it. I welcome it all. Bring me on your double helix Earth. Show me that curvature.
Yeah, and since it still is Speculation Sunday in some time zones for quite a little while yet, I'll add in that the hollow earth theory, what's most fascinating to me about it is that people who tell me that NASA is lying and cannot be trusted because they're the government, in turn tell me that I have to believe Admiral Byrd without question,
Yeah.
another government, high-end government official, and I don't understand that disconnect as to how you go. You can't really hold both at the same time, and Byrd is where a lot of people have derived this idea supposedly of a Earth going on the inside, or communities being on the inside.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing the
Okay.
gators as I walk here.
Hey, did what? I'm sorry?
I think I'm hearing the gators out there.
keep saying it's like it sounds like you're saying the gayers.
Yeah, the gators, the alligators.
Oh, gators. Oh shit. Sorry.
The gay gators.
Bro, I thought you were saying like gayers. I'm like, what? I'm like, is that like a slur or something for I was like,
I think that's what that. I don't know.
oh
I think
damn,
that's
my
what
bad,
they're
dude.
calling them.
It's my ears, bro. It's just my ears. No. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just trying to figure that out because it's pretty loud. It's the only thing that's crossing my mind as to what that could be.
Be safe, bro. Those things can take out your ankles in a second.
Yeah, so where I'm at, we have both the Crocs and the Gators. And what's interesting about the is how you get away from them. You know, and how you get away from them is also a really easy way to tell if one's a Gator and one's a Croc. So if a Gator starts to lunge after you, all you have to do is step to the side. If you run away from it, it will catch you. But you just go to the
Wait,
side and it
are they
can't.
that fast, actually?
Yeah. Now, if you step off to the side and it catches you, well, I guess it really don't matter if it was a gator or a croc.
Oh, dude.
But the crocs will chase you. They'll turn and chase, but the gators, for some reason, they can't turn too well.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll probably never be close enough to be able to distinguish between the two.
I've been up to both of them in a fairly close. The crocodile will pursue you, and the gator won't really pursue you. Like the one croc that I've seen in person, it was across the river, and it started snorting, and then it swam straight to us, and
Oh,
it
bro.
was trying to get us. And then the gators, they're just like, oh great, there's some humans, great. Hope they just leave me the f alone.
That's crazy. I saw this thing they do. It's called like I guess like a death roll or death spiral or whatever. After they grip a limb or something, they just spin until it falls off or whatever. But I saw this video of a poor, young lady feeding him. And I guess I happened to get a hold of her forearm. And it just kept spinning and spinning and spinning. Oh, dude. It was like one of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh,
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Steve Owen just dives off boats into the swamp and just tackles
dude,
them.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro.
well, I guess he's not doing that anymore, is he?
No, he got jacked by a stingray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone. I think his son's still doing stuff like that, though, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, man, keeping that legacy alive.
Yeah, that dude was nuts.
Yeah, hell no, dude.
I'm glad they do that. You know?
It's funny because you'll see a video of him being like, all right, guys, I have here in my hands the deadliest, most venomous snake in the entire world. And he's coiled up, looking like he's ready to bite me. Like, bro, what? It's like, oh, yeah. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, in the end of the 90s, the Fox channel had a claymation show that Eddie Murphy voiced all the characters of. And so they had a skit of him, saying, "This is the deadliest snake in the world." And then, of course, he gets bit by it. And then,
Yeah. Not me. I look at it through some thick glass or something. I'm not gonna be holding that damn thing.
This if you want to watch crazy videos as well, this guy Andrew Eucles, he is just another crazy Australian guy. He catches buffaloes and things by hand. He just dives out of he'll just hide and like dive out of a swamp when the buffalo's trying to get a drink and just catch a buffalo with his bare hands. He's only a skinny guy as well, but he's got some crazy videos. Just
Oh, what do you
catches all
mean
these.
catch it? How do you
He just
catch a
catches.
buffalo?
Dude, watch. Look, it's in the side chat. He
Okay.
literally he just wrestles them and dominates them somehow.
Those things are like as big as moose or something, dude.
Dude, he goes to Africa and just chases the tiger, like the lions and stuff, and they run away from him because he's so confident.
What? Okay, well, we'll check it out. I'm gonna pull up to the gas station right now, obviously.
Yeah. Side chat.
Oh hell yeah, dude! I'm excited.
it sounds a little bit like where I live. You walk past death about every 3 minutes on a walk. You just don't always know it.
Oh, damn, there's hella videos. Wait, this dude's still alive?
Yeah.
I want to see the buffalo one. The water buffalo caught barehanded at sea. Dude, that thing's huge. How do you catch that shit? Let's see where he catches it.
So I'm guessing that they don't record or they don't edit in the sound of the flashbang.
Dude, those horns are
Dude,
crazy.
the funniest one is he finds a roadkill of I think it's an emu or an ostrich. It's just a roadkill, and he takes the guts out and he puts on the rest of this, like he puts it on as like a suit. He wears it, and then he hides, and then the kangaroos think he's an emu, so they're not scared of him. And then he chases the kangaroos. He catches a kangaroo barehanded.
So he has like
Pretending-
a flesh Iron Man suit. Dude, it's so crazy.
Dude, it's crazy, man. This guy's insane. I'll try to find it.
Oh, I see how he's catching the buffalo. That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, catching a kangaroo disguised as an emu. Which he finds as roadkill.
Dude, imagine like you just have like your bio, like a freaking I caught a kangaroo. Like what? The craziest fucking story ever, dude. Honestly, bro, I'll probably put all these catches on my resume. Just to have it, bro, because like nobody else could say that they caught a damn buffalo.
Now, were either of you guys in here earlier today when there was some guy trying to say that, like, he sounded like he was really nice and polite, and then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, and what we found in the academic community is that the flat earthers are by and large schizophrenic.
Oh, dude. Oh, brother.
I love the crap that they come up with. It's just sometimes you just can't make it up. You can't make up what they'll make up.
Yeah, I was telling people in here the other day. The guy told me that he proved the globe because he astral projected his spiritual body up high enough at an elevation where he could see the whole earth as a ball. That's how he proved
That's
the
kind of a
globe to
weird thing to be
himself.
selling. That's kind of a
I
weird thing
wonder
to be
how many
selling.
joints. I wonder how many joints that started with.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I was not that, bro.
He had to have been like taking some doses of acid or something to get
man.
to that level. Like,
That's
damn,
the
what the hell?
that's the only time you'll see the globe, when you trip on balls.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Gotta be on that other crap.
Definitely not a good argument for the globe side.
So his argument for the globe, his proof, is a hallucination. Great, got it.
Yeah, hallucination. When I was hallucinating, I saw it. I saw the curve. When I was hallucinating, checkmate, fluff.
I find these people and socialize, bro. Like this other dude said that you need to be able to see the curve like through shrooms and what did he say, DMT or some shit. I'm just like, bro, what the hell are you talking about? Like, yeah, you can experience it for yourself. Just take this magical mushroom, bro. It'll open your eyes. Your mind will be open to the globe. I'm like, oh shit. What the hell is wrong with you, dude?
All right, guys. Well, I'm done with my walk, so I'm gonna hit the bed. But have a good night.
Hey man, you too,
Catch you later,
brother.
man.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
It's one of the best evidences against the globe. It's just the globers.
Yeah, no, for real.
Pretty much. If you let him talk enough.
Dude, even the veteran flat earth debunkers just suck. They just suck so bad.
Most of them are just straw man farming anyway.
Like, you try to have a debate with someone like Omnivore or NASA Shield, and they'll just over talk. As soon as you start talking, they'll start talking. And they'll keep doing that until they get muted. And then as soon as they get muted, then finally you get to talk, right? Finally you can talk once they're muted, but they deafen themselves so they can't hear you. And then
Yeah.
as soon as you unmute them, then they'll open their mic and they'll just continue where they left off.
Yep.
And that's just the process. And then they'll say that you abuse your mod powers and that you're scared of them. It's the dumbest shit.
Did you talk to Omni recently?
Yeah, there's that same thing happens every single time, dude. Every single time. So I just trash shit talk him now because I know I just call him a pussy and that he's pathetic, and because I know he's just too scared to have a normal good faith conversation.
Good for you, bro. Fuck, dude, I can't stand talking to that guy, bro. It was him and Rob Utah. Can't stand those dudes. I'm surprised it's so dead right now. There's only like 3 or 4 people coming in by now.
We could do an event.
I don't think we can start events in this server. Only Let me check.
Damn. I forgot we were over here. Oh,
I don't
welcome,
like,
Stan.
I don't want to like interrupt. I don't know if y'all had a conversation going or not.
No, you're good.
Why do y'all think the flat Earth is real?
Testing, lots of testing, long distance observations where we can see way further than you would be able to see if it's a globe.
Have you done the testing yourself?
Yeah, I did a bunch of tests myself.
Could you provide that information in side chat?
No, I can't provide the tests I did myself because I
Why
only
not?
did the tests myself to prove it to myself. I didn't film it, and also I'm
You didn't
overseas.
document it? It's pretty weird.
No.
If you're gonna back the claim, I feel like you'd want to document the claim.
He just said he only did it to prove it to himself. So.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but if you're in a chat room trying to, provide and back your claims, I
geez.
feel like if it was one of me, like a
Well,
guy
this is the thing. I can show you tons and tons of tests that other people have done.
Yeah, go for it. No, I'm open minded to it.
Yeah, all right, cool. All right. So this test is done by a guy named Dr. John D, who tried to debunk flat Earth originally. And
I'm sorry if I came off hostile a little bit. I did have a little bit to drink. I'm just kind of trying to communicate.
yeah, man, I'm like nearly a bottle of wine down myself.
Really? Okay.
We're all good.
Red?
But yeah, this is red, of course. Yeah.
Attaboy. Okay.
But yeah, this is a test that was done in the United Kingdom. And basically, he sets up his camera at 1 meter height, 3.5 foot height. All right, so here's the math. Basically, you don't have to look at that now.
That actually says a lot, though. I appreciate you sending the math there.
Well, it's not the math; it's just the calculations. It's just an Earth curvature calculator, which will tell you how far away the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe.
And there should be a little bit of a drift, yeah. I mean, how are you going to see the base of those windmills, right?
Well, yeah, the bottom like a 5-story building, should be obstructed.
What is the curvature supposed to be? I think it's like 7 miles offshore. If I'm am I mistaken on that?
If you're 3.5 foot high, like if you've got your camera 3.5 foot high, the horizon should be 2.3 miles away.
Okay, and that seems a little bit. I mean, even the oil rig in the background seems a little bit further than that, possibly.
Yeah, that's a boat that's 14 miles away in the
Oh,
background.
that's a boat. Okay.
Yeah, but the windmills, the closest one is 8 miles, and then the one on the right hand side, that's 11 miles.
How do you know this is an AI or?
Well, this was done back before AI, and this is all out of a full length video where Dr. John D he shows you himself setting up the camera. He shows you his coordinates. He shows you everything about
Was it
the
live streamed or no?
I'm not sure if he live streamed it, but there's a whole video going over it. He does live streams from the same location.
Wow, what an interesting thing you just said. Wow, because that should definitely the water should be above those yellow implants above. I mean, you shouldn't even be able to see that boat in the background. Honestly,
yeah, the boat would have to be okay. So there's 28 meters of curvature where the boat is. So the boat would have to be, if the boat was 28 meters high, then you wouldn't even be able to see the top of the boat. But the boat's only about 8 meters high. Because he tracked the boat. He tracked the boat on shipping radar. Ship tracking. So here's the screenshot from that. So it's called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles out.
Shut the fuck up, dude. What?
And then, so because we know the name of the ship, then he looked up the ship. Right. So this guy covered all bases. He's a pretty smart
Hold on, I got
guy.
a question. I got a question for you now.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, let me read this. Okay. Okay. When was this documented? Just by the way.
Yeah. So I'll grab the full video and I'll check.
I would love that. Appreciate you. But like, I don't see how that. Hold on, 12 nautical miles equals 13.9.
13.9 normal miles.
That's a small boat. You're saying it's not
Well,
a
it's
really.
this boat. It's this boat here. So there's some pictures of it there. It's called the Shetland Trader. Yeah, it's not a giant boat, but
It just doesn't
it's
look
a
like the boat that's photographized in this one. I don't know. It just doesn't look
well,
like the same.
it's the only boat that was out there.
I mean,
It's a bit blurry because it's you're looking through all of that atmosphere. So, but the main part of the observation was the windmills. So
I
even
mean,
just the
maybe the
windmills.
sea level was like not because it does look like the sea level is maybe dropped. And I mean, I
Yeah,
could just do.
it's low tide, but he's still got his camera just 3.5 feet above the surface of the water. Right. So here's the camera height. Here's some screenshots of the camera height.
I mean, that looks like a completely different boat, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, that the back and the front end of the boat doesn't look the same.
No, it's the same boat. I mean, have a look at the whole video. He goes over a lot more than I saved here. 1 second. And also, it's the only boat that was out there. You can actually go on and check the marine tracking for the exact time and date that he was there, and
Okay.
you'll be able to confirm that was the only boat.
This is kind of tripping me out a little bit. What?
All right. Yeah, look, this is just one out of hundreds of these observations. I mean, the thing about this is you don't have to believe it. You can go and find a large body of water and replicate something like this yourself. I mean, that's what I did. I saw a whole bunch of these observations and I was like, that's crazy, right? I want to go check it for myself.
Wait, this is
So
cool as hell. Holy fuck, this YouTube video is insane. What?
This guy's a PhD as well. He's a PhD in spectrophotometry, which is basically about the propagation of light through mediums. So he's
Dude, it would be
he-
really hard to fake this.
yeah, it's definitely not fake. I mean, look, if you have a look at his video, he's got I'll post a screenshot just quickly. So he goes back day after day, just taking more footage. And
What
right,
the
if you
fuck
have
am I looking at?
look at all of these observations that he's done.
Wow, this
Every
is
time he goes out there, you can see things that should be hidden by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet of Earth curvature.
Is he doing different angles as well? Like, he's not just going
Yeah.
at that same location. Okay.
Yeah, he's doing all different locations, different places, different weather conditions. And also he does laser tests as well. So basically he's an expert in lasers and that kind of thing, in interferometry. And sorry, his PhD is in spectroscopy. So he took a bunch of his lab equipment and went out to try to debunk flat Earth, thinking that I'll be able to go out and debunk the flat earthers. So he was taking different spectrum, high-powered lasers, and he would set the laser up just above the surface of the water, and he would shoot different spectrums of light over huge distances, and to see if he could hit the target on the other side of the body of water. Because if it's a globe, then obviously
Right.
there's a certain amount of curvature
Can
between
I ask
point
you
A.
this though? I'm just gonna interject real fast. I'll land my plane pretty briefly.
Sure.
Like, okay, I'm not even really discrediting this because it's like there's a lot of data that proves that maybe, possibly, he has pretty much basis to his. I don't even know. This is crazy. It's kind of blowing my mind because like that doesn't. The math isn't mathing. What we've learned, you know what I mean, in schools, right? Because
Right.
that should not. You should not be able to see half of the shit from that amount of miles away. So my question to you is, why do people not want to have an open mind about this topic?
I think a lot of people have a misconception of what flat earthers claim, and they think that it's just a bunch of tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists that make stupid claims like that the Earth is a disk floating around in space, that kind of thing. Like 99% of the new globe earthers that I talk to, they think that flat earthers claim a flat planet.
Wait, so
So
what do you
instead of
think it is? What do you think like Earth is the only thing like uh, I can't wrap my head around like a flat
well,
Earth. Like what is it?
yeah. So I mean, it's well, this is most people, and it's perfectly logical. We all get brought up thinking that space is a big giant vacuum, and then you got all these balls floating around, and that we're on one of them. And then they hear about flat Earth, and they try to fit the flat Earth into that globe model that we've all been taught, which is perfectly normal. But that's not what we're claiming. This is a completely different way of thinking about the system that we live in. Now, we're empiricists, so we go off what we can actually go out and validate physically in the real world. If we don't know something, right, we'll just say, yeah, we can't validate that, so we're not going to make a claim about it. But you could think about the Earth kind of like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in.
Okay, but yeah,
And
I mean,
then
I get what you're saying, but like, can you like uh, uh, like kind of dumb it down for me a little bit? Like, okay, so there's no space. Is that what you're saying? Like, you don't think there's anything else but this plane that we live on?
Look, the sky exists. I mean, we all see stars and planets and that kind of thing in the sky, but we've all been taught a big story about exactly how that works. And I think that's just a theoretical mathematical concept or construct that people have come up with over time to explain the lights in the sky, which kind of act like a big clock in the sky. Everything moves in
Isn't
cycles in
math
the
just a
sky.
man-made thing? Like,
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
is. Yeah, it
to
is. And
be honest with you, like,
the globe model's a man-made thing as well. It's not something that exists in reality. It's just a
exactly.
concept.
So
Yeah.
this is my counteraction to what you're saying is like, let's say it is flat, but let's say our math is just blatantly incorrect. We're not supposed to understand where we're at. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not trying to like
Yeah,
argue
yeah,
with you. I'm
yeah.
just
No,
trying to
I
really
get you.
understand.
Yeah. It could be, look, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. We're just, when we go out and test the globe, it doesn't match up. And all we can detect is that large bodies of water need to have a container, and the surface of it doesn't curve over distance. And that's, in that context, is what we mean by flat Earth.
My girlfriend is calling me. I'm gonna come right back to this conversation.
Yeah, yeah, no worries, man.
Yeah, good stuff, DJ.
Cheers. Try to be quiet. It's 4 a.m. I think the Dr. John D observations are the best ones out of all of them.
They're very good. Oh, you go over them too. It's very nice. Make it easily digestible for the label.
Yeah, I got it even more simplified, but I didn't want to dumb it down too much. That guy sounded like he was kind of smart, he knew. But some people need these diagrams, which I'm trying to find now.
That's it. You have like a politics version and you have like an English hub version.
Dude, I should yeah, add like Indian architecture and stuff in the background. And
Oh,
like
dude.
have like Indian theme diagram, have like an Arabic themed diagram so they can have the Burj Khalifa in it and stuff like that.
Dude,
I can
they
put
probably love that, honestly.
the India one. I can like put some like rappers and stuff on the ground. Have some dude taking a dump.
Just on the side somewhere.
Dude, it was so crazy when I was in India. Like, I was traveling on the train through this beautiful countryside. It's all palm trees and rice paddy fields and stuff. And I was standing in one of the carriages, kind of where the doors are, and there's like a big trash can, and it was just full. And I'm like, damn, this trash can's kind of full. And then the attendant, like the train guy, he was like cleaning the trash cans, the bin guy. And guess how he cleaned the trash can?
Okay, so I'm pretty sure I know what happened. I've seen a video of it. I don't know if it though.
Dude, he just launches it out the freaking window.
Yeah. That's what I was to do. Okay, so that is true. I've seen videos of people doing it.
Yeah, man, it's completely true. It's just shameless too. Like he does it like he doesn't try to hide it. It's just like just straight out there.
Oh, dude, that's so crazy, bro.
Nope.
Because I've seen like even like trash little hills, little trash mountains and stuff, dude. People just walking on it. I'm just like, man, these guys just don't care.
Yeah, yeah.
So pretty much you're saying that you would go back to visit again.
Yeah, man. I love it. I love it. It's awesome. Apart from
Okay,
that shit, but it's awesome.
so did you try the street food?
Yeah.
Dang. Okay, wait, so is it as bad as the videos depict it to be or no?
No. I mean, you can probably if you go into the big cities, like like the giant cities. If you go in there and if you look around, you'll probably find some of those sketchy ones that are just like the memes you see on the internet. But I don't know. I was in the south of India, Kerala. It's pretty nice there. The people are nicer, and most of them warned us not to go into the north of India. And yeah, I never
Oh,
got
that's
sick.
oh damn.
Yeah, they're like, don't go into the
Okay.
north.
So that's
And
where all the stuff at, but that stuff does exist though, right? Like the
it,
actual
it,
like the
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
oh, okay.
But the food's
Yeah, because
freaking amazing. It's super cheap and it's really good. And the people are nice. But all day, like if you go out, you'll have at least 20 people, 30 people will ask you to have selfies with them. All day it's just selfies.
oh, I think you're a superstar, bro. It's like, oh, Brad Pitt.
Anyone. Where are you from? You selfie? We do a selfie, and then they'll go and like put it on their like social media.
Oh,
Yeah, I'd
that's
be
what
in
I'll do, honestly.
so many different like social medias, just selfies with like random Indians I just met for 2 seconds.
That's what you get for looking like Brad Pitt, dude. That's your fault.
No, it's because my wife's pretty.
Oh. Oh yeah, that too. I'll do it.
But you never know, man. You gotta watch it. Not all into women.
Oh, damn it. We need to have like an official countdown. I was telling people earlier about that moon mission coming up on April Fools. I'm so excited for that thing, dude.
Dude, the Globers get equally as excited each launch, even though the last 12 have been cancelled. The next one is like 100% the next one is the one.
Yeah. Dude, I really hope they don't push it back this time, dude. I'm hoping. Like, please. Please.
So funny, man. I'm setting up these little traps for globers, and they fall for it every time. Right? Like, check. Can you see the side chat, or are you driving?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm home now. Let me see.
All right, here.
Okay.
So, sorry, let's look at this one.
Okay.
So I'll tell them, like, do you honestly think that this looks like real footage from the Apollo missions of the moon?
Okay.
And then
Oh,
they'll
yeah,
come
sure.
back with responses like this. I don't know if
Oh, shit.
it's like, that's a
Oh,
composite
dude,
of the
nice.
moon, yes. And then I'll share the actual image, and then they'll start
Yeah.
telling me that I'm like a scammer and a liar. Look, here's another one. Right? Like, here's another one. I posted this one. Okay, so I posted. So this is just a little miniature model of a satellite, and there's a green
Yeah.
screen in the background. So yeah, I just take a screenshot after they show what it looks like once the green screen's applied, and say, "Oh yeah, this is what I posted."
These clips are so good.
Here, like this one,
Yeah, yeah.
and then they're like, realistic would imply that it's fake, but looking close to reality. So no, I'd say it looks exactly like reality looks like, not just realistic. I'd say it matches reality. and then I show the actual clip of where it comes from, which I'll post in a second.
Dude, honestly, if you got me with one of these, I would just hang up my anti-flat earther hat, bro. Just retire after that. You just can't come back from that, man.
The guy got so triggered. He started saying that I'm deceptive and I'm a scammer and I'm a liar and all this shit. I was like, dude, I'm just posting this to show you how easily that you could be tricked by NASA. He's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
NASA tells us when it's a composite. NASA tells us when it's fake, and they tell us when it's real. So that's how we know. Right, here's the original to that one. Floating.
Good.
So look, it's just some shitty little model.
Dude, that's so good. Fuck.
Dude, it looks just as good as the footage it looks better than the NASA's footage.
Yeah. Oh, dude. That's funny, bro. You know, this reminds me of Earth Dave. He does something similar to this too. That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, he has a good one where he's got it's got a camera upside down, and you can see
Yeah,
like a
that's the
little bit of
one.
a solar panel,
Yeah.
and then you can just see the blue sky above it, but he flips it around, and then he asks the Globers, he's like, how come we don't see any land in this ISS footage? And straight away the Globers are like, well, that's because they're over a particular section of the ocean, you idiot. You can't see
Yeah.
the entire Earth from. And then he flips it around and just makes them look like tools.
Oh yeah, dude. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, this stuff is gold.
it
Holy.
is for sure.
I'll be right back. I'll take a quick phone call.
Catch it. Here's my new challenge to all globe earthers. All right, if you have a look in the side chat, we can see a laser beam. And the laser beam, it bends up because of upward refraction. Right? So the challenge is, find me the opposite of this. Find me the laser beam bending down instead of up. I've got tons and tons and tons of images of these laser beams going up, bending upward. But if you guys say that downward bending light is the norm, then show me the laser beam bending down. I can't find it.
It seems like the cause for the laser beam bending up would be the atmospheric conditions, right?
Correct.
So what if the atmospheric conditions were reversed, like the cold was on top or the hot was on the bottom or whatever?
Yeah,
That's what we're asking for.
Yeah, then you should be able to find me the picture of the laser beam bending downward. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm sure you'd be able to find one if you tested on enough days, but what they tell us is downward bending is the norm, and that's what happens most of the time, and that upward refraction is super rare. But I think upward refraction is the norm because temperature is what controls the optical density, and the optical density is what controls the deviation of the light. It's going to deviate towards the higher refractive index portion of the medium, which is generally it's going to be up higher because the atmosphere naturally gets cooler as it goes up, as you get away from the surface. So whether it's away from water, then it's going to be even more often it's going to be upward refraction because obviously the sun heats up the ground. And then over water, I think the same thing happens. I mean, I can find countless footage of upward refraction or just laser beams just going straight, perfectly straight, but finding one that bends down seems to be very, very difficult. I'm sure it's absolutely possible, but it definitely doesn't seem to be the norm. What's up, Matrix?
Oh, just popping in for me lunch break. I'm hoping me camera turns up this week.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I know. Fogging up the walls, mate. You got no idea. So I've got a 760 IR cut coming with it.
Awesome.
So we can start removing some issues.
Yeah, it's I've been watching a lot of Sky Freeze videos as well. You know Jesse Path of Light?
Oh, yeah, who doesn't? Yeah.
Well, you know what he calls bullshit on? Which is interesting. You know when you see pictures of it looks like boats are floating right up in the sky and it doesn't look destroyed. Yeah, but he calls bullshit on those. And I was like, I'm like, I don't think it's bullshit. There's so many of them. And he's like, yeah, well, find me an original. Find me a raw image of that happening. And show me someone like replicating it on a smaller scale or something like that. And I haven't been able to. So it is interesting that maybe he's right about those being bullshit.
Nah, they're not bullshit. TIR exists. Go for a drive on any hot day.
Yeah. No, I completely agree that happens, but that doesn't give us that effect of something just being completely undistorted, hovering up in the looks like a floating ship that just looks like a perfectly normal ship. When you see the inferior mirage and you see the total internal reflection, it's chaotic, it's destructive, it's you see mirrored images, you see like dual reflections and that kind of thing. Like it's not clean. It doesn't look like these floating boat images.
Next time you're looking at miraging stuff, have a look at the bands it creates. There's very distinct layers of things happen. Now, TIR is not a mirage. It is just the reflection of the sky that's being trapped in that very fine layer of the water in front of it. because you're at such an acute angle to that layer. That's all it is. Because you're such a low angle to that water, it basically becomes a mirror.
Right.
So you're not getting miraging effects. Him expecting miraging effects beyond that is false, because that's not what's happening.
Right, but the globe side says that that's the opposite of the inferior mirage with the TIR. They say that's superior mirage.
No, that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's what Jesse's calling bullshit on as well. He's saying that's what I was talking about that with Yoda today. I was thinking like, okay, maybe some of these times where it looks like something's higher than it should be, maybe that's just a more extreme version of an inferior mirage. Because you on a small scale, if you watch Sky Freeze videos, you can recreate sinking refraction and inferior mirages with ease all day long, every day. I've never seen anyone recreate a looming or a superior mirage. The only time I've seen, on a small scale, I mean, the only time I've seen someone create a Fata Morgana was Jesse. And he didn't do it in the air. He did it in a fish tank that had a concentrated saltwater layer, and he was able to create a Fata Morgana. But that's, show me it being done with the analogous medium. I'm not saying it can't. I'm just like, I haven't seen anyone do it, and even Jesse is calling bullshit on.
Well, the TIR is not a medium issue. It's to do with the angle of you viewing something at an extremely acute angle. That's what it's to do with. Not to do with the medium. Because you get TIR out on your highway. Stuff is not reflective. We know that. So one of the causes, I won't say is the total cause, one of the causes is the fact that you're at acute angle.
Yeah. I read I got a paper. I got a whole paper. I'll post it in the side chat if anyone wants to read it. It's actually something that gets debated amongst the experts on optics and refraction, whether that mirroring effect is total internal reflection or whether it's just completely just refraction. And it seems to be that a whole bunch of them argue that it's TIR, and then a whole bunch of them argue that it's just refraction. That basically that light is bending upward to such an extent that it's not making it to the optic. And the byproduct of that is that you just see a reflection of what's in the background. It's pretty similar, really. But
arguing that it's refraction, basically under the broad term of refraction, yes, TIR falls under that.
It's like a byproduct.
Yeah, that's sort of a pointless argument.
Right, but they say it's not total internal reflection. It's actually just refraction. But either one's it would still be the same looking thing in the distance. It doesn't really matter that much. I agree. But
so the other issue you've got TIR or refraction, that only happens on flat on a curve surface.
That candy pang.
Something to contribute, my friend?
Oh, what's up? What are we talking about?
You realize where you are?
I'll contribute
the
to
lack of
whatever we need.
curvature of the Earth.
The lack of curvature of the Earth. You guys believe there's a lack of curvature in the Earth?
Well, it's measured as flat, so that's a pretty big lack of curvature.
I don't know, man. It doesn't feel flat to me.
Really?
Okay.
It's not a belief about the curvature. It's the lack of curvature is a falsification. It has been falsified. It's not there. It's not a belief.
So outside of your computer, your television, and your mobile phone, have you in this?
Yeah, I've seen the curve of the Earth.
Where?
On an airplane.
On an airplane. Mathematically, you're not high enough to see the curve if it even existed.
Well, over the ocean, you can definitely see a curvature. That's why boats will leave over
What
the
elevation?
horizon.
So why do boats live over the horizon?
Yeah.
They don't.
They do, though. If you look at a boat for long
No, they
enough,
don't.
it kind of just disappears.
Well, most often they just appear to disappear because they get so small you can't see them anymore. It's not unless you have certain atmospheric conditions or you have waves that are going to block the bottom of the boat as it goes away. Most
I've
of the
never
time.
looked at a telescope. I never looked at a
Yeah.
distant boat with a telescope, but it seems to disappear.
Right. I know, I agree with that. But we got some pretty strong zoom cameras now, and most often you can zoom back in and see the boat again, unless you have certain atmospheric conditions, which cause the light to bend upward a bit, which causes the boat to look like it's sinking. It's called sinking refraction. Or sometimes you can have ocean swells, and if you're low to the surface, then as the boat gets further away, it's going to get smaller due to perspective, but those waves in the foreground are still big. So it looks like the bottom of the boat starts to disappear.
Well, why doesn't the moon appear to be flat then?
Well, I don't think that the Earth is it's like something completely different to the Earth. The moon is the moon, and the Earth is different. It's not a ball.
Have you ever tried
like the
astral
moon.
projecting to the moon?
Wow,
No, but
someone
I've
was
seen.
talking about
You
that
can
earlier. So
astral
yeah,
project to the moon to see what it looks like, and you can see what the Earth is shaped like.
yeah. So if you
What?
hallucinate, so
Why
what
are you
this guy's
laughing?
saying,
Like it's a joke to you?
Yes,
All-
bro. Astral projection. What?
You can astral
Yeah.
project into
dude, you
space
can
and look
proof
at
the
the
globe
Earth
if
you don't.
you trip out.
Yes.
If you trip out and hallucinate, then it's a globe. You can work it out.
Listen, no, you're not tripping out, asshole. Why does everyone think it's drugs? Just because you do drugs doesn't mean I do drugs. I just astral project into
You
space
just
to
have
look at the Earth.
schizophrenia.
No.
I do drugs.
Listen, everyone here needs to touch some fucking grass. Excuse, I don't know. That was a stranger that just walked past me. I'm in the
I
park
think
right
that's
now.
your
I'm
problem.
sorry.
Is you've been touching a little too much grass,
Astral
brother.
projection is not real.
Oh, you know what's real. You're in the flat Earth server, but you're telling me what's real.
Yes, I'm telling you the astral projection is not real.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at you, but that was just out of left field, bro. That was out of left field.
So did I win the debate? Because none of you guys are saying anything.
Yeah, I guess so, man.
No. You
Well,
won
at
the
least you
Clown
admit
Award.
it. I respect the humility.
Dude, it's a legendary globe proof. It's one of the best ones I've ever heard. That if you trip out or astral project, then you can see the curvature of the Earth. Legendary.
In the world, bro.
There we
Astral
go.
projection?
Yeah. Just project, and
Maybe
then you
I'm just
can
not
see the
enlightened
curve.
enough, bro. But what
Yeah.
utility does it serve to anybody to lie about the
Hey,
Earth being round?
Radam, what that was about you not being able to answer a question in the first place. Someone had to run a decoy. That's what that was about.
Decoy.
Hey, check out. I'm
Wait, for what?
uploading a time lapse in the side chat of a flight, just showing that you don't see the curvature of the Earth from a flight, from the height of a plane. And I've never seen the curve from a plane. I don't know how people say that.
I definitely have. Especially leaving, let's say, leaving the Philadelphia airport and JFK in New York, where it's just straight ocean. When you're flying, you can see it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've flown all over the world and over the ocean a lot. Leaving from Australia, obviously you got to fly over a bunch of ocean to get anywhere. So
He said it's a straight curving ocean.
So
It's a
from
straight
that
curving.
even from that height, mathematically, you would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth. So even if it was a globe, you wouldn't be high enough. But hey, look, I don't think you're lying or you're wrong, because you can, like, technically, if you have something pre-programmed into your head, you might think you're seeing the curve. Or you can actually, like, if you're panning your head around and you have a wide field of view, you can see, like, when you look over to the right, that horizon, that's the same distance away as it is when you look right in front of you, and when you look over to the left. Okay, so you can see the same distance in all directions, and that's kind of like a spherical horizon, or a circular horizon. So maybe you thought
all throughout history, there have been different photographs taken of other planets, and they appear to be globes. That, and if you go to the North Pole, like the very North Pole, there is no nighttime there. So it just makes more sense.
Well, sometimes
It makes
there's no
more sense that
daytime
it's a
there
globe.
either. Well,
There is no
look,
sun.
I
Sometimes
thought the
there's no
same
sun,
thing.
sometimes there's no night.
I thought the same thing until I looked more into this topic, and then over time you'll work out that actually the globe is just batshit crazy, and this actually makes way more sense. But we're being desensitized to the batshit crazy aspects of the globe Earth over our whole life.
Where do the satellites go? Why in militaries only have like split second like times to use their satellites over specific areas? Where are those satellites going?
Well, we don't deny satellites exist.
But how would they rotate around a flat Earth? Same way that they do now, that I imagine they do now?
Well, no. On the globe, they claim to be orbiting around a spherical. Okay, I don't agree with that, but I don't disagree that there's technology that the government has. I mean, NASA's first satellites were literally giant helium balloons, and Project Echo, it was called. You can look it up. Echo 1, Echo 2, those balloons stayed up in the air for, I think, over 7 years. And yeah, we have stratospheric balloons, we have probably other technology that we don't know about. There's drones, all sorts of different types of communication devices up in the sky, tethered platforms, all sorts of different things. But the fact is, over 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables and ground towers.
When space flight, will you take a flight to the outside, like just outside of the atmosphere? Once it becomes like publicly available, will you do that?
Like Katy, be like Katy Perry, and I can take a daffodil up, blow it.
No, I'm pretty sure Jeff Bezos is starting like a public company or not public company, but a company where the public can take a spaceship, fly up to like just outside of the Earth's atmosphere, and then come back down. Would you do that?
Yeah, I would do that, but the thing is, they already claim to do that with the Blue Origin.
But only to rich people, very rich people.
Right, but some of those rich people that went up there said that they didn't see any curvature. And then we've got people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist who hates flat earthers, right? He says that even at that height, you wouldn't see any curvature. And the people that went up there, right, like what's his name? The Star Trek guy, William Shatner. Okay, he was interviewed, and he said that he didn't see any signs of the Earth being a globe from that height at all. And there was another astronaut called Wally Funk, trained astronaut, and she said that she was disappointed that they didn't go high enough. She thought that she was going to get to see the curvature of the Earth. She did that interview with Fox after the flight. So, I mean, that's just kind of like a big parabolic flight that they're doing. It's not like they go up to a certain height and pop through some barrier and then they're floating around. It's just like a zero-G flight.
So if the Earth is flat, what difference does it make?
Well, it's not gonna. You already experienced the Earth is flat and stationary already, so it's not going to make a huge difference. Just it would be your knowledge that would change. It's like, what if you found out you're adopted or something like that? You know, it's not gonna. You're still gonna have to go to work the next day.
Yeah, but it's just not like, this is the Epstein files. The Epstein files is crazier than Earth being flat.
It is pretty crazy. Hey, I got to go on mute for a bit, but appreciate the chat. Hopefully someone else can jump in.
Matthew Learns. OG flat earther.
What? I've never been a flat earther.
Oh, you're not a flat earther?
Never in my life.
Never mind then. Yaga Bruno. What's up, my flat earther?
Yeah, I think the evidence points to a globe Earth.
I believe so too. I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me that we in our high school
What
we did
evidence?
like a telescope because we looked through a telescope at other planets and they're
That's
all
excellent.
round.
Now tell me how looking up in
Why?
the sky proves the shape of the ground under your feet.
Well, because things happen in patterns, and we're not the outlier, my friend.
So you're just making an assumption. So tell me something. If you go for a walk into the forest and you look around and you see trees, forward you see trees, to the right you see trees, to the left you see trees, look behind you, all you see is trees. Does that mean you instantly become a tree?
No.
Why are you assuming that looking up into the sky and seeing little lights in the sky that we're one of those lights?
Because we are one of those lights.
No, it doesn't make that doesn't necessarily follow. It's called a non sequitur. Why did you decide that you're not a tree? Tell us.
Because I'm living as not a tree. I have that experience.
So you know that there's differences between you and a tree?
But I can't see the air, but I know that I'm breathing it in. I can't
Right, but
I
you
can't
see that there's
explain it.
differences, right? You see
Yes.
there's differences. You experience
Yes.
differences between you and a tree, so you can come to the logical conclusion that you're not a tree, right? You don't share those common features that a tree has, right?
Yeah.
Right. Does the Earth share the common features that we see of things in the sky?
Not entirely. No. Both
Not
big
at all.
bodies of rock.
Not at all.
No.
You'll never
No.
gain again. You personally
Yeah.
have and never will gain a vantage point from which you can observe the Earth to have any similarities like things in the sky. Never. You can only trust somebody else's testimony of that.
No, I saw it with my own.
And that's a
goddamn eyes,
handful of
bro.
men, 24 people
I
that claim to have
took
witnessed Earth as they
Yeah.
view, as they might look at the moon or Jupiter through a telescope.
So the
24
moon is
people.
round. So the moon is round. The sun is
24
round.
people.
Venus is round. Mars is
Yes.
round. All of these other planets are round except for us. We are the
They
exception.
appear round. I'm not saying they are round. They appear round, right? They appear round.
So they're disk, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
They're
not making a
flat
claim
disks.
about them. I'm not
And they
making a
only face
geometric
one.
claim about them
Only one
beyond
of their
that which they
axis. Only
look
one of their
like.
faces faces.
I can only describe to you what they look like. I cannot definitively tell you that they hold a particular geometric shape because I don't know what is the result, what it is that I'm looking at, like what that is the result of its geometric physical structure.
So you're denying the evidence of your eyes.
Are you? Because you look at the Earth and see it as flat.
So let's compare the two. So let's grab old Jupiter there. Hey, Adam, let's break these down one
You
at a
don't
time.
know that. You don't know
Have a look
that.
at
You don't know that, sir.
We all
you don't
know
know
that.
that Earth exists within a particular system. For all you know, everything is part of the giant Earth system.
No. They proved that
you
wrong
don't
in,
know
like,
that, bro.
brother,
You
they
cannot
proved that wrong
definitively
in-
say you've never seen the Earth situated in a space relative to other things.
They proved that wrong
And you never will.
700 years
You
ago,
never,
man.
ever will.
They proved that wrong 700 years ago.
Who did?
Some guy who made the sun model. Because for a long
The
time they
sun
did
model?
believe.
He made a
we
model.
revolve around the sun. We revolve around the sun rather than the Earth. Everything else
That's a nice
revolves
way
around
to
the
think
Earth.
about it. George Ellis, famous astronomer, we can quote him as having said that he can construct you a geometrically symmetrical universe, right, with Earth at its center. And it cannot be disproven based on observations. It's only on philosophical grounds that the model that we use today, that heliocentric one, is.
Hello.
Sorry, I got cut off there. I got cut out. Yeah, it's only because of philosophical preferences that we choose the heliocentric model, not because of definitive evidence. So if George Ellis can provide you a model where Earth is at its center and it cannot be disproven based on the observations, are you going to accept that that's true?
I don't know.
No, you don't know.
He doesn't know because he's just biased to his religious belief.
Religious belief. What?
Yeah,
Maybe
the
I'm
globe
biased
being the globe Earth religious belief.
Yeah, see, the
Okay.
things you're appealing to are not empirical.
Then
Never
why
ever
are there
been witnessed by
different?
one single
Hold up.
human being. Never witnessed by one single human being
That's fine
ever
and
in
all, but
history.
why do different parts of the world, for example, like between different latitudes, experience different exposures to the sun?
Sorry,
If the Earth were
did
flat,
Matrix
then we would
clear?
all
Oh shit!
hold up. If the Earth were flat, the whole Earth would have the same level of sun everywhere.
Bro, you have your
Why?
own version of cosmology with flat Earth inserted into it. Please show us your flat Earth model.
Exactly.
I don't have a flat Earth model.
Well, then why are you imagining what it would be like when you don't even know what it would be like?
So what is the explanation for that under the flat Earth model? If you
Okay,
know the
show me
flat Earth
your model. I want you to show me your model where it's going to be bright all the time, please.
I'm only working off of what I know from school.
They taught you about flat Earth in school?
No, they taught us about the global Earth and
Right, so
global
why would you take the solar system and the heliocentric cosmology and then shoehorn a flat Earth into it? Why would you do that?
Maybe I'm being dishonest, but that's what we know. That's what we're taught in school. Every
No,
American student is taught that
you
in
were not
school.
taught to shoehorn a flat Earth into a heliocentric cosmology.
All right, bro. Your debate, bro, strategy is cool and all, but that
It's
is
not
the
debate, bro.
It's not a
widely.
debate, bro. Strategy, bro.
Well,
He's
then
You're telling me that you're
projecting.
instead of badgering me for shoehorning blah blah blah, you give me your theory and explain how it answers the question that I asked.
It's not
How
a
is there?
theory. Don't you understand? It's not a theory
It's
that
the
the Earth is
reality. Then
measurably
share me.
flat.
Then give me. Yeah, you can live your day. I walk from point A to point B. It feels flat, but the Earth is so big.
We're not attempting to provide you a cosmological replacement, bro. We're not doing
It's
that. We're
big
not
and
saying, hey,
flat.
the Earth is this size, this shape, this is how the sun works above it, this is how seasons. We're not doing any of that. We're just pointing out that the surface of the water is planar in nature, measured to be so, observed, measured, and used as that, right? Planar and flat. And that's all we're doing. That's all we're doing, is pointing that out to you.
Real quick, if the Earth is flat, if I fly long enough in one direction, let's say I just keep flying east.
Not making a claim about that, bro. Not making a claim about that. We're not making any claims about that, bro.
But that is a question that you have
why
to be
don't you
able to
address?
answer.
Why don't you address our position, our actual claim, and our actual
Then
position
let
about
me
the
address
surface
it, and
of
then we'll
liquid
get
being
back to the
flat?
question. Yeah, it's flat. It
Oh
appears
my
to be
god!
flat. It appears to be flat.
No,
it measures
that's not what we
measures
said.
to be so.
Yeah,
Did you miss that part?
Sure. It measures to be
Okay.
flat.
Okay, great.
And I
So
should be
you
able
live
to
on a
fly
flat
in
Earth.
one direction. Yeah, and I should be able to fly in one direction long enough. But instead of when I fly to Turkey, instead of going off there, goddamn, if we keep flying, we get to
Why would
Japan
that
and not
happen?
outside of. I don't know, because the Earth is flat.
Why would
Apparently,
you even say
so
that?
I should.
Why
So
would
I
you
should
even say
keep.
that?
All right, so I should keep flying in one direction and leave Earth and go elsewhere.
Why?
Does that happen?
Why?
Because the Earth
Why?
is flat.
Because he's
Because
not a
the Earth is
pilot.
flat.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So if
So
the
do you understand
pilot
how
keeps
flights work?
flying in one direction,
Do you
he'll get
understand how
off the Earth.
flights work?
No pilot
Bro,
will take you in that direction.
Has
do you
anybody ever
understand how
tried?
flight work?
Because Amelia
No.
Earhart, she flew around the world and she got back to her original destination. She didn't leave the
Bro,
Earth.
can you take a breather for a minute? Okay. You're
Yes,
talking
go ahead.
about things now that you're obviously not familiar with. If you're
I
going to
don't
talk
know.
about
Are you a
flight,
pilot? Have
no, I'm
any
not a
pilots
pilot,
left
but
the Earth?
I
Only
understand
astronauts
more
leave the Earth.
about flight than you do. And here's the thing you don't understand.
Okay, I'm
You know that
understanding. That's
fuel
fine.
doesn't last forever?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay, it doesn't.
You have
So
mid-air
planes have
refueling
to
in the
refuel,
military.
right? Yes, they do.
Not
How
fighter
far do they
jets.
go? How far do they go?
What? Average military jet? I don't know.
So You're just going to assume
100,000
that planes can
kilometers.
fly indefinitely in one direction forever?
But if they could, and if hold up,
Oh, now
the
we're going to
ones
go
that
to the
have
hypothetical.
no,
That's
no, 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 no,
fantastic.
no. You're a
Now we're
debate,
up
bro.
to the
You're a crazy
hypotheticals. I'm
debate
not a
brain.
debate, bro. No, it's not that it at all, dude. You're just not making any sense. You're not thinking about the things that you're asking us
You're
about. You have
not.
to be a little bit
I'm asking
practical,
you if
right?
I'm asking you if
It's
a pilot flies long enough in one direction, they should be able to leave the Earth. That's what I'm saying.
We're talking about
They
Pilots
have
don't do
never.
that.
practicality.
Pilots don't do that.
They have never. Nobody's ever. Only
Pilots don't do that.
astronauts
They
and
go
rocket
from
people.
airport to airport. They go one way and they come back, so they can go back to their
There
homes, to
are
their
commission.
families.
There are private pilots and solo private.
Yeah, and they want to go
almost-
back to their families, dude. Don't you get it?
Why has nobody ever left the Earth? On a
Because
goddamn
if they did, they will never tell
F-35.
you. Because if they leave the Earth, they're not gonna come back to you and tell you because they left.
Okay, but nobody ever has. Nobody's
Yeah,
ever
because
flown.
if they, if someone
there's no
did,
leaving
they won't be able.
reality.
He thinks people can leave reality and
Give
come
me
back to
flat
tell him,
Earth
"Hey, I
model.
left
Give me
reality."
That's crazy.
Somebody post a flat Earth model that can explain why a ship
Okay.
doesn't fall off the side of the Earth when it keeps going
All right.
in one
I'll
direction.
tell you what. I'll tell you what. Can you post me a model of the globe Earth?
Yeah, I can.
The globe Earth model. Can you show it to me?
Right here, bro.
He got us.
All right.
Flat
So
Earth
you
down.
realize that is a projection of a celestial sphere placed on basically a pinata. That is not where you live. It doesn't even have a uniform scale to it. You think that's the globe Earth model? Are you out of your
No, that's
mind?
a lie. It's more
Oh, it's
convenient
not
that
okay.
way, though.
No worries. Can you
South
verify the
America.
distances?
South America is
Excuse
twice
me.
the size of North America.
Excuse me. Can you verify the sizes of the continents on this particular model, please?
Nope.
Can't do it. So this is the globe Earth model that you don't even have any faith in.
I have a lot of faith in it. More
Okay,
faith
well
than
then
you
you
do
can
in your
verify
flat Earth
for me
model.
the actual sizes of the continents on this particular model.
Nope.
No. So
Africa's
you
longer.
have faith in it
South
or you
America's
don't?
longer. Well, I
Longer
believe
than
it's
what?
accurate.
You're not even making any sense. Longer than what?
It's longer than it's represented in that globe Earth model.
Oh,
Dude,
so
what
you're
the hell
saying
are
that
you
the
talking
continents
about?
are correct?
The
No, but
Earth
it's
ain't
accurate
fucking
enough.
flat. Have you ever even gone to fucking school? Fucking retard.
What was it exactly that you asked for,
Earth is
Sisu?
fucking square, dude.
If you fly long enough or boat long enough in one direction, will you fall off the side of the Earth?
I asked him for a globe Earth model. He gave me this projection.
Right, but what was he asking us for a model for? Was it to
Flat
make
Earth
some
model,
sort of
which
calculation?
nobody here claimed.
Hold up. That explains why the boat doesn't just fall off the side of the Earth when it flows from, let's
Why would a
say,
boat fall off the side of the Earth? What are you doing,
because
man?
it's a
Like, are
flat
you
Earth.
okay?
Flat. Is the Earth infinite? If it's
It's the
flat, then it has to
imaginatory
stop
thing that
at
he
some
has
point.
in his head that doesn't work.
Are you-
He's imagining a nonsensical idea, and
Well, nobody's
it
answered
doesn't
that
make
question.
sense.
Nobody
So this
can answer the
idea that
nonsensical
he has in
question.
his head doesn't make any sense. So he's trying to
It
push
doesn't.
it to you
You can
into
say it
you
doesn't
guys.
make any sense, but you can't prove your
Friend,
argument.
are you one of these gullible jackwagons that was shown a picture of the flat Earth with, water falling out the side and boats and stuff, and you decided that was going to be our flat Earth model? Is that what
Yeah,
happened just
Post your
now?
flat Earth model. Then post your flat Earth model.
We don't have
We're
one.
not
That's the
proposing
whole
one.
point.
Yeah.
Then we're
Yeah, we're not
talking so
proposing
much
one.
for nothing, bro.
So we're back on this square footing here with each other. You don't have a globe Earth model. We don't have a flat Earth model. Do you have any globe Earth curvature measurements, perhaps?
There are globe Earth models. No, I don't, and I haven't
No,
really
there
taken
are no
the time
globe
to look
Earth
into
model.
these
Oh, so
issues
now
much.
there's
But I
multiple.
took
So which one
astrology,
of the
bro.
globe Earth? Oh, you took astrology. So what are you, a Pisces, a Scorpio?
Or
He's
astronomy. Sorry.
he's a frog.
Astrology. He's a frog. Dude, you mean astronomy? Astrology
Yeah,
is,
astronomy.
what's
With
my
due
sign?
respect,
My goodness, you don't even know
everybody
what
on
you're
this
talking
server is
about.
such a
You don't need
pompous
the difference. You don't know
douchebag.
the difference between
Instead of ever debating
astrology
anything,
and
they're just like,
astronomy.
"Oh, you're an
It's just a
idiot.
really
You're
bad
so
thing. You are an idiot. It's
nonsensical.
okay.
You're so
It's
blah
okay.
blah blah."
I know. So you've been
It's like
upset now.
they can
Now you're
never, they
triggered and
can
you're
never,
flipping
they
out,
can
and it's
never,
okay. I know it's a
they
sad
can
day for
never
you. You
answer
don't know what you're
questions.
doing
So
when
instead,
you're
they
in
just
these
go
servers because
straight
you
to
don't know
the
what you're
block.
talking about. It's pathetic. You guys don't know what you're talking about. So you ask dumb questions that are incoherent and not practical, like, why don't we just fly off the Earth? It's a stupid
He
question.
thinks he's debating. He thinks this is a
Yeah.
debate.
This is not a debate. I just asked you for, measurements of the curvature on the surface of the Earth. I didn't ask for a syllogism. I didn't ask for rhetoric. This is not about debating. So if you don't have any Earth curve measurements, that's going to be a problem if you think it's a globe. Wouldn't you say so?
Against water.
I don't know the globe curvature measurements. You don't know the flat Earth model. So we're
How
both
can you
just
debate if you don't know
arguing from a.
anything?
Well, you guys
There
don't even
isn't a.
have a model to work off.
You
So
don't either.
I do though.
Yeah, we don't
There
need
are
one.
models on
We
the
don't
internet
actually
right
need
now.
one. We don't actually
So you're
need
gonna
one
hold.
to.
So you're not gonna
We
hold
don't
yourself
actually
to
need
the same
one.
standard. You don't
Okay,
need
maybe
Hey,
we
bro.
can.
Oh my god, you just got motor mouth now. You just diarrhea the mouth now.
Yeah, he's losing terribly, so he's got the motor mouth. No problem. Could you tell me the curvature that was measured so that you could base your globe Earth model on that? Maybe you give us the value that they've measured, so then we know that the globe Earth model that you have is accurate. Could you show those to us?
Am I unmuted? Do not know. Do not really care.
Oh, so you don't care. So you have a model, but you don't know where the values for anything came from.
There are more valuable things to care about this much.
So you're giving up. This is the white flag, right? When you know you don't know anything.
This is the white flag. Yes.
I don't care about the values. I don't care about the model. You guys are silly. This is not important. You have lost, my
How
friend.
about you astral project onto the moon and tell us if the Earth is round or flat?
Astro project? What the
Yeah.
heck? What's wrong with you? Is this something that you learned in your astrology class?
That's
While
what
they
one of
burned
you flat
incense
earthers said.
and listened to Jefferson Airplane.
Literally 5 minutes ago, some dude out here said that if you astral project onto the moon, you can see the Earth is flat. That's who's in your camp, bro.
I don't think that was any flat earther.
It was 100% a flat earther.
What was his name?
Don't remember. Wasn't really looking.
Are you
at
just
his
making
name.
stuff up now?
Yeah, I am.
See, there you go. He's making stuff up.
Same
You've
way.
lost, bro. It's
What's the
pathetic.
flat Earth model, bro? What's the flat Earth model?
Yo, that was a
What's the
Glober, by
Earth
the way.
model?
Okay, that was a Glober.
It was a Glober. Look at that. So
It
the
was a
Globers are
Glober?
astro projecting. They don't know the difference between astronomy and astrology.
Yeah.
You're doing terribly today. You got embarrassed.
I'm
It's
doing
okay.
so
You can
bad.
start over if you want to.
The Earth is flat. I think you've convinced me. The Earth is flat.
No one's trying to convince you of anything. See, now this is the whole backtracking. I'm just going to pretend like I don't care about the conversation when you lost. You're doing terribly.
Yeah,
But it's okay.
I am.
You can reset.
You
Yeah.
know, it's such a shame. It's such a shame that our Earth is flat, and I really wish it was round, but
Do you have any more concessions you'd like to make?
I would like to say that God is also a goat, and he's grazing on a pasture right now.
Dude, you've lost it. Like, this is
I have.
bad.
It sounds like brainworms.
It does.
And where are you from? Are you Serbian?
American.
Oh my gosh.
Where
Oh
are you
my
from?
gosh.
You need to work on your accent identification.
Says who? How does it feel to be right all the time?
He's also
I'll let you
left.
know if that ever happens, but I'm not right all the time.
He's right and left.
You sun gaze, bro? Radom 2005.
What's up?
You sun gaze, bro?
Do I sun gaze?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I look straight at the sun.
Are you
Both of my
trolling or you?
eyeballs,
Oh.
and I enjoy. I think it's good for your eyes. I think it strengthens the ability of the eyes. It makes them more resilient.
So are
Do
you
you
gonna
sun
troll or
gaze?
gonna have a
What
meaningful
the hell, dude?
conversation?
No, I'm asking. Do you sun gaze?
Yeah.
You do?
Actually,
Hell no, I'll go out in the sun, motherfucker. I'll turn black. I don't like the motherfucker. I don't like blacks.
I recommend that no one looks directly at the sun. It's dangerous for your eyes.
Yeah, I second what Matthew says, and we don't want to talk about giving medical advice on our stream. That would be a good idea.
What do you mean? Sun gazing is great.
Did you hear what he just said?
No, I didn't.
Is it like
Said
YouTube
we're
TOS or
not
what?
giving medical advice on this channel. Is what he said.
Exactly.
You can
It's
you can comply with that, or you
Discord.
can leave.
Yeah,
Yo, guys,
Discord,
stop giving
TOS.
advices. TOS.
TOS.
Drink water.
Do not look at that thing in the sky, which is a big ball nuclear reactor 93 million miles away and 1,000 times bigger than the Earth. Do not look
And
at
who
it.
told you that? That's
And
funny.
get
Who told you that?
and get boosted.
Who told me that? Matthew did. Matthew is a math professor, right, Matthew?
This guy sounds like a glober. Was that you, T-Dub?
Yeah, man, I was just being facetious.
Oh, I'm about to say, man. Because I'm a glober as well.
Radham took that opportunity back there when people were talking about the sun and bolted. Probably for the best. Swirly, you still on that globe, huh?
Yeah, dude. You remember me right from yesterday? We had a good convo.
I remember you were here, yeah.
Heck yeah. Swole Dog snoop by or no?
I ain't seen him in a while. I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, actually, seriously, we can't talk about like medical things or like advices on health when you guys are streaming on
No.
YouTube? No?
Obviously not.
That's right, yeah. Unfortunately.
That's interesting. Wow. Shows how the authority tightens a noose, right?
Yeah. Also, we have a bunch of people that want to get our service shut down, so they'll latch onto anything and then report it.
Oh. So you can't even like advise people to drink milk because that's giving health advice.
Yeah, no, we could do the milk thing.
Okay. Well, like sun gazing. Is that
No.
pseudoscience? And no, not allowed.
Well, it's something that could damage people's eyes. So, if you're telling people to do it, just some rando just start staring at the sun, it's probably not a good idea.
You guys sure this guy's a flat earther? I don't know.
Hey, I'm not denying the sun gazing thing, but it's not something that you should recommend people just go and start staring at the sun, because we live in a world of morons, and some idiot's going to go out and just stare at the sun at midday and go blind.
I don't know, guys. This guy sounds more of a glober than me.
Some 13-year-old kid listening in, they go try it, and their parents are like, "Where did you learn that from?" "I learned it from 24/7 Discord, Flat Earth Discord." Then we got a lawsuit on our hands.
I mean, dude, I sun gaze every day. I don't get blind. It's interesting.
Well, someone was warned and didn't take the warning, so now they got a red microphone, unfortunately.
He's so concentrated in the sun gazing, he's not listening to the warnings here by the moderators. It's like lost.
That's a shame Ramad took off. I was hoping we'd get to the actual part where giving him some proper evidence, but anyway, never mind.
Yeah, there's another guy that was meant to be coming back soon who just saw the Dr. John D observations. It was pretty...
Windmill? Windmills?
Yeah. He was pretty surprised. He couldn't believe it, but then he said his girlfriend was calling him and that he was going to come back soon. His name started with an S.
Yeah, that's because flat Earth is not a model, Scott Mackey.
That should bother you.
Why?
Because we try to understand the world in which we live.
Yeah, through direct experience, observation, measurement, testing, etc. Not through
Well,
imagination, not through imaginary modeling.
What do you do with testing if it's not creating a model?
Oh,
You
like
can
actually
model
go
out.
out into reality?
Yeah, you can model out how certain things work. I mean, we could just debunk your globe model by doing that. We
You
could
could try.
debunk models.
You fail all the time.
Well, no, actually, we don't. We can never find any curvature, and you can't find any curvature and show it to us.
Well, I could find
Yeah,
curvature
exactly.
and show it to
We
other
can make a
people.
prediction using your model. We can make a prediction. We go down to a large body of water over 20 miles of distance of water, of surface of water, and we can say, well, based on this model, we should not be able to see clear to the other side from shoreline to shoreline, and we can see if we do.
But our model includes refraction. You leave that out for some reason.
Okay, we'll add in refraction. How much percentage of increase of surface visible does that give us?
Exactly what we've seen.
20 miles, 21 miles.
Sure. Yeah.
How do you account?
At least
How do you
our
account?
model. If you want to
How do you
debunk our
account?
model, debunk our model, not your version of our model.
No, refraction.
Yeah, we did.
Refraction.
No,
Refraction's
you don't
not.
know. You don't even know our model.
No, you don't know your model, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, I do.
No. Okay, so define refraction for me.
Bending of light.
Oh, and what causes that?
Changes in density, optical density.
Okay, Okay, what controls the optical density?
Density of the atmosphere.
No, what controls the optical density of the atmosphere? See, you don't even know the basics.
The differences in temperature.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah,
and maybe humidity also.
Well, humidity would decrease a little bit, but yeah, that definitely needs to be taken into account as well. All right, so do you have any evidence that atmospheric refraction can allow us to see things that would make the radius of the Earth have to be 25 times greater? Do you have any evidence that that's possible?
Yeah, does the model predict that?
Yes.
Does the model predict that?
Yes, it does.
Does the model predict that?
Yes.
Does it? Does it? Show us.
Tito, did you ask him for the evidence and then you ask him for a prediction though? You moved him away from bringing him the evidence though.
Yeah, no, I want to see him post the evidence that that his model predicts that. An academic source, not your friend Walter.
My friend, who's Walter? Oh, this Bislin guy. I've heard you mention him a few times. I don't know the guy. Sorry.
Well, how do you account for refraction, Scott?
What do you mean? How do you account for refraction?
Yeah, how do you account for refraction?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so if you're going to go out and make an observation and you say that refraction is the reason that we can see way too far, how do you account for refraction?
First of all, I would change the language. Well, what do you mean see way too far?
Okay, so all right.
That's not language used in our model. That's something you guys created.
Okay, so we don't see any evidence that the water is curving over a certain distance, and we can see things that are thousands and thousands of percent beyond where the physical geometric curvature of the Earth should be blocking what we can see. That's seeing things too far.
You mean seeing things on the surface of the water?
Yeah, that you shouldn't be able to see by hundreds of feet.
Well, you're just not calculating the refraction correctly then.
Yeah. So how do you account for refraction? That's what my question was. We circled back around to the original question. How do you account for refraction?
How do I predict what the refraction is going to be before I do the observation? Is that the question you're asking?
How do you predict, or how do you measure for the refractive index gradient differences between point A and point B to clarify that, okay, taking a refraction into account, this fits a globe? Who did that? How do you do that? And show me the evidence of someone doing that. You don't even know how it's done.
I'm sure they'd go out and take temperature readings, right?
Oh, really? Okay, so okay, what kind of temperature readings would be necessary to accurately account for
differences in temperature at different elevations?
Okay. And who did that?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, you just assume that somebody did it.
Yes, I do, because people have gone and do lots of stuff that I don't know about.
Okay, but you don't know. You just,
so how do you know they've done it then, you idiot?
Because I have faith in my fellow man, which you guys don't have.
That they've done things that you don't know that they've done.
Yes. There's lots of people.
You're a joke, man. You're a fucking joke.
Okay. I'm a fucking joke then. If that's what you needed.
So you're a man of faith.
I have faith in my fellow man, yes. And
yeah,
woman, of course.
Okay, but when I go looking for people that did what you're claiming, I can't find anyone that actually did it. Did you look? And did you find?
No, I did not. That's why I don't know about it.
Okay.
Because I don't need to. Because I already know.
You don't know. You don't know if the globe model makes
I have
these
faith in my fellow
predictions.
man. I've already got value.
You
I've already
don't
acknowledged
know.
this.
You don't know, Scott. You can't say that the globe model makes these predictions.
Well, I've seen people who say
you've
they
seen
do
people
this.
make observations which destroy the globe geometry and just assume, based on some vague notion, that possibly people out there have done the work which verifies that the conditions that are necessary to produce that effect exist. You don't even know if they do. You
Sure,
don't even know if anyone's done that.
But
So you
it's,
don't know if the globe model predicts those observations or not. You don't.
Yes,
You
I
can't say that it does because
Yes,
you
I
don't
can.
know.
I do.
No, you can't.
I did, and I do.
You've just proven you can't say that.
No, because all it takes for your famous.
Just demonstrated it to us.
How? How am I? I'm sitting in my living room. How am I
By
going to
telling
demonstrate
us
it
you
to you?
don't know these things. You
Okay,
idiot.
Calm down. Breathe. How am I going to demonstrate this to you sitting in my living room?
Then don't make the claim.
Well, how did you demonstrate it?
By going out into reality and seeing it for myself.
No, how did you demonstrate it? What did you go out and do?
I've looked across vast bodies of water and saw further than I should have been able to if the Earth is a globe with the claimed geometry.
How much did you see that you should not be able to see, and how did you account for refraction in your observation?
I didn't.
Okay, so how do you know
didn't
what
account
you
for
saw?
refraction.
So how did you know that you busted the globe model?
Because the geometry says I shouldn't be able to see that far. The predictions.
The prediction includes refraction, which you did not include, right?
Yeah, no. There's no nowhere that it predicts that it would be able to account for the observations that I've made.
Sure it does.
No way. Nope.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
I know, but this is you
so we
saying
can negate
nah.
it. So this is the thing, Scott. You didn't know how to account for refraction, and now you're saying how come T-Dub didn't account for refraction when you don't even know how to do that.
But he said,
What's refraction? Scott.
Yeah. Refraction is the bending of light.
Yes, Scott got that right. All right, look, this is the thing. I mean, we could negate. Okay, so let's say we need do you know what a refraction coefficient is, Scott?
Yeah, yes.
What is it?
It's the amount of, it's the percentage that the light bends.
Right, so the way of simplifying it in the math is basically to increase the radius value to compensate for the bending of the light. So standard refraction would be 0.13 to 0.17, and that would allow you to see 13 to 16% further or something like that. So instead of the horizon being at 3 miles, it's going to be at a little bit further, right? 16% further, something like that. Now, what if you have a refraction coefficient of 0.99, for example? Right? That means that there would have to be so much refraction that the Earth would just basically look flat, and the radius would have to be, I don't know, 25, 35, 50 times bigger for that observation to work on a
It would
globe.
appear to be. Yeah, it would appear to be, is what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, but there's no actual tests, right? There's no validation that the meteorological conditions exist anywhere ever in reality for that type of refraction to be possible. But that's how much refraction we need for these observations to work on a globe.
It's not true. You just did math wrong.
No, I'm using Walter Bisland's calculator. I'm doing the math. So what if the math was correct? Let's just say that my math was correct. Would that
Then
be a
we'd have
problem?
then yes, it would be a problem if your math were correct, but your math isn't correct, so it's not a problem.
But you haven't seen the math.
I know, because you don't have it.
Yeah, I do.
You never share it. Yeah, share it with us.
All right. Okay, so here's the basic math just to get us started. Okay, so in this observation, we have a windmill that's 11.2 miles in the distance, and we have an observation height of 3.54. All right, so here's a small clip of the observation. Right, obviously this is all from a full-length high-definition video. Okay, so we can put this into Walter Bisland's Earth curvature calculator, and for this to be possible on a globe, we're going to have to slide the refraction slider up to 0.996, I think it is, for this to work on a globe. Okay, that means that the radius, right, the K factor, which is different than the refraction coefficient, the K factor would have to be 25, which means that the radius would have to be 25 times larger of the globe for this to work on a globe, except what we see is nice crystal clear conditions. We don't see any miraging effects. We don't see any superior, inferior miraging, anything like that. And then he goes back on different days, many, many different days actually, and he repeats the observation and he gets the same results, in being that we can see the bases of the windmills touching the surface of the water. All right, so the math for this is that this is 2,400%, I believe, that we can see too far. 2,400%.
Okay. So why is that a problem?
Standard refraction is 16%.
Okay, obviously it's not a standard refraction day, so what's the problem?
Well, there's no evidence that exists that this type of refraction is possible.
Well, you're looking at it. This is the evidence. You presented the evidence right here.
This is a flat Earth, okay, and there's no evidence that this type of refraction is possible to exist on a globe.
What evidence would you require?
What you said. How do you account for refraction? You would need temperature and pressure, vertical temperature and pressure readings vertically between point A and point B to show that the meteorological conditions for this type of refraction are possible. But if you look into it, you'll find that this type of refraction would be considered extreme ducting. Okay, and you can only have that with radio waves. You can't have that with visible light because of the wavelengths. Okay, and the speed that the light travels, you get destruction. According to the mainstream literature, you get heavy destruction. So if you have this type of refraction, this level of refraction, it's considered like beyond extreme refraction. So you would have, everything would be chaotic in the distance. You would have mirroring, you would have Fata Morgana, you would have upside down inverted images, that kind of thing.
Who considers it beyond, but you said you got a word, I forgot, beyond something. Who considers it beyond possible?
All of the literature.
Really? So you think you think the people who wrote whatever you read would agree with you that this is not possible?
Well, Walter Bisland says that for this refractive index, that it would just make the Earth just appear completely flat.
Okay, but do you think that the people who wrote whatever it is you read would agree with your interpretation of what they wrote?
Well, okay, so you can You've never read any of it, clearly. So
know.
look, this is my challenge. This is my challenge. Okay, so do you have one observation throughout all of history where they've accounted for refraction and validated that meteorologically this condition is possible on a globe, on a curved surface, small scale, big scale?
We see your pictures right here. This shows you that it can happen.
Okay,
bro, that's not what he asked.
Is that your evidence?
We know the world's a globe. We know
because
that. That's the starting point.
We don't. Because it looks so flat, you know it's a globe.
No, we know it's a globe because we know the distance between every point on it. And that distance,
no, we don't.
those
they
distances.
Don't. They do
yes,
not.
we do. Yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
Don't let him shift the goalpost.
No, they
no, that's how we know the world.
Now
that's how we know that it's a
He's
globe.
trying to shift the goalpost.
Scott, nobody accounts for refraction. Nobody does. They just fudge the numbers to make the observations match their bias, like you're doing right now, but except you're not even fudging the numbers. You're just saying, just go with whatever is necessary in order to make the Earth a globe after it's already been looking and measuring flat.
Okay, so we have two options here, right? We can look at these pictures, and we go with one or the other, right? We have to either look at the picture and say, okay, explain how this works on a globe, or assume that this is disproving the globe, right?
No, there is no explaining it on a globe. There is no explaining it on a globe. No, there is not. No, there isn't.
Yeah, but all right. If you want to ignore the explanation, it's fine.
Yeah, explanations don't mean anything if you can't back up the explanation.
This is something your globe model doesn't predict and can't explain.
Sure it does. Just because you
no,
guys
it doesn't.
don't.
It never it's never predicted this. It's always predicted, right? Horizon distance of no more than about 15% greater than it would appear to be if the Earth was the size they claim.
It's just not true, man.
Yeah. 15% maximum they'll give you with your refraction, bro. That's
Who's
it.
they? Who's they in that statement?
The meteorological experts, the refraction experts.
So you think if we
the
get
light experts?
So we think if you got whatever
your geographers, your surveyors,
I'll ask you the same
all
question
them guys.
I
They're saying that no, you don't make these kind of observations. You just don't. The conditions are never. The conditions that they're necessary for these types of observations don't exist if it's refraction that's causing it.
Can you find me one of those people so I can talk to them? Because I don't think they'll agree with you.
Cool, and then we could ask them to present empirical data that backs up their claim that this would be possible on a globe, and then they're going to say, "Nah," like you're saying, "Nah."
Well, what is your evidence that it's not possible on a globe?
The evidence that it's not possible on a globe is there's no evidence of it being possible of a globe, and there's no evidence of the globe to begin with in the first place.
There's all kinds of evidence of the globe to begin with the first place.
Yeah, why should we give you draw cards when you haven't presented evidence of the Earth being a globe in the first place? You've just declared it's the case.
You guys
You've
are the
just
ones.
said, we know it is. You haven't provided any evidence that it is.
Well, you put forth a picture and you said this is not possible in our model or in the standard model.
Because of their understanding of the way light behaves and the atmosphere, their understanding of the way the atmosphere is distributed and the changes that occur, right, with temperature and moisture and humidity, right, air density, right. They've never measured it to be under the conditions necessary to create the type of effect that you see in those images.
How do you know that?
Because we've looked into this, bro.
But you haven't really, right?
Well, you haven't.
I know I haven't.
Well, you'd understand that that's the case. That it's such the case that they use a standard refraction value of 7/6R, which only increases your horizon distance by 0.1 mile.
Yeah, but every one of those people who say that understand that's the reason they call it standard refraction, because sometimes the refraction is actually different from it, right?
Yeah, you don't get right. They didn't get it from measuring. measuring air conditions. They didn't get it from meteorological conditions.
Where they get it from?
They
Them?
didn't. From surveyors' observations.
And those same surveyors would tell you that the Earth's a globe, right? Those very same surveyors.
Yeah, they believe it is, but they don't measure it to be one.
Well, so what you're telling me is the people who are doing these measurements don't know what they're doing?
They're just following
No,
the
they
textbook.
believe it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they're following the textbook that taught them that when you do an observation, the Earth's going to look a bit too flat. So we have to assume there's downward bending light, and that's going to make it a little bit more bendy. If you just guess some refraction, okay, we can use 7/6R for that.
Yeah, and for 7/6R to be the standard average, right? That doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room.
What do you
Doesn't
mean?
exist anywhere.
Wiggle room
I
for what?
guarantee you wouldn't even be able to show me a single observation where 7/6R works.
What do you mean?
So if you go out to a large body of water, for example, you won't be able to show me a single observation where you can apply 7/6R and the horizon is at the distance that it should be on a globe with refraction accounted for, which they call standard refraction. It doesn't exist.
How do you know it doesn't exist?
Because I've been asking globe earthers for the last 8 years to provide it. I've gone out and tested the Earth myself. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of other tests, and I've never seen anything even close to 7/6R horizon.
What test did you do?
I've done about 20 different tests over Lake Macquarie in New South Wales in Australia. And yeah, so we had a 16-kilometer stretch across the lake. I lived on the lake. I had a boat. And I was able to do my own observations in all different weather conditions to test it out for myself. Okay,
So
because
why you
I'd
guys
seen
always...
all of... What?
Go ahead, sorry. Just wondering why you always do these observations over water.
Because it's level.
There's lots of other ways you can determine whether something's level, right?
Okay, how?
You can just take two theodolites or two total stations and point them at each other, correct?
That's not going to mean that the elevations are level.
Why not? If you have one that's a zero elevation that's pointing at another one, that you're seeing, okay, I got theodolite A, and I pointed at theodolite B, and I'm reading the elevation gain on that one, and that is 0 degrees elevation. We got to say that's the same level, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you'd have to find a place that has the same level.
No, you can raise and lower the theodolite, correct?
Right, but it would have to be roughly the same, and then you'd have to account for atmospheric refraction, right?
Not so much if you're not going over water, right? 'Cause you don't have that many change in temperatures. You can do from hilltop to hilltop, right? And you have very little refraction at that elevation.
Well, no, actually, you'll have more refraction to account for because you'll have
so?
the ground because the sun heats up the ground more than the sun heats up the water. So the ground's going to get hot, okay, and it's going to make a warm layer of air just above the surface of the ground, okay, and then it's going to get cooler as you go up from the ground, and that's going to cause the light.
Do it from hilltop to hilltop. Then
It'll be worse.
It's the same thing's going to happen hilltop to hilltop.
No,
because does it get colder as you go up higher?
Yeah, no, but it's the same cold all the way across.
No. It gets colder as you go up in altitude.
What? So?
It's also turbulence.
So what did you say controls the optical? What did you say controls the optical density?
Changes in temperature.
Right. So it gets colder as you go upward, right? So you're going to have
but the temperature is consistent across the entire distance.
Right, but it's about the vertical refractive index, isn't it? Not the horizontal.
Yeah, but if the path of light is going through the same temperature the entire distance from point A to point B, there is no refraction.
No, it's not the same temperature from point A to point B, is it?
But
it's
it is.
Changing.
Why wouldn't it be?
No, it's going through a gradient.
Why?
Well, why would it be different when you're closer to the water? Why would it be different over water then?
Because the water is cold and it's making the air near it colder.
What if
And
the
as you
water's
move up, it's getting warmer.
the water isn't always colder than the air? You didn't know that?
Well, then you'll get less refraction then.
Really?
But the question is, why don't you guys just go hilltop to hilltop, right, and point two theodolites at each other and see what you see?
Yeah, we've got observations from even higher than that. Okay, so we
Okay,
got
so-
Mount Canigou, we got Peak Gaspard. We can
But
see
are you
things that
point-
should be hidden by a huge amount behind the curvature
Once
of the Earth.
again,
In fact, we've got observations using infrared from planes where we can see things that should be 10 miles below the curvature of the Earth.
But why don't you just go at a hilltop to
How
hilltop
high?
and
Well,
point
you
two
said why don't we
theodolites
go
at each
higher?
other?
We got all different heights, right? I can go anywhere from 3 inches. I got observations from 3 inches all the way up to 35,000 feet. Which one do you want?
What observations do you have?
And you pick what height you want, and I've got one probably close to that height.
Have you got anywhere you point two theodolites at each other?
Yeah. We've got observations where we point theodolites at each other.
Okay. What did you do when you read those? What data points did you write down?
I'd have to look over them.
Okay.
But yeah, J Tolan's got a whole bunch of those. But once
Okay.
again, you think pointing theodolites at each other, you don't have to account for refraction anymore?
Much less, yes.
Okay.
And here's the interesting thing. Refraction would tend to flatten out that picture and you still get a curve.
No, you don't get a curve. You don't get a curve.
do.
No, don't lie.
do.
You don't get a curve. You get a change in
You-
angle. They're measuring
you-
angles with theodolites. Measuring
you-
angles with theodolites.
Yes, I know. And you get two
Okay, so
verticals.
then you're going to go ahead and interpret any change in angle
Yes.
relationship as being the result of a curve. That is not measuring curve.
No, what you're measuring is two verticals that are not parallel to each other.
Right. So can you
it's
show
not.
can you show a single one of these reciprocal zenith theodolite observations where they have actually accounted for refraction to the standard that you dictated earlier by measuring
would
the
they-
vertical temperature gradient between point A and point B? You said you would just use thermometers, right?
No, I don't have those.
Okay, cool. So
But you understand though that
can't back your claim up then.
But do you understand that the reciprocal zenith angle argument, that any refraction would make that number less, which would make the Earth seem flatter, and the fact that we're getting one at all shows there must be a curve. Those verticals must not be parallel. Okay,
Incorrect.
How is that
Because
incorrect?
because like you said, light will deviate or bend, as you said, towards the...
Bend downwards.
No, why would it bend downwards? Do you not
Because
think
that's what it does.
Okay, so is it the cold air or the warm air that has the higher optical density?
The cold air.
Okay, so does it get colder as you go up higher?
Yes.
So what happens? Yeah, right. So the light would bend upward then.
No, incorrect.
Really? So did you notice the contradiction that you just made then? So you just said this is what you said.
I didn't notice that I didn't make one.
Just a quick recap. So you just said that the light would bend towards the cold air. Okay, and then you said the cold air is up higher. And then I said, okay, that would mean the light would bend upward. And then you said, no, it wouldn't. And you don't see the contradiction there.
Because it's not a contradiction. It's just a misunderstanding that you have.
Okay, so does light bend towards the cold air?
It bends towards the denser air, yes.
Which is the colder air?
The colder air that's created at lower levels, not because of elevation changes.
No.
It's
Wherever
created,
the cold,
no. So see, here's the difference, right? The cold air we're talking about is colder despite the fact that it's lower in the atmosphere, and therefore, as far as experiencing the same pressures. But it's cooled by the lake. And see, this is what you don't understand. You think cold air is cold air is cold air, and it's not.
Yeah. So what if so what if we know the temperature of the water compared to the temperature of the air, and the temperature of the water is warmer than the temperature of the air?
then there's a chance that you'll have very, very low refraction.
Well, actually, it would be a negative refraction coefficient, wouldn't it? The horizon should be even
Not
closer
necessarily.
because, well, the light would bend upward, wouldn't it? Because it would be
Not
warmer down
necessarily.
lower and cooler up higher.
It could if you have it significantly hotter.
Do you know what sinking refraction is?
Yes.
Can you define it in basic terms?
It's when the object appears lower than it really is.
And that's because the light would be bending upward, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And you get that around hot surfaces like, deserts and hot asphalt. Yeah.
Yeah, or if you just had cooler air up higher and warmer air down lower.
No. That's not true.
Okay, so how come hot surfaces would cause it then?
Because it's the surface and not the difference in just the air temperature.
And why would the hot surface have any effect on it?
Because the surface that it's next to is significantly hotter than the air above it. And you don't get that at higher altitudes. I mean, the air above it is pretty much the same temperature as the air below it.
Pretty sure it gets cooler as you go up in altitude, right?
Sure.
Okay, so
how much of that difference is the light passing through?
Okay, it's enough to. Okay, so according to Andrew Thomas Young, just a very slight change in the refractive index of the air can cause drastic effects over long distances. So if you have slightly warmer air down lower and slightly cooler air up higher, you're going to get drastic effects off in the distance in regards to upward refraction, which causes sinking.
What do you mean by drastic differences?
Okay, well,
you put a number to that?
No, it really depends. It really depends on the distance. What the distance? Okay, like for example, if I get a laser beam and then I hold a hot iron and I move it close to the laser beam's going to bend away from the hot iron towards the cooler air. So if I shine that laser beam at a wall that's 10 meters away, it's only going to deviate a little bit. But if that wall is now 10 miles away, that little deviation is going to add up to a huge amount. So the distance makes a huge difference. And then also the temperature of the iron and the temperature of the cool air. So it's not something that you can just throw a number at. It really depends on a whole bunch of different factors.
So where's the hot iron in the hilltop to hilltop?
Well, okay, so that's a drastic effect. Okay, so you only need slightly warmer air, right? Like for example, I can show you an observation where we have a flat floor. Actually, I'll bring it up in the site. Right, so I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about.
I've seen your floor things. Can you show me how this works hilltop to hilltop? How does that have any
Yeah, it's the same thing.
To the hilltop to hilltop?
Right, so we have slightly warmer air lower. Who's doing that?
Aria Santos.
Yeah, Santos.
Delicious. Just a sec. Right, so all right, 1 sec. Sorry, I just had to ban that person. All right, here's a test. All right, so all they do in this, right, it's not like they're heating up the floor with the sun or something like that. All they did was let some cooler air into the room. And then all of a sudden, it looks like the red light disappears behind a horizon.
Yep.
And it looks like the blocks that were flat across the floor all of a sudden look like they're bending downwards over a horizon that was created on a flat surface.
Yep.
Okay, this is just if you have a look, they actually have a temperature gauge there, and they measure the vertical temperature gradient 4 times as you're going up. And you can see it's just a slight change in the temperature to cause something to look like it's dipping down in the distance. So if you're doing a reciprocal zenith angle measurement, it could just be something as small as this small gradient, right? Warm to cool, that causes something to look like it's dipping down a little bit. So that would be something that should be taken into account. Like they took it into account here in this test and actually set up and actually accounted for refraction, measured for refraction in the way that you said that you should measure for refraction. I mean, obviously it's not perfect, but it's better than what I see any globe earthers doing or surveyors doing in these tests.
Oh, so you're saying the surveyors don't know what they're doing then?
I'm saying that the surveyors guess refraction by just doing, they just assume that light's bending downward because that's what they got taught to assume. And they don't have any idea what's actually going on with the refractive index over the observation. And the Earth obviously looks too flat, so they just have to try to make it a little bit more curved by saying that the light's bending downward, which they don't have any empirical evidence for. In fact, this is my challenge to globe earthers recently. I have tons and tons of observations of lasers over large bodies of water bending upward, right? Here's one example. And this seems to be what happens. Either the light goes straight or it bends upward. Now, I'm sure maybe sometimes it could bend downward, but they say that light always bends downward, or it's very rare for it to bend upward, but I can only ever find lasers bending upward. So if any globe earthers can find me a long distance observation like this with a laser and the laser's bending downward, it would be a first. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's definitely not the norm. What the norm seems to be is upward refraction. The opposite of what the globe needs.
So you think you would see the bending of light if it was refracted?
Well, see how you can see the laser bending up?
Yeah, I don't know what that picture is of.
It's a laser. It's a green laser beam over a body of water, and it's bending up.
There's no way a laser's bending that much.
Yeah, why is it bending that much?
Oh yeah.
There's just no possible way a beam of light is bending that much.
Yeah,
No way.
absolutely. Okay, so if you zoom in closely,
there's no way Pontchartrain's bending that much then.
Yeah, so it is bending that much
All right.
because what we have on the other side of the lake is an inferior mirage, right? Because it's colder over the water, and then all of a sudden it gets to warmer ground, and the light deviates upward. In fact, this is a mild one. I can show you Fatima.
That's 20 degrees. You're not going to bend light 20 degrees, man.
Yeah.
So-
I'll show you an even more extreme one.
It's just not happening. You cannot bend light 20
Okay, so
degrees in
it's-
atmosphere.
Yeah, there's tons and tons of examples. I have tons of screenshots of lasers bending upward.
It's AI.
Right, but
It's just like, no, you don't.
yeah, you do.
Someone's lying to you, man.
No, I've got tons of screenshots of this happening, and if you watch the laser tests videos, you see this happening quite often, but you're never going to see it bending downward.
Well, what do you think?
This is what you claim, right?
Okay, where does this light bend? Let's look at this picture. Where does this light bend?
All right, so it bends when it starts to get over to the distant shoreline, where obviously the ground is much warmer than the air, so the light starts to bend upward once it gets over to that point.
And so you see what I'm seeing, right? Where it looks pretty straight, from what we can tell with our naked eye.
Yep.
It's straight almost all the way across the water until it gets to the end where it shifts up like 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's called an inferior mirage.
And you think that's possible?
Yeah, of course it's possible. There's
Wow.
tons of footage. There's tons of footage of this. Okay, because you have a very drastic change in the refractive index, the light's going to drastically deviate upward towards the more dense medium. Look, that's what causes an inferior mirage in the distance, right? So look at, let's say you're looking down a road and you see what looks like a mirroring effect, which looks like water on the road in the distance. That's because the light is deviating upward. Okay, the hot ground's causing a warm layer of air above the surface. And then as the light's making its way back to you, it's deviating upward. It's bending upward, and it's going in such a deviate. Look, this is according to how it works in the mainstream.
Can you say that again? As the light's making its way back to me?
Yeah, the light's bouncing off the object and it's coming back to the
Okay.
to the
Yeah.
observer.
All right.
Right. So as it's coming back to you, it's going to be deviating towards where the refractive index is higher, which is going to be the cooler air. So when you have an inferior mirage, it takes like a
What
drastic
is that
deviate.
refractive? Yes, I agree. What does the refractive index change in this picture you sent me?
I don't know the exact. You're not going to be able to calculate the exact refractive index change.
Do you know it's required to get a 20-degree shift or a 20-degree deviation?
Well, basically, any inferior mirage will cause that to happen. So what's going to happen
How many
is
degrees?
well, you haven't calculated how many degrees you're just guessing
I'm
20.
looking at it. Yeah, I'm guessing.
Okay. Yeah, so look at any diagram. So if you could do it right now, just go to Google and type in diagram of inferior mirage, and you're going to see the ray tracing estimation, and you're going to see it deviating upward like crazy, because what happens is it deviates up over the top of your head, and that's why you see a reflection of whatever's in the background, because you can't see that light because it's gone up into the vanishing zone over the top of your head. And that's why
Vanishing zone over the top of my head?
Yes, you're not going to be able to. Well, the vanishing zone's in the distance because the light that's coming from that vanishing zone is going over the top of the optical device. This is how all of the literature explains how inferior mirages work, by the way. It's not some flat earther thing.
Do you think they would agree that this picture you showed me could happen? The people who wrote that literature?
Yeah, absolutely. I can show you much
All
more
right.
extreme versions of this. I can show you a Fata Morgana with a laser if you want to see it. Do you want to see a Fata Morgana with a laser?
Sure, why not? It's interesting to see what you guys find convincing, though. Interesting.
Well, this is...
It sure is, Scott, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious what kind of laser this is that can hold such a tight beam for that distance. How much power does that thing have to have in order to be so clear?
Well, I
Because in
can
this
show you
picture, that laser beam is clear, right?
It's probably just a 5-watt, so you can just use a 5-watt laser. I've got an 8K image that was taken with a rectilinear lens of a 6-mile laser transit where the beam hardly diverges at all, and we can see the entire 6-mile laser transit, and it actually bends upward as well. I can post that image. It's the raw image straight out of the camera. Same guy that did the Fata Morgana with the laser. So just give me a sec. I'll just...
You post the videos of these? Because it looks like it's from a video, right?
Yep.
Interesting to see the video of this. According to this, it looks like it's in the tree.
Yeah, if you have a look closely along the shoreline, you can see the inferior mirage. You can see all the mirroring. You can see like a textbook inferior mirage.
Did you post something? I'm not
So
seeing
in the
anything.
image that you're talking about with the laser bending up, the one you say is 20 degrees, you can see an inferior mirage on the shoreline there, across the whole shoreline. All right, so this isn't the raw image. I'll post the raw image in a second, but it doesn't have a screenshot because it's a NEF. Okay, so this is a 6-mile. This is a 6-mile laser transit, and yeah, it hardly diverges at all over that distance. And I'll post the video it's from, and I can even try to tag the guy that filmed. This is from a documentary. All right, so I've tagged him. We'll see if he pops in. He's from Alaska. Not sure what time it is there. All right, so this is an 8K image. He's using a $1,200 rectilinear lens that has one of the smallest distortion rates out of all of the lenses that you can get, and the laser is actually above the center of the frame. And if you squish the image horizontally, it's an 8K image, so you can squish it pretty well, and you'll see that the laser over the 6 mile distance is actually bending upward, and he's able to hit the target 3 foot to 3 foot over the 6 mile, which would be impossible on a globe having the upward refraction. And it's from a documentary called The Abomination of Desolation, which I'll post in a second.
Well, that would be impossible on a flat Earth too, have an upward refraction.
No, it just means that you have to have a slightly warmer surface air and slightly cooler air above it, right? Just like in the Sky Free test that I showed you on a flat floor. So if it would be impossible on a flat floor, right? Why would it be impossible on a flat Earth if it's possible on a flat floor?
Well, if you go 3 feet to 3 feet, as you say, you can't have any deviation at all, right?
Right, it's just a slight amount of deviation upward.
No, you can't have any. Zero.
Why?
If you're 3 feet to 3 feet. Oh, you're saying it's like a foot? Are you saying it's a foot in the middle? It goes drops and then goes back up to 3 feet?
It's just spotting the laser beam at 6 miles away from 3 feet. That's all. Obviously, there's a little bit of beam divergence, but you can see in the image there, if you have a look at it, that there's hardly any.
Do you guys have any idea why you use laser beams in this stuff?
Yeah, because they are something that is able to have a concentrated beam of light over a long distance.
Oh, but you can turn on a headlight on a car, right? You can see it 6 miles away, right?
Well, no, and you shouldn't be able to if the Earth's a globe.
Right, but you could, right, at a straight shot.
No, over 6 miles you would have 15 foot of curvature.
No. If the headlight was high enough, right, you could see the headlight from 6 miles away, right? It shines that far.
I guess so. I'm not sure. I've never tried that.
So why do you use laser beams rather than flashlights?
Well, you know that it's not just laser beams, though. So why would you ask that?
I'm just wondering because there are all these tests.
You heard DJ. You're just wondering, and you heard DJ talk about mirror flash tests and all types of others. So it's not just lasers. You know.
So sometimes, Scott, we want to do it over 40 kilometers, right? Not just 20 something, like not just 6 miles, right? We've got tests that have been done. Actually, I think we've got 36-mile laser tests.
Why use a laser? Why not just use a bright light?
Well, I can show you them with a bright light as well. I've got a great one that shits all over Jaren's torch thing, where we've got a 13.7 mile distance where we can see the torch from 5 foot height to 5 foot height from 13.7 miles away. So yeah, we can use different types of lights. We could use mirrors to do mirror flashes as well. There's different. We could use radio signals. A lot of these have been done, but lasers are good because you can get a good visual on the laser.
Well, you can see the light. You see the light, right? The same thing.
Okay, so yeah, I can show you one with a torch. I can show you one with a laser. Yeah, cool. None of them should be able to be seen with the amount of curvature that should be blocking them.
Well, if you ignore refraction.
No, we're not ignoring refraction. I'm asking you to show us a single test that shows that this level of so-called refraction would be possible.
The fact that you can see the light. You're showing that it is possible.
Right, but there's no sign of the Earth curvature that you're talking about, or the globe. So your argument would be, we know it's a globe because it looks so flat.
No, we know it's a globe because we see it in reciprocal zenith angles every time we do them.
Okay, so show me one reciprocal zenith angle test where they've accounted for the atmospheric conditions.
So you're saying at every one of these tests there's upward refraction? Every last one of them?
In which tests?
All of them.
I'm saying that, well, no, I don't think all of the tests show things to be dropping in the distance.
No, it's not dropping in the distance. That's not reciprocal anything on test to do, right? They
Yeah,
just
you would
show
have
you
to
that.
you would have to angle the theodolites downward for them to be able to see each other, and that would be because the plums would not be parallel.
Yes.
And that would yeah, right. So that you would have to tilt down the theodolites to get that line of sight.
Well, they just add to greater than 180, right?
Right, but you would have to tilt down the theodolite. Both of the theodolites would have to be tilted down.
So when every measure of reciprocal zenith angles is greater than 180, what do you do with that data?
We question it. We say, did you account
Why?
for the natural atmospheric conditions?
But why do you question it?
Because atmospheric refraction is something that exists.
Why don't you accept that it's a thing that's real and try to understand everything that derives from that?
Do you think that atmospheric refraction is real?
It is, but I think it bends light downwards.
Okay, so what makes you so okay, so where is that laser bending downward? That was my challenge. Show me the laser bending downward, or show me the vertical temperature gradients that have been measured, where you've measured and accounted for the refraction, and so you've got the meteorological conditions that match up with the globe. You don't have that. You guys just guess the refraction. You guess that it's bending down.
The amount of atmospheric refraction that is happening, you cannot see.
How do you know that?
Because it's in the arc seconds. You cannot see arc seconds bend. You cannot see that with the naked eye.
This is the thing. Okay, so but look, this is the thing. I can shoot a laser over a lake that's 21 miles across from 5 foot to 5 foot. The amount of refraction that would have to be there for that to work on a globe would
There's a few arc seconds.
It's 293 foot. It's a skyscraper.
It's a few arc seconds.
It's 293 foot, dude.
You're measuring refraction wrong. Nobody measures refraction in length. It's angle.
Refraction's not measured in angle. It's measured
Sure
in the refraction. No, it's measured in the refractive index.
It's a measure in how many degrees
interferometer, or you would use a refractometer, or you could do temperature, pressure. Dude, you don't clearly you haven't done
refraction is measured in how much the beam refracts, right? How much the angle changes.
Yep.
That's
and
an angle.
How would you measure that? And how would you know the angle?
Well, see, because here's the thing. Because there actually is a skyscraper worth of, well, in his mind, because he's a globe believer, of obstruction between point A and point B, or the target, and him saying, well, that's a few arc seconds. Well, how does something beyond that? I mean, how do you prove that though? You're saying, well, the observation itself is proving that.
Well, how did the people who looked to prove it prove it? Yeah, pretty much they understood and they measured the Earth 1,000 ways from Sunday.
You're not even answering what
I'm asking.
Whatever.
I'm answering the question. I'm answering your question. How do they know that there's refraction in order to see a building? That's the question, right?
Yep.
Because they know where that building must be, and they know where it appears to be, and they come up with an explanation why it's not where it should be. And that's the refraction.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's not really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, obviously, like, I've never seen anything beyond anything physical that I know is physically somewhere. Like, for example, if the hospital was across the street from me, I just look across the street, the obstruction of the hospital is there. Never in any instance is it something else for me to experience that and then say, okay, well, sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that. So when we're looking at a torch or a laser or whatever across whatever length of distance over a lake. And we're talking about a skyscraper worth of obstruction. I mean, taller than a lot of hospitals, even. You're talking about not seeing the hospital worth of obstruction and just seeing the thing itself. When we've never, there's no way to justify that.
Sure, there is refraction.
Just say it. Just say refraction, and then it's fine, and it's a globe.
Well, when every other thing points to the globe, yeah, it's the best.
Nothing else does.
What's the
No,
best
there is
answer?
nothing points to it.
Sure, it does. We know how far it is from Sydney to.
No.
Yeah. We know how far it is from Sydney to Santiago. We know that. There's planes that fly there every day.
So?
Yeah,
So
they
what?
change by hours. The flight times change by hours. How do you know the exact distance?
Because people have figured it out.
No, but that would be comparing it to an already existing idea of a model or of a sized Earth. You don't have that yet. You have to demonstrate how you get that in order to be able to say, oh, well, that's why it's that distance between here and there, and these contents are in relation to the blah, blah, blah. Right? You don't have the globe yet.
We do.
How does a
You
distance
don't.
between 2 points tell you the Earth is a globe?
The globe is all we got.
How does a distance between 2 points tell you the Earth is a globe? You've got two points on the surface of the Earth. There's a distance between them. Whether you've verified that distance or not, how does it tell you the Earth is a globe?
Because we are capable of making models of things. And there's only one surface on which this model
all you have
works.
is those 2 points at this point, Scott. You have 2 points on the Earth's surface. You claim there's a distance between them and a travel time. How does that inform you of the Earth's shape and size?
We know the distance between hundreds, thousands of points.
No. You made an example of one case between 2 points, and you said that tells you.
Okay, so both Santiago and Sydney have to be on a surface, right? Do we agree?
Obviously.
They are physical things on a physical place on the Earth. And we should be able to, as fully grown adults, be able to draw a map, a scale map, of how far those points are from each other, right? We should be able to fit those on a piece of paper or on some object in which we can put all those points in the proper distance from each other, correct? We should be able to do that, right?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
How? Okay,
Do you think we're not
explain
capable
how.
of it? Do you think we're not capable of doing that?
Yeah, you're not able to accurately measure over that distance. You don't have a measuring tool that's accurate over that distance. A plane is not a measuring tool. A boat is not a measuring tool.
I know,
You can
I know.
estimate it. You can average it out based on flight
know.
times and taking jet streams into account and that kind of thing, but you're not going
I
to be
agree.
able to know the exact distance. You can get a
That's
rough
why-
estimate.
Yes. That's why nobody measured the distances by flight times. Nobody did that. That'd be stupid. They agree with you. We agree with you. You measure the distances in better ways, and then you calculate flight times based on that known distance. Make sense?
Yeah, but you're not going to know the exact distance because it varies by so much each time. So yeah, you can get a rough idea.
Wait, what? The distance doesn't vary at all. The flight times vary.
That's what I meant.
Yes, but they're not calculating distance by flight times. That would be stupid. We agree.
All right,
Because the
so how
flight times vary.
how are you calculating any of those distance in the first place?
Oh, probably by celestial navigation kind of techniques.
Okay,
Where they measure angles of elevations to common stars, and they can figure out how far 2 points are from each other based on the differences in angles of elevation between them. It's pretty easy.
Right. Well, that's the same. So his claim is actually, well, we know how much refraction there is in any observation because we already know it's a globe because of insert what he just said.
That has nothing to
He's
do with the distance between
so
Santiago and Sydney, right? That's completely
no.
different topic.
What I'm saying is what your reasoning behind explaining away everything else. So in this case, that's why you said, why do you think we know the distance between Santiago and such and such? Not because a flight proves it, but you're saying that we already know the distances. It has
No,
nothing to do with the
no,
flight, actually.
no. At one point, they
So
did
what?
not know the distance. At one point, they did not know Cindy,
No,
Sydney
but
existed.
what I'm saying is you're saying it's not the flight that proves it. Like it's already a
Correct.
measurement. That's how they.
Correct.
Yeah. So I am. So then why is there pushback?
On what?
Well, you're saying correct now, but when I was making my point, you were stopping me.
Okay, make the point again, and I won't stop you. I don't understand what you're trying to say, I guess.
Right. So ultimately, yeah, if it's not why what was the point of you bringing the distance between these two places up? How would you actually validate those distances? It's not by plane flight. So how would you?
How would I validate the distance? I wouldn't.
Well, you're the
I
one that's
personally wouldn't.
saying we know the distance between point A and point B. How do you know
Yeah, because
that?
other people have done that work for me, so I don't have to redo it.
No.
Lots of things I don't have to redo.
It feels so sweet when I
Why is that?
know these.
Why is that funny to you? I mean, I'm just curious.
No, it's not
Genuinely
funny. It
curious.
feels so sweet. The silence followed by the other people who've done it lets me know that you don't really have anything else to say.
Well, yeah, I know, because other
Because you
people have
know,
done it.
because you set out to say, "Hey, we know these distances." I'm asking you how, and you know that you
Well, I
don't know.
told you how. One of the ways they did it was they would measure based off the stars. That's how they did it. One of the ways. Do you not believe they could do that? Yeah? No? Maybe?
Do you?
Can we not figure out the distances between 2 points on this Earth based on celestial navigation techniques? Yes or no?
Or marine? Are we talking mariners or land?
No, we can do celestial navigation on land. It doesn't have to be on water. It's actually easier on land. Because we can get much more accurate readings on land because we can use something like just like a theodolite and point at the star and know the exact angle of elevation to it.
Do you own a theodolite, Scott?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So why do you keep saying we in all of these measurements regarding
It's a
theodolites and sextants?
it's a form of speech that's common among English speakers.
Well, you should stop. You've never actually used those.
Okay, so should I say they? It would be better if I
That would
said
be
they,
more
'cause I can do
appropriate.
that.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So they have used these satellites to figure out the distance between places, and they have pretty much mapped out this entire world. So they can tell us the difference
Who is
between
they?
any two. Can I name the actual people who've done this? No, I can't. No.
So people you don't know their names using tools that you've
Correct.
never used yourself.
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
that's
They're
correct.
using planar geometry?
But what's the problem you have with? Are they using planar? No, they would not use planar. That'd be silly.
Yeah, they do. They use planar geometry.
How do you know?
Because that's what surveyors use.
How do you know?
Because I've looked into it. The first fundamental thing that they teach surveyors is establishing a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, no. How do they do that?
Through theodolites.
And what does a theodolite
And
use to
before
determine
they had
horizontal
theodolites,
baseline?
they'd use other methodologies.
Yeah, yeah. And what does the theodolite use to determine horizontal baseline?
Sorry, say again?
What does a theodolite use to determine a horizontal baseline?
Well, they'll use a bubble level or other means, maybe plumb bobs.
And what does the plumb bob use to determine a horizontal baseline?
Vertical.
Yeah. So it all goes off vertical, doesn't it?
And horizontal. They have an intrinsic relationship to one another.
Yes,
They
but
have an
horizontal.
intrinsic relationship to one another.
Yes, but horizontal is the
Yeah, well,
secondary measurement, right?
despite the
Nobody ever
methodology
measures
for
horizontal,
establishing
do
a
they?
horizontal plane of reference, they're going to be using a horizontal plane of reference. Planar geometry. Verticals are plane. Horizontals are plane. It's
Vertical's
planar.
not a
It's
plane.
angles.
Vertical's a line.
That's why they're using plane. If they're measuring angles, they're using planes.
Not necessarily, no.
Yes, necessarily.
No, you're just
Yes. If
misunderstanding
they're
this.
measuring angles, they're getting an amount of degrees between two intersecting planes.
Lines. They need lines for
Or
angles.
lines or planes.
No, it's not the same thing.
Yes, it is the same thing.
No, lines are not planes.
Yes, they are.
This is for,
Yes, they
ninth
are.
grade
Well,
geometry,
if we're
man.
talking about in context, they're synonymous. Yes, they are.
Why do okay. How does that help you? how does
The
that
bottom
help?
line is, how does it help you saying something isn't what it is?
Okay, how
Let's
does that
start
help
there.
us understand anything? Okay, let's say lines and planes are the same thing.
How does denying something that's obviously true, how does that help?
Oh, you guys focus on the silliest stuff.
Right. So, yeah. So, as I looked up here, surveyors do use planar geometry.
Do what?
Where the Earth is, yes,
To do
surveyors
what?
do use planar geometry.
To do what?
Stop interrupting me, please.
Okay.
So, yes, surveyors do use planar geometry, especially in plane surveying. So, to do plane surveying, where the Earth is treated as flat over small areas. So, Euclidean geometry and trigonometry work well. So, a common rule of thumb is that plane surveying is used for small areas, often cited as roughly under 250 kilometers squared. So, I mean, a thing that would help the conversation go smoother is not denying what Homeboy's saying.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What do you think every surveyor has to do when they take the azimuth angles between three different points, and some of those azimuth angles always add up to more than 180?
Are they doing that with small areas?
Yeah, they always add up to more than 180 every last time they ever do this.
In small areas?
Yeah.
So they're using trigonometry, and you're telling me the trigonometry doesn't work?
Well, what do you
How does
do
that
when
work?
they're?
Tell me.
What are you doing?
No,
What are you
show
doing
me
there?
that what you're saying is the case, because here I'm seeing that they use trigonometry, and it's quite useful for areas under, I guess, 250 kilometers squared. So, that being the case, you show me how they can't be using trigonometry
Who said they don't use
in
trigonometry?
that context.
What trigonometry are they using according to what you're reading? What are
Well,
they
just
actually
show me.
doing?
Well, just show
What are
me.
they doing? You said they're
Well,
using
just show me.
trigonometry.
All right. I guess you're not going to engage. I don't like going down corridors that I don't
Okay.
want to go down. If you're not going to engage in,
Well, I'm trying to engage with you, but you won't have a
yeah, but you
conversation
can't.
with me.
You're trying, but you're not. That's the problem. It's not my
So
fault.
tell me what they're doing with trigonometry.
Measuring the Earth flat.
But every time they measure 3 points, their azimuth angles between each of those points add up to more than 180. How is that
Those are
possible?
lines of sight, are they?
Right, yes, they are. They are lines of sight, yes.
Right, so they're not measuring a line across, like that's actually touching the surface of the Earth.
We agree that's not.
All right, so there could be some error involved, some sort of other confounding variables possible.
What kind of confounding? Okay, what's a possibility of that?
Like the refraction that you love to appeal to,
But this is it.
instrumentation error,
This is
lens error,
horizontal. Are you telling
human
me?
error.
But a human error, a constant human error, that they're always getting it wrong, that they're always getting a larger number.
Are they
than,
always getting the same exact same results? They repeat it several times and they get those exact same results every time, or do they get varying results and average it?
Nope, they always get more than 180.
Do they?
So then here, look. So look here. So here, in normal plane surveying, small area plane surveying, triangle angles follow Euclidean geometry. So the interior angles of a triangle add to 180. Angles can go beyond 180 in other surveying contexts like geodetic or spherical Earth's curved surface. So that's outside of the context, again, that we were talking about. So you don't have to deny what he's saying with something that is non sequitur to what he's saying.
So why do you have to deny the second half of what you just read?
Because it's a red herring.
Oh, because
we're not dealing, because we're not talking about the whole Earth. We're talking about a small area.
Yeah, when they do the small surveys, they're not actually.
The answer to your question is because we're talking about a small area that they're treating as flat. Clearly, something a little under 250 kilometers squared. I mean,
which one of
that's
us said it
ridiculous.
was? Which one of us said we were talking about a small area?
I did, and
Okay.
so did
No, he didn't.
What, T-Dub?
Don't lie. Don't lie. He did not.
He did.
You did.
Yeah, he did. He said planar surveying. That's what they're dealing with planar surveying.
Mm. Did you say anything about small area?
Yeah, like boundary surveying.
That's what he said. So that's what I came to support. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, boundary surveying, if they're off by a couple arc seconds, they don't care. Yeah, there are margins of error and tolerances in everything we do in this world.
That's good. That's highly irrelevant. Because again, when you made the point about things having angles with more than 180 degrees, that has nothing to do with planar surveying at all.
Yep. But they always are greater.
Well, you're saying, yep, but you failed to actually provide that. So when you first said it, before I pulled anything up, I asked you to provide something that, because you said, well, sure. And I said, well, that doesn't make sense because if they're using trigonometry, then that doesn't make sense. You said, yeah, it does. So I pulled this up. So now I'm like, look, this is supporting me, but you're still making the same claim. So support it.
Then I asked you what trigonometry they used.
So support it. That's it. Support it.
What do you want me to support? Tell me what you want me to support.
All right, fine. You don't have to support what you're saying. It's not
just tell me what you want me to support.
You don't have to support it. I'm speaking plain English. Look,
okay.
It's already a beautiful clip for me. It's not a big deal.
All right, as long as you got your clip, I'm happy for you, man. Hope that helps your life along. You got your clip. You should be satisfied.
This is all stemming from you making the claim that no long distance observation, no horizon distance comparison, nothing like that. None of those observations can ever falsify the globe. right? Because we already know the Earth is a globe, right?
Correct.
Right. So it wouldn't matter, right? Like, so if I said, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 miles. You'll say, no, it can be more than that. And I'll say, okay, then you replace that number. And you'll say infinity.
No, I won't. Of course, that'd be silly.
Okay, so what can you give us one so we can attempt to falsify the globe
I'd have to look up and see
using that method?
I'd have to look up and see how many, what kind of angles of refraction you can get from any possible atmospheric distortion. Or
So
any
this
part of
goes
the
back to
atmosphere.
you making claims based on information that you would have to look up, so you don't know.
This is correct. I do not know the answer to this particular question yet.
Right,
But I
so
could
you
find it.
don't
I could
know
find
about
it
what the
very
globe
easily.
does or doesn't predict when dealing with distance to the horizon or long distance observations.
Well, I've heard you guys with the black swan thing 1,000 times now. No, maybe not 1,000, but a lot, right? And I've heard people explain to you the black swan requires like 3 arc seconds of refraction, which is undetectable by the human eye. You cannot see 3 arc seconds of refraction, and that explains it. And you guys just reject that explanation because you need the Earth to be flat for some reason. You need it.
No, but
For your very identity.
no, that's just an ad hoc or post hoc, right? Explanation without validation, without any look, you wouldn't even have to appeal to it. You wouldn't even have to appeal to that if you thought that that didn't have any sort of veracity about it or any sort of threat to the globe model, right? You would just say, hey, it doesn't even matter because here's the evidence of the Earth being a globe that's independent of what you're doing here.
Yeah,
Where does
we choose that.
where does 3 arc seconds? What? Because we're talking about a building worth of obstruction. So what do we? How does
No,
the
we're
arc?
not talking about that. You're talking about that.
No,
I'm
yeah,
talking
no,
about
yeah, we are.
refraction.
Yeah, we are because that's what that it equates to. So we're saying, well, obviously, there's a horizon here. Horizontally, there's this much drop. That's how much obstruction there is, about the size of an X-story building. Okay. So when you say, well, that's just a few arc seconds, well, how does that relate to seeing something beyond an obstruction that big? Make it make sense. Go ahead.
That's where, well, I can't. How do I make it make sense to you? It makes sense to me just fine. It makes sense to everybody I've ever
No,
talked to.
what I'm
Other
saying is
intelligence just
explain it.
fine.
What I'm saying is explain that.
To you.
Explain
To
that.
you.
Explain that.
In a way that you can understand is what you're asking me.
So very cute.
Okay, let's imagine they had a mirror. Do you think you could use a mirror to see things behind an obstruction? Trying to explain it to you. Do you think a
No, I
mirror
don't.
would work? Do you think a mirror would work?
No, I don't.
Why
False
not? Why would a mirror not work?
Because in order to mirror something, it has to be in the line of sight of the thing that it's mirroring. You know, the law of reflection and all that.
Wait, so if I was standing on one side of a wall and you were standing on the other, and we put a mirror above the wall, and we were both looking up at the mirror, and it was at an angle that we could see each other, you agree we could see each other, right?
Okay, I do agree. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So
Okay.
that's one type that's reflection, not refraction, but it's still the bending of light, right? It's bending, the light bends as it bounces off that mirrored surface. Now, if we had some other thing that could actually bend the light, like a prism, if we put a prism on top of that wall, I can look at that prism and I could see you at the other side of that wall, right? You'd look like you're in the prism, but I'd still see you. You smiled at me, you waved at me, I could see you through the prism.
You might even be upside down.
So you think there are prisms
Maybe
in the
upside down,
sky?
maybe, huh? I don't even know.
So you think there are prisms in the sky we're looking at? So you think that we're looking at holographic hyena projection?
I think the refraction through atmosphere and a refraction through a prism is no different. It's just more. It's qualitatively the same thing. It's just quantitatively different.
Okay, but refraction through the atmosphere, just like you were saying with the lasers going up, they say that the amount of refraction that would bring a horizon from 1.2 miles to beyond 10 miles is basically impossible. It would have
No,
to
they
be.
don't.
No, yeah, it does. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Like just like you said, impossible. Yeah, the word impossible is used. Yes.
No, because it requires 3 arc seconds of
Yeah,
refraction,
you're
which is
saying no,
nowhere
they
near
don't. Who are they?
impossible.
You're saying no, they don't. Who are they? If I'm
First
saying
of all,
yes, they do.
do you agree?
First of all, I've already put something forth, so we can't just skip past that with your no, they don't, and then following that up with something else. We have to first deal with if no, they don't, or yes, they do. Which one is it? We have to figure that out.
Okay, but first of all, we have to decide what they say is impossible. What are you saying?
Well,
What are
first
you
of all,
saying that they say is
first of
impossible?
all, the they part, that seems to be kind of important. When you say no, they don't, like
Okay. Well, I'm saying that it requires 3 arc seconds of refraction. Do you agree?
I'm just saying you shouldn't be saying no, they don't to something.
Do you agree
You
that it requires 3 arc
you want me to move beyond my point to have a conversation about what you're bringing up. Because,
yes.
I mean, with your point in mind, this is where the conversation went. So I don't feel like going in a circle, skipping beyond what I'm talking about, because that's kind of disrespectful. Because you could have just directly responded to what I said, but you're not doing that.
I did.
But you want me to? But you want me? No, you didn't.
I did.
Because you said no, they don't. But I'm saying yes, they do.
Exactly. That's a direct response to you, right?
No.
Well,
No, it's not.
what would a direct response be in that situation?
Let's figure out if they do or don't.
Okay,
You
so
have
how do we
answers.
how would we do that?
Getting sources.
Okay. So do you have sources?
I can find some.
And how do but do you have them?
I can find some.
So how do you know enough to make the statement that they say it's impossible?
Because I've seen them before.
Oh, you've seen these sources before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think you have, but could be
It doesn't
wrong.
matter. If I find them, then I've found them, so it doesn't matter.
Yep, this is true. If you found them, you found them. But I've done the math on this one. On this one, I've done the math, and it's 3 arc seconds. The maths were pretty easy, actually. And 3 arc seconds of refraction it's not a lot. It's not even noticeable. You can't see it. Over 10 miles, it looks like a straight line. It just does. And then, something that looks almost like a straight line is kind of possible. And that's why I don't think you're going to find anybody who knows what they're talking about going to say it's impossible, because they're going to look at that straight line too and go, yeah, I guess so. Sure, why not?
Can I pose a question? Okay.
Yep.
What would be the incentive to lie about the Earth being flat, or not flat? I mean, like, why would they say that it was a globe? Like, what do they have to gain from saying, "Oh, it's actually not flat; it's a globe"?
You believing something that is apparently not true.
Everybody asks that question when they come in. It's a good question, but
Well, the answer is you believing something that's apparently not true.
What do they gain from that?
Oh, it's the same thing as Santa. They gain lots of things.
Like what?
Money,
How so?
influence. Well, I mean, when you can get someone to believe something that's apparently not true, you can manipulate them into doing things because you can alter their belief because it's not tied to reality.
What's an
I mean, that's
example?
how religious factions work, how the government works. That's just how life works.
So what do you
So
think people manipulated into? Sorry, go ahead. I should shut up. Go.
you should.
I should. Someone else wants to speak.
Yeah. So every government on the world unanimously came together and agreed we have to lie about the Earth being spherical. Why?
Who?
Well, every country would have to, like, every country that's been to space or sent things to space would have to come together and unanimously lie that the Earth was round. Now, I'm not saying
Been
that's
to space.
impossible.
Been to space.
I'm just
How?
like they've sent rockets up there or they have satellites.
Well, that's not going to space.
Okay, well, they say it is going to space. They
Well,
would have to lie
that's
about
good.
their.
So
They'd have
basically,
to
what
lie
you
about
told me
having.
is
They'd
no. They
all
don't
have
have
to
to
lie
lie
about
about it.
having their
They
space
don't
station.
have to lie about that. They don't have to lie about that. What if they send a rocket somewhere and they believe it's space? If they are looking at computer programs and those computer programs are showing them positions in what they believe is space, no, they don't have to lie about a damn thing.
Well, when it comes to like Google Maps or like Google Earth or the astronauts on the space station or the astronauts on the Russian space station or the Chinese,
Well,
they
when it
all would
comes
have
to
to
Google
lie.
Earth, that's a flat Earth kind of tool thing. That doesn't have
No,
anything
it's
to
a,
do
it's
with.
a globe. They
Yeah,
use a
yeah,
globe
yeah.
model.
No, they don't.
Yes, Google Earth is a globe. I'm not
No,
even
it's
saying the
not.
Earth is round. Yes, it is. It's
No,
a
it's not.
globe.
No, it's not.
They show you a globe of the Earth.
Okay,
Like what?
but as far as the information, no, it's not. What you have isn't
Well, you're right. Like
sea
it's not like a
level.
literal
What
picture
you have
of
is
the Earth.
what you have is sea level, which is represented as a plane, and then you have different elevations judged based off of that sea level.
Right, but
That's not a globe.
they show you so they would be knowing that they're lying about it.
We're talking about why they're lying, and I'm telling you, if they believe something, they're not lying about it. So you
So all
believe
the
for whatever
all
reason.
the astronauts.
So you also believe that when you look at Google Earth and you're looking at an elevation profile, which is clearly a horizontal plane of reference, and you're like, yeah, but they've gotten that from the fact that the Earth is a globe. Well, that's what they believe. They're not lying about that. Neither are you. It's the same thing. So I can't answer your question, basically. So don't rate me into trying to answer a question that I'm saying doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
So the astronauts who are aboard the ISS think that they're around the flat plane.
No, they're lying.
They're not. They think it's round.
No, they are lying.
Okay, so all the astronauts who have been to space
Yeah.
are
All
lying,
67 of them have lied, yes, or however many there are. Yes,
including like the Russian
they all lied.
cosmonauts.
Well, I
So
don't.
it is.
Well, the answer is yes. All of 100 and whatever of them, yes, they all lied.
Right, and they're part of different countries, so it would be a global conspiracy. Every country who's sent people to space would have to be lying about the Earth's circumference.
Okay, so
Well, what would the incentive of that be?
I don't know. You know what
Well,
we talk about
it
here?
doesn't really make sense to
Do
lie
you know
about
what we talk about? Do you know what we talk about here?
what? Flat Earth?
How the Earth is actually practically used as flat. So seeing is that it's not a globe for a fact, That's something we do know. Why they're lying about it, we have no idea. We're not in here talking about that all day. Even if we were talking about it all day, that's still not going to give us the knowledge of why someone else's intentions were what they were, or even what they are. We don't know the answer to your question.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough. We just
Yeah,
don't know.
your incredulity is not really an answer to the situation. Like, so you're telling me that all of these people yeah, that's not really an answer to anything either. To be fair, right?
Well, it just doesn't make sense for them all to lie about it unanimously. Like
Well,
it's not like they
making sense doesn't make a situation
well, there's not
true or
even
not.
any benefit to it either. Like, what would the benefit of doing
Yeah,
that
yeah,
be?
I know, but I'm not arguing with you about what benefits there are and aren't. Though, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but with like every conspiracy, like there's always like a cause. Like it makes sense why they would do this. Like why
yeah,
they
but
would wrap their
I'm
peace
not here
before.
trying to argue with you why them lying would make sense. I'm not here arguing about it. So when you say it doesn't make sense, I'm not here making it make sense to you. That's not even why I'm here. So I hope you just got to kind of read the room and understand when you're talking to a stranger, you have to understand the words that they're telling you to
Well,
not
I
be
understand.
weird. Because in real life, like if you're at work or if you're somewhere, you don't want to be weird about something, right? So in this scenario, like you're asking me a point blank question, I'm giving you a direct answer. Makes sense, right? You're saying, well, it doesn't make sense that all of these people would be lying. I already told you they're not lying. Then you said, well, the people who've been in space, that would have to be some, that would be on a level of lying that's kind of hard to. I'm like, yeah, but they are lying because they're not in space, because the Earth's not a globe. That's what we talk about here 24/7. How it's practically and provably actually used as flat. So we know that there aren't astronauts orbiting the globe that the Earth is not. So whatever they're saying, whatever they're doing, however they're doing what they're doing, who in here knows why, how, or cares?
Well, I think it does kind of matter to an extent to know
I didn't say
why they
it
would be
didn't
doing
matter.
it.
I said who in here knows why, how, or cares. I didn't say it didn't matter.
Well, I feel like if they were lying about the circumference of the Earth,
Yeah,
most people would care
I
about that.
don't know why or how though. I didn't say it didn't matter. I don't have the tools to figure out how and why.
Okay, so you think like all the Apollo missions were fake, and that the people who are on the ISS are actually like
Well, if the Earth
underwater.
is not a globe, what is that? What does it mean? If
I don't know
I'm
what it
telling
means.
but so we can skip the redundancy because again, the incredulity is getting old. If the Earth is flat, then by consequence, none of that shit is true. So you already know that. You don't have to confirm that in every other thing. So
Right.
you don't believe. So
But
you
with
don't
but
like.
as
So
conspiracies get bigger and
what
more
I'm
people
saying
get
is, if you want to
involved,
keep
you're going to
engaging
have
with
more.
me,
I'm
you're
still
gonna have to
speaking.
kind of like
Quit interrupting,
speed
dude.
up the
Still
cognitive skill.
speaking. What I'm saying is you would have so many lies going on at one time. You'd be lying about this thing, about that thing. Somebody would be bound to get caught up in it, or somebody would eventually come
And
out. You have
and
hundreds of people
and
working on these programs,
and
developing the
so
stuff.
what?
You don't
Okay,
have
but
any
so
of
what?
these people coming out and saying any of these things. You have
But
it's just
the
like
Earth is
government programs of people coming
measured
out
flat
decades
though.
later and saying,
But
"Hey, they did all
my
this stuff
answer to
over
that
here."
is the Earth is measured flat though. So I don't know what you want me to tell you about these questions that I don't have the answers to.
What do you mean
I
by
just know that the Earth
measured
is.
as flat?
What do you mean? What do I mean by measured flat? It's
You said
practically
it's
used and
measured.
measured. Yeah, it's practically used and measured flat. For example, when you have airplane flights, when they're landing the plane, they're using trigonometry. That distance could be 200, 300 nautical miles. They're treating that area as flat with no curvature underneath. So that's an example. That's what I mean by measured as flat. You can have a measure of 300 nautical miles of horizontal.
Pilots do navigate according to the curve of the Earth, though. So
I mean, whatever you're saying doesn't make what I just said untrue. So it's like when you respond with non sequiturs, it doesn't defeat what I said because you can't defeat truth. What's true is true.
Well, you can't prove that people use this system though. Like nobody treats the Earth as if it's flat.
Use what system? What I just told you is exactly what they do every day. What are you talking about?
That's not the
I'm
case though.
confused. What every day? What I just said is
for
what
nautical
happens
miles?
every day.
Is space real?
Ooh. Space is a concept.
Don't you believe it's real?
Describe area.
Is space real? I'm asking.
Don't you believe it's real?
No, it's not. It's all fake.
Say again.
No, space is fake. That's all fake.
Well, look. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
When people say is space real, they're talking about, like Total Recall, Arnold Schwarzenegger, they're on Mars, and when the dome breaks, they get, sucked out because of the vacuum of space. That's not real. But I understand that most people think that that's real. The earth is flat and the sky above is the sky above. That's all what it is. What people believe when they look at the sky, that's your prerogative, man. Everybody has their own religion.
So it's all based on what you see, is what you're saying.
I didn't say that.
Well, no, I'm asking because I'm trying to clarify what you're saying.
I didn't say that. You can't clarify something I didn't say.
What did you say? I'm trying to add, I'm trying to.
What I
I'm just
said
trying to
was
be.
most people think of space as the kind of space, for example, in the movie Total Recall.
Science fiction.
I don't believe in that.
Well, how come constellations change depending where you are on the Earth's surface? Like if
I
you're in
don't
Europe, you're
know,
going to
but
see it.
the question that you're asking about, because you
The
believe
thing
in the
is
thing,
that would only have to happen. Like if the Earth was
saying
round, that wouldn't make sense.
all I'm saying is you believe in the kind of space that includes you being on a globe. So you asking me how come this, how come that, how come say, how come sa, that's not really going to get us anywhere. We have to
Yeah,
talk
but
about
if the Earth wasn't
the
round,
ground,
why?
really, because the ground, it's not if. I'm not talking about if. There was no if in what I was talking about when I was talking about planes landing. There was no if. There's just a procedure that's done based on the knowledge that people have. That's it.
Interesting. Where'd you come
But
up
what I'm
with this?
saying,
I want to hear this. Where'd you come up with this?
Where'd I come up with what?
Yeah. I'm new to this, so I'm trying to figure out what's your. I presume
Where'd I come up?
I presume
Where'd I
you
come up?
understand that the world is
Where'd I
flat,
come up
right?
with what?
That's your
Where did I come up with what?
your perspective. I want to know where you come from. I just want to know where you stand on.
I
What
just
you're,
I
where you're
just
coming
I
from.
just gave you guys an example. That's where I come from.
Okay. And so all right. That's very
First
interesting.
time you've heard someone use their brain, Fez?
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean to be fair, but
I'm not
no,
being
I mean
hostile. I don't know why you
no,
had
but I
to
mean
say it that
to
way.
be fair, no, but to be
No,
fair,
that
that's
comment seemed a little
exactly
facetious, but I'll let it pass. Forgive and forget.
it
I'm
was
just asking
facetious,
what
but it's also kind of true. Because I mean, where else are you going to engage in someone that's going to give you a response like this? Nowhere. Well, maybe not nowhere, but it's very rare. There are very
I
few
suppose.
people who will
I
keep the
suppose
main
online
thing the
that may
main
be
thing.
true, but I think in real life, people are always open to conversation.
Oh yeah, in real life, the things that I say are taken much easier. I mean, because examples are easier in person.
Are you a big dude? Are you tall?
Yeah,
Are you a tall guy? How tall are you?
yeah, 6'2".
Okay, I think that might be why people agree with you.
No,
I think you just might be a bigger guy.
well, there's nothing to agree with. I go to the beach. I say, look, there's New Jersey. You see the shore? They go, yeah. I say, you see to the left of it, you see that open ocean? They say, yeah. Look, there's supposed to be a horizon due to the Earth curvature. They're 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So at that point, the only thing to agree is that what I just said is not true. But if I never bring any of that up, a globe never comes up in reality, and there's nothing from them to agree or there has to be an item on the table to agree or disagree. The globe never comes up unless someone wants to argue whether it's actually a globe or not. Looking at the sky doesn't make the earth a globe at all. When you're talking about elevation angles, you're not talking about a globe at all. When you're talking about the seasons, when you're talking about sunsets, you're not talking about a globe at all, unless you're imagining it and coming up with an argument as to why these things you're looking at is making you believe it's a globe.
What
That's
if
the
you
only
see
time
like
it
a
comes up.
satellite come from the horizon and go over you and then go to the other horizon?
What do you mean?
No,
I've never seen
you
that.
said exact. You've never seen a satellite come from the horizon, go over you, and then to the other horizon?
No, I don't know if anyone's ever seen that.
You can look up. You can look up when
No,
there's satellites coming over you.
no, because theoretically,
I'm saying
how,
in reality, not theoretically. I'm saying like you
yeah,
can look.
well, no,
If you
the Earth
stand
is not a
outside,
globe. The Earth is
if
not a
you
globe. So
if you stand out
the
if you
Earth
stand
is not
outside
a.
and look up,
Listen,
you can
listen
see
to what I'm
you can
saying.
see a
Listen to what I'm saying.
satellite.
Listen to what I'm
You can
saying.
see a
You're just saying
satellite
Listen to
the
what
Earth
I'm
coming
is not a
over
saying.
you.
globe. You're not giving an argument.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm trying to.
Theoretically, if the Earth is a globe, then I would take into account what speeds these things are going at what distances. Okay. I don't even know if in the literature you would expect to see something like that. For example, some people think that the phases of the moon have to do with because the earth obstructs it. That's not true. That's just um that's just a misapprehension someone has. There are lots of misinformed things that people bring to the
So how
table.
does the moon get its
So
shadow?
when you say, you know, have you seen a satellite go from one horizon to another? I don't even know if on a
Well,
globe that's supposed
no.
to be
How
possible
does the moon get its
because
shadow?
people say they can see the reflectors off of the moon, and that's not supposed to be possible.
Mustard on the beat, ho.
This guy's not even listening because now he's talking. You were talking about lunar phases, and he's talking about eclipses. He's not listening.
I'm trying to clarify here, and I feel like we're kind of
Well,
drifting
you're
from one point
clarifying in
to
the wrong
another.
direction. He was talking about lunar phases.
Right. Okay. So,
Yeah.
all right.
You're
To
one of these
clarify,
people with
lunar
the
phases.
misunderstanding.
I'm trying to figure. So, how does the moon get its phases? Then, how does it get dark? How do you know this?
So you weren't listening then?
I'm just trying to clarify. I'm trying to. I mean, if you can tell me what he
Well,
said, that
you seem to be one of the people who thinks the phases is created by Earth shadow.
well, what is it then?
Yeah, so first of all, like I said, no, you can't see a satellite go from
Well,
horizon to
what does
horizon
it make? Who makes it?
unless you're talking about the ISS, in which cross-referencing other observations, like saying, "Hey, I'm in the middle of Texas, so let me see if I can." You can't do something like that, though. So shit don't even be over what they say it be over half the time, from what I've heard.
Interesting.
Well, eclipses
But
would
that
be a good example
Indio is
around there.
better. If Indio was here, we'd talk more about that.
So recently, on March 3rd, there was a lunar eclipse, which is essentially where the moon kind of appears like an orangish reddish color because the Earth passes in between like the sun and the moon. How would something like that occur if the Earth was not, a ball rotating around in space?
I'm just going to
Because
repeat to you that I'm just going to repeat to you that it's already measured not to be a ball. Second of all,
He's asking you how it gets
I heard what he asked. I understood what he asked. I heard what he asked. Second of all, because you guys believe it's a ball, and because you guys believe the lore of an eclipse, you're telling me that a shadow is orange. Now, I've never seen that in my
dude, it
life.
was
Not
literally
terrestrial.
if you walked outside,
I'm
it was
almost
there.
there. I'm almost there. Never seen a shadow be orange terrestrially. So when we look at this phenomena, that is a unique phenomena particular to just the sky, and you tell me what it is. You don't know that.
What? No, the moon appeared like reddish in its color, like this. It was a lunar eclipse. These things happen like every few months or so.
I
You
know
can
what
track them.
they
You can
are.
watch them.
I know what they are.
Really
I know what
doesn't
they are.
sound like you do.
Yeah, I know what they are. It's when there's a syzygy between the sun, the earth, and the moon. I know what they are.
Right now, how could something like that happen on a flat Earth model? Which I'm
I
assuming
don't think
has to
you
be
listen
like
to
a
what I don't think you
geocentric
listen to
model.
what I said. The point is the lore that you believe, that's not true. I
Well, what
don't
other
know what causes.
explanation is there for something
I
like that?
don't know what causes an eclipse with
His
the earth.
fallback is what you've been understanding. That's not true. That's the fallback
Right.
you keep going to.
Well, no, it's not a fallback. There's literally something known as the partial lunar eclipse where you can see the sun and the moon not in a syzygy. And then they have to, first of all, they don't know that it's in a syzygy in the first place. So now they're explaining to you why it doesn't appear to be in a syzygy, even though it is. Again, you can believe that, but I don't have a fallback. I'm just telling you the story and the fact that it's not a known thing, and I can choose not to believe it.
So
it's not crazy, you know? It's not crazy that I'm not that
Hey,
religious. Oh
I
my
never
goodness.
called you crazy. I never called you crazy. Those are
No,
your
I'm
own
just saying
words.
because it's a little religious, and I'm saying no thanks, and you're like
Well,
gobsmacked.
what do you mean by religious? I mean, it's observable. You can see
Well,
the
religious
eclipses.
is like when people have beliefs beyond what's observable.
Listen, I went down this flat Earth rabbit hole. It just doesn't make any sense.
Like I
Didn't go
told you,
deep into the
I
hole,
don't,
did
I'm
you?
not really. But like I just told you, I'm not here to make it make sense.
Then what
I
do
don't know
you?
what
So
you want me to tell you.
what are you here to do then?
Make
Just like
make
spout?
the orange shadow make sense, Sputnik.
What
What
color is a
orange?
shadow?
Not
It's the
orange.
what? Well,
Okay,
no, I'm
what color?
talking
No.
talking
What
about the
color is a
lunar
shadow?
eclipse.
What color is a
It's not a
shadow?
color. It's not a color. It's
Colorless.
the absence of light.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm
when
not
you
talking
stand
about
in front of
shadows.
a piece of concrete, what is below it? What color is it?
It's the absence of light. That color. It's not a
Okay.
color.
Not orange.
No, not a color.
So
No,
if
I'm
my
not talking about the
Orange.
shadow's over orange, it's not orange?
The moon's
What?
orange?
No, it appears orange when a
So is the
lunar
shadow
eclipse
orange or
occurs.
not? You said it was an orange shadow.
No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say orange shadow.
No.
What did you say?
I said that during a lunar eclipse, it appears like orange reddish. The moon's surface does because
And what
of
is
the
that?
way that the
And what is
planets are
that according to
intersecting.
the globe
The way
idea?
light reflecting.
It's light
No.
So not a shadow.
refraction.
No,
It's light
guys.
refraction.
Yeah, refraction, whatever you want to call it.
Whatever, Sputnik. You called it a shadow.
I did not call it a shadow.
Bullshit.
I didn't say
I'll
he
go back
said
and
Yeah, you
shadow. I
listen.
did.
never said
You
shadow.
did. You said the shadow was orange.
No, I
You
said
said the
the
shadow
surface
was orange. That's what
appears
you
orange.
said.
Okay. Well, if I said that, that was wrong. It's not the shadow.
So why'd you bring it up?
Because
So it's not
this
a
only
shadow.
occurs
Dude,
when the
Sputnik,
Earth
they're
and the
beating you
Sun
with it. They're just beating you down, dude. You gotta stand tall, brother. You gotta
No, we're
stand
calling that
stand
tall.
tall.
bullshit.
It's fucking stupid. I'm not. It's not
I
bullshit. This is eclipses are a
it
real thing that
it
you can observe.
seems well, the argument usually ends with, "See, I gotcha. You can't explain that. Now try to explain this one." And then you
No,
do, and they're
Sputnik.
Well,
like, "Yeah,
no.
but can you
Listen, dude.
explain that?"
I want the Earth to be
No.
flat as much as the next guy. But it doesn't make sense with things like okay, depending on where you are, the
Okay.
constellations are
So
going to change because of the position of the Earth because it is a sphere. If it was flat, you'd be able to see
because
the same constellations no matter where you were. This is why you can use
no,
constellations to tell
that's
where we
it.
are and how to navigate. The whole thing wouldn't make sense if the Earth was flat.
You're reading off a AI, dude.
No,
Just
no,
you
I'm
don't
not.
even know what you're talking about.
I'm in an
Where's the
astronomy
globe?
class.
Where's the globe in that? Okay,
No,
so
because of
He
the
now
presented
start
you an
again
argument. He
and
presented
tell it,
you an argument
dude.
about the stars and navigation,
Okay,
and all you can
It's
say to refute
circular
him is it's
reasoning.
AI. What's your thing to refute that? What's your
okay.
counter
In
evidence
what
that you
way?
could be? What's your
Okay, you're not
evidence?
in this conversation. Okay,
What's your
you're not
evidence
in
that
this
you could counter
conversation.
that by
You're
saying
not
on a
in this
disk you could do that?
conversation. Okay,
You don't have a
didn't
refute. All
say
you have
anything.
is you was reading that onto AI, and you
Okay,
don't
hey
understand what you're
Fez,
talking
I'll give you
about.
one opportunity to be quiet, dude. Fez, I'll give you one opportunity to be quiet. I want to
Are
talk
you?
to the other guy, not you. He made the comment, not you. All right? Okay? All right. So, in that argument, present the globe in your argument.
Right. So because the Earth is, a sphere, it is rotating, and the constellations are going to be different places depending on the, location of the Earth. It is moving throughout space because of the different places on that globe. You're going to see different constellations. If it were just a flat surface, it wouldn't
Where's
be
the
any
sphere?
different.
Don't
I
worry
just
about the
explained.
flat surface. Where's the sphere?
He doesn't even
What? I just
understand that
explained
what
it.
he just said is an
I
affirm.
just explained it.
What you call an explanation was actually just an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. And then
What?
on the back of that, yeah, because on the back of you not concluding, therefore the Earth's a sphere, instead of that, all you said was, how does that work on a flat Earth?
What I'm
So,
saying is that it couldn't work. It
and
couldn't work on a flat Earth
affirming
with a
the
movable surface.
consequence is
It couldn't work on a model like that.
So you don't care that I just told you that your explanation is a fallacy, and then I actually named it. You don't even want to call me out and say what is that bullshit you said. Let's see if I actually
I'm just
did
not.
that. You don't
No,
want,
I'm just not
instead of
going
doing that,
to.
you just okay. So then, all right. So then, basically, you expect me to just accept what you said. Yes,
You
say
can
yes.
consider it if you want. You don't have to immediately accept it, but you can go and you can look up how constellations work. You can
It's
look it
illogical.
up. It's
And then
possible.
accept it, right? And
If
then
you want,
accept
listen,
it,
man, you
right?
can believe in the flat Earth model.
Ultimately, is it's accepted or don't, right? I get it. I got it. We don't have to have a
No. Oh,
2 hour
okay. So
conversation.
you're putting words in my mouth, dude. That's not what I'm
No,
saying.
I didn't put any words in your
Yes,
mouth.
that's
You
exactly
said
what you are.
yes.
You're
You said
reframing things in
yes
a
the
certain way
entire.
so that you
You
can
said yes
go on
the
this
entire.
little tirade about, oh, you're not answering my question. I've explained it.
No, I
And you
didn't. I
guys are,
didn't
oh
say
no, you're
you didn't
using
answer.
AI. It's like,
I
no, I'm
didn't
not
say.
using AI.
I didn't say you
You
didn't
know.
answer a question. Now you're basically doing what you're saying I'm doing, which I'm not doing. I'm saying, okay, it doesn't have to be a 2 hour conversation. You want me to accept it, and you said I don't have to accept it. Therefore, the
You know, listen,
conversation is
I
based on
want the
that.
Earth to be flat.
Oh
I
my
desperately
god!
want the
Oh
Earth
my
to be
god! What
flat,
a little
dude.
girl! What a little girl! Okay, the
All right.
conversation, we can move on, right? Right, we can move on. Because what you want, I can't give you. So there's no point in whining in my ear about what you want. Right? Make
All
sense?
right. Yeah, no, you're good, bro. I won't engage with you guys.
No, I'm just saying, make it make sense. I can't give you what you
I
want.
can't
You
I
said,
can't make it make sense. I cannot make it make sense to you guys. I
I
said
know.
something. It's AI. It doesn't make sense. The Earth is flat.
Well, I didn't say
It's like, all
that.
right,
I
dude.
didn't say that though. But I didn't say that.
No, that is true. They
Hmm.
said that. They're in the site.
Okay,
They're like, oh, we
so
proved this. It's not AI, dude. AI might say
well,
a
then, all
similar
right.
thing
Well,
because
are
it's
you
just that
butthurt about
general
it?
information.
You're still harping on it. Do you want them to tell you sorry or something? Like, what do you
No,
what do you
no.
want
It's
me
just
to
they're
do?
being a bunch of fucking
So what do you
retards,
want
dude.
me as another person in the room trying to have a conversation on a Sunday night? What do you want me to do about it? Because I'm trying to move forward and you keep crying to me about what they said.
All right, that's fair. We can move past it.
Thank you.
There was a flat Earth documentary that I did end up watching, and when they set up these two things on a flat plane to try and prove that the Earth, well,
Oh my
like
God,
the
these
flattest plane
guys.
they could find. All
Let
right,
him
dude,
finish.
I'm on engaged.
Let him finish.
No, fuck off.
That guy's a liar.
So what he's going to talk about journalism? So what?
That's the third day in a row. No, guy's hypersensitive. Saying that he went down a rabbit hole, my ass.
Well, if he did go down that rabbit hole, why do people think the Earth is flat? Maybe he'd be able to answer that. Obviously not. I don't think he went down a rabbit hole.
And I'm going back to my book. You guys didn't take my advice and download Pocket FM, did you?
What is it?
Pocket FM. It's like it reads like audio books kind of thing.
What do you do?
And
Scan the
right
book, or
now,
you download the book?
no, you download the app and it has. You know what? I'll take a quick screenshot of it now. Hold on. Basically, I'm reading this book or listening to this book called Dark Tide Express, and it takes place in like this post-apocalyptic world where the sun, now it is a little globy, I'll tell you that. So the sun is basically shedding less and less light on the earth, and so it's causing like, serious natural disasters. Not only that, there's like zombies, and then beyond that, during the nighttime, other kinds of wild type creatures, mythical beasts and stuff come out that they're not quite sure what's going on. At one point, there was like this mystical fog. Another point, he was just like battling a ghost and locked in some other kind of frequency, which took him to some other dimension or something, a parallel existence. The point is, like, the shit is the most interesting zombie post-apocalyptic kind of thing I've heard. And I know it's like um some of these books are like AI written, but some of them are really well written though. This one is pretty cool so far. All right, hold on, let me post in the chat. And then I'm gonna go because I gotta cook too, even though it's super late. What I'm gonna do. I wonder if this is the correct chat. Clipcord with that Scott Mackey. I don't know why these guys fight it so hard, man. Not a globe. Sorry, man. You know. Anyways, later I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that your globe evidence?
It's a flat earth.
What's that?
Evidence for what?
What'd you say?
Evidence for what?
Evidence for water?
Never mind, bro.
What does that mean?
I thought you said, what's your evidence? So I was like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for a globe.
oh,
You got any?
no, I don't really want to
No.
debate. What's, I'm
No,
just
we can
curious
have a
about the,
discussion instead of a debate.
I'm just curious about the flat earth model. Can you explain it to me?
Model?
Yeah.
What? The surface that we live on measures flat? That's
Sorry, you were
about
breaking up.
that's the model. So the surface we live on
Okay, wait.
measures to be flat, is used as flat. And
So wait, so the South Pole
presents
is
itself flat too.
the South Pole is the boundary, and the North Pole is in the center.
Nope.
What
I
is
don't
it
know
then?
about that. They're just two magnetic points. Oh, well, one magnetic point, right? I don't know if the south's a magnetic point. The north's definitely a magnetic point.
What the fuck?
What do you mean, what the fuck? Is that wrong?
No, you gotta dumb it down, bro. You gotta understand. I don't believe in this shit.
What do you mean, dumb it down? So do you know that the North Pole is the magnetic point?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, it's not. How can you
no,
dumb that down?
it's more so the Earth is just a big magnet.
Yeah, can you prove that?
That's just how magnets work. Like if you were on a magnet and you were really tiny and you were holding a compass, it would point north.
Not all
Yeah, north.
magnets are spheres.
North is a magnetic point. Yeah. But north is a magnetic point, and east and west circle around the northern magnetic point.
Wait, you don't believe in the magnetic
You
field?
agree with that? I just asked you a question. I didn't say
Yeah, go
anything
on.
about magnetic field. Yeah, I just asked you a question. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So north is a magnetic point, right? And east and west circle around north. You agree so far?
This is fumbling my
Okay.
brain, bro. I'm gonna fuck off.
You're too smart
Okay.
for this.
I can't have conversation
Yeah,
with
I'm too
people like
smart.
you, mate.
My bad, guys. Time to start your
Like talking to
day.
a fucking mute.
You got to bribe them with crayons, bro.
You know, you tell them this stuff that is in their model anyway, and just because you say the Earth's flat, they
No,
disagree
I
with
was
what you
genuinely
say.
curious. I have no idea
Yeah,
what
I
a flat
know.
Earth's
I'm
model of the
starting.
Earth is.
Yeah, the surface that we live on measures, is used, and presents itself as a flat stationary plane.
To your naked eye.
That's the flat Earth model.
Lol.
No, measures. So do you measure with your naked eye?
No,
Oh, you're doing
you know,
All right. Who am I having a conversation with? One or the other?
Well, you've
okay.
got one that likes crayons and another one that likes to interrupt. So, Naf, step up to the plate.
Okay.
What's wrong with liking crayons?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck,
Do
bro?
you
Why
like
you
the
throwing shade on
what color
crayons?
do you like the best? Purple
You
or
don't talk
red,
shit about
green?
crayons, bro.
Yeah, the purple ones taste like grapes. Yeah.
Fuck with grapes.
Anyways,
I like the
Right.
green one.
So
Trump can just hold himself for a while there. Naf, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, so why do you
go
guys
ahead.
care if
You
the Earth
asked
is flat?
something, didn't you? Why do we
Don't you
care?
isn't there like more important concerning things that you guys should like want to
Like
focus
what?
on? What does
What,
it
like
matter
truth?
if the Earth is flat to begin with? What is that going to
What does it
change?
matter if the
Like the
grandest
truth.
lie? Yeah, exactly. These
Why
people don't care about the truth.
why don't you guys worry about like government shit, like political shit that actually matters?
It sounds like you've got
Why
that
don't you
covered.
go somewhere else and worry about it then?
I'm asking a question. You don't like my question?
Well, what's the name?
Who
What's
says
the
we're
name
not?
of the server? Is it Flat Earth Politics or 24/7 Flat Earth?
24/7, we care about political
Why are
shit.
you guys
Hey,
so
Narf.
fixated on
Narf, check it
the Earth
out.
is flat?
Hey, check it out. It is a political
Who says we're
issue.
not?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Go and talk to your mates at Congress about how they shut it down.
What'd they shut down? What did they shut down?
Information.
Shadow
What are you talking
banned
about?
us.
You're sitting here in a public
Your
Discord
Congress,
talking about it.
your government, your Congress are now the arbiters of what is true and what is not. Did you know that?
Yeah, misinformation. Get little, on YouTube videos, there'll be a little disclaimer at the top, saying things like, Flat Earth is an outdated, archaic misconception of the Earth being a plane or a flat disc, blah, 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 blah,
So
blah,
what? You
scientifically
just still make
disproven,
videos
blah,
about
blah,
it.
blah, 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 right? And the algorithm, they designed the algorithm after they had that Congress meeting, right? They designed the algorithm to not favor flat Earth content and favor anti-flat Earth content, so that when you type in flat Earth into the search bar, you get people like Professor Dave and Veritasium and people like that are poo-pooing flat Earth instead. And then you have to scroll through page after page to actually find a fucking video that's from an actual flat Earther.
Well, yeah, because there's not a lot of you guys.
Hundreds, thousands, even millions. 11 million alone in South America. Well, that's just
11
Brazil.
million.
11 million in Brazil alone.
Where do you get that number?
Survey they did in Brazil.
I don't think any survey has surveyed 11 million people. Is that like their estimation?
Yeah, it's probably an estimation based on the data set.
Yeah, well, the Brazilians got that worm in them. What's that one worm in Brazilians?
No idea, man. Anyway, there's millions of flat earthers.
But what was that survey they done on X? Out of 80 or 90,000 people that were surveyed, they started off at 11, and I think they got to about 16% and floated in between the two as more and more people signed up. I think it backed right off to about 11 or 12%. That's where it pulled up at, out of about 90 grand. It's not too bad.
Why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Because that's what the experts say. People that study it.
Did they give any? Did they? Yeah. Who studies the globe?
I don't know, the physicists, the whatever you want to call them. There's a bunch
So
of
what did
different
they tell
positions.
you?
The scientists.
What did they tell you that convinced you that the Earth was a globe?
Well, they've never said it isn't a globe. They've never claimed it to be a flat Earth.
So because they said it is.
You're lagging. What do you say?
But because they said it isn't, because they never said it isn't a globe, then it is a globe.
No, they've claimed it's a globe.
Okay, what information did they give you that convinced you that they were right?
Well, they study it for a living. They get degrees in it. They take college.
Yeah, but what
for it.
information did they give you that convinced you that it was a globe?
Just what I've heard throughout my entire life. I don't know anything. I can't give you a specific.
What did you hear?
Quote.
What did you hear?
I've heard that the Earth is a globe. I've never heard any. I've
Yeah,
never
and
heard any
what and
credited
in
scientist
what
say that
way?
the Earth is flat.
And what credited science have you heard say it's a globe?
Literally every scientist ever that talks about it. Do you
What
want me
type
to
of
like? Do
science
you want
is
me to? Do you want me to sit here
globe
and give
science?
you like 1,000 names?
In his
I'm not
defense,
saying.
most of the people that talk about it are pseudoscientists. So, yeah, claiming that every single scientist you've ever heard, well, this is good.
What known scientist says the Earth is flat? That's a better question.
Well, how about we put it to you like this? Which field of science deals with shapes, since you want to talk about scientists?
Which field of science deals with shapes? I mean, I'm not a scientist, but maybe physicist, geologist. I don't know.
Next. Wrong. No.
Geologists
I
are
don't
rock.
study this, so I can be
So what are
wrong
you
all I
talking
want.
about
I'm not the professional.
So what are you
Here
talking
you
about?
are appealing to scientists, and then you're going to appeal to
Yeah, of course.
incredulity at the same time.
Of course, I'm going to appeal to people that know what they're talking about because they study it.
So how do you know it's that particular
I'm not gonna
field
be
if you don't know
blindly
about that
ignorant.
particular field?
How do you know about the particular field when you don't
Because
have
we
any
measure it.
credentials to back it
I
up?
don't need credentials to measure something.
Sure you do.
Nothing stops me from going down to Home Depot or Bunnings or Mitre 10 and purchasing a tape measure and going and measuring things. There's no
So tomorrow
there's
you can
no
just wake up and
scientific
choose to-
degree
choose to be a
required for that.
dentist?
No,
You can
we're
just
not
wake
talking
up
about
and choose to be a
dentistry.
dentist?
We're talking about measuring things, my friend. I don't need to go to university to get a degree in art in order to measure something. You don't either.
I don't know what that
Narf,
has to do with
dude.
what I'm saying.
Narf. You sound like you're in like a fog of scientism worship.
I'm not worshiping anything.
You're appealing to things, and then when people say, "Hey, tell us about it," you go, "I have no clue about it."
Yeah. What do you
So what
not
do you call
following?
that?
I'm not
A blind, like a blind worship.
I am appealing to the professionals. Everyone does that for every job.
Okay, so maybe do a little research and find out which branch of science deals with shapes, which was the original question that you flaked out on answering.
Yeah, the only reason that guy asked me that question was to try to like prove my intelligence level, and I already said I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
No, that wasn't. Maybe he was giving you an opportunity to realize that this isn't a question of science, rather a question of geometry.
I think it's
He's
a
on the
question
ball.
out of the other guy's scope too.
No, just concentrate on what the question is, not what the intention of the question.
Why don't you answer my question? Or not?
You haven't put forward any of value yet.
Which question's that? Why I don't wake up tomorrow and do dental surgery on someone?
Well, no, I was asking him because what he was saying was absolutely ridiculous. You guys are acting like appealing to authority is a bad thing.
No, that's not what. It's not appealing to authority. You're talking about. You said that you need some sort of degree to use a tape measure.
That's not at all what I said. I said if you have a degree, your words mean more value.
Okay, a degree in what?
Work.
A degree in
for
what?
any field of work you do.
Well, dude, that's
Which
a
is
bad argument.
incorrect.
Which is why,
Yeah,
and
that's
the
a
reason
bad
why I
argument.
said
You've
that
not
is
been
because
out.
you guys can't name a
You've not been
single
out in the real
mainstream
world.
scientist that claims the Earth is flat.
Well,
And you can't name one that says it's a globe.
So what degree?
I sure can name one. Yeah. Do you want me to just
degree
sit
do
here
you need?
for an hour and say names?
You can start by naming
what
one.
degree? If you're relying on people with degrees, then what degree do you need to measure a sphere?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know.
You're the one making the claims about
Do
degrees.
you guys have short-term memory? You asked me
Nah,
the same question.
listen careful.
I don't know.
You're the one who made the claim that we need degrees to measure shit.
So the question on the table is a matter of measurement. You're claiming you live on a sphere, so let's measure it to confirm yes or no if it's sphere. So which degree do you need to be able to go and measure if it's a sphere? Which one?
Yeah, which one?
That's what I'm asking you, you sped. You're the one that claims we need degrees, so which degree do I need? So I can fuck off to university, get the degree, and then come back and rub it in your face. Which one do I need?
Well, you probably need to start with just a basic associate's degree for you in anything.
I've already associated with you with something, and it involves crayons. So try again.
Right, because somehow I'm perceived as the
dude,
dumb
that's
person.
a cop out.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Narf.
Dude. Narf, what's the point of this whole conversation, Narf?
What's the cop out? The cop out is you guys asking me a dumbass question.
Oh my God! May I respond? The cop out is saying, well, you need to start with an associate's degree in pretty much anything.
That was a pretty good comeback, though.
No, it's a horrible answer.
Well, it's a horrible question.
It doesn't make any sense.
I think it went over.
Who said it's hold on a minute. Who said it's a pretty good comeback?
Floundering.
I did.
Oh, now they're gonna come for you.
So how does the comeback stand?
What's interesting? Hey, old horse, check it out.
Great about it.
But before you go and dose him, check it out. An associate degree or associate degree is an undergraduate degree awarded after a course of post-secondary study lasting 2 or 3 years. It's a level of academic qualification above high school diploma and below a bachelor's degree. Now, just for your information, young Narf, I'm a trade qualified boilermaker, fabrication engineer. So I'm above that.
You're a fabrication engineer?
Correct.
What, did you go to college for that?
Unfortunately, to get a little piece of paper that's got Mr. Matrix is Ben Hammer in here, is a fabrication engineer, yeah, I do have to deal with it.
Okay, so why couldn't you just say that when I asked you what degree you have?
Because it's really none of your business. What do we have to show you our diplomas?
I don't know. I don't know why you guys get so offended. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, check it out. Now that he knows I'm qualified, and my words mean something, Narf, you might want to listen.
No, you're
Since
not
my words now mean something,
You're not.
the Earth is measured as flat, measured as non-curving. There, I've said it. Now you can ask us how we measure it.
Yeah, how do you measure it? With a stick?
I'm glad you asked, my friend. We get high tech and we grab lasers and we shoot those lasers across large spanses of water. 10, 20, 30 miles across. And what we do is we measure the deviation between the laser and the body of water that it's shot across. So at the start, the laser might measure, say, 3 foot, for example. And then at the other end, which is 10 miles away, it should equal about 69 feet. The problem is, when we go and do these tests, it does not. It stays the same deviation from the start as it does at the end. Not only at 10 miles does it stay the same, at 20 miles it stays the same, at 30 miles it stays the same, and that's a pretty serious distance. Considering at 30 miles it should be about 600 feet. Interesting, isn't it?
Because over a body of water, the light's going to refract downward.
You wouldn't know what refraction was if it flipped on its head and fucked you.
That's a good response.
Well, it's true. And I'll tell you why, Narf. I'll tell you why. Most of these kids come in here and they use refraction as a get-out-of-jail-free card. They think that by laying the refraction card down, they're going to walk out of here unscathed. He doesn't even know what refraction is.
You guys.
So anyways, Floundering, you're not going to spend the next 45 minutes yipping around in circles like you did last week. Narf is in this conversation to start off with.
No, you can let him talk. I'm kind
How
of
much
bored.
refraction would you expect? How much refraction would you expect over that distance? No.
Why are you asking me that question? I didn't even bring this up.
Oh, was it Floundering, was it?
It was Floundering.
Yeah.
He's got no idea.
Yeah,
I don't know why you bother asking him.
How much would you expect?
About 2
Van
million.
Hammer doesn't have good faith conversations, so.
That's
No, no,
projection. You're going
Yeah, that's
you're
all
going to
right.
If you
speak
want
in
to have a good faith
vagaries.
let him
conversation with me
go.
about
Let
refraction,
him go.
it's not
He was
good
asked a
faith.
question about refraction, and he wants to talk about me. So let's see who's having a bad faith conversation. How about you answer the question, Foundering? Just answer the question that Timbo asked you. Answer the question that Timbo... How about we try again? Answer the question that Timbo asked you. That has nothing to do with me. I was on mute, letting you have your say. So we're going to try that again. I'm going to unmute you, mute myself, and you can answer his question.
Okay. If you shoot a laser across a body of water, and the water is cooler than the atmosphere, you would expect the light to refract downward over a given distance.
What if it's
okay? Yeah.
What if it's not?
Okay, what if it is? In the experiments that
Okay,
you
what if
guys
it's
often
not?
cite, in the laser tests that you guys often cite, the body of water is clearly cooler than the atmosphere, which would mean that if the light
do you know
stays at
that?
the same point, at the same height, over a given distance, that the
So
light
how
is
do you-
refracting at
so
the
how do you
same
know
rate
that?
that the Earth is curving, because the
Question?
light is staying at
Which
the same
one were
point.
we? Which one was I referencing?
Yeah, I didn't say that you referenced anything right now.
Question?
I'm saying that the experiments that the flat earthers often cite.
Which one are you referencing?
Okay, which ones?
I'm not referencing anything right now.
Which ones are most?
You
Which
just said
ones
I'm
are
talking
most
about the
often
most famous
cited?
ones that you guys often reference.
Which ones?
You
Okay,
guys
which
post them in
ones?
the chat all the time. I
Now
listen
for
to the
my
live
question.
stream.
Floundering, I have a question in regards to your refraction claim about our tests. Which way does the light bend? Towards the hot medium or towards the cold medium?
Towards the cold.
No,
Oh.
towards the denser medium.
Right, which is typically the colder one.
So what if it's not? What if it's the other way around?
Okay.
Sometimes
you would
the
need
denser
you
medium
would need a
is
demonstration of change in
warmer air.
pressure. You would need a demonstration of change in pressure.
It's not pressure. We're talking about its temperature.
Right.
Like
What does
smoke,
temperature
for
do?
instance.
Allegedly causes a gradient.
All right, so
Causes
if-
molecules to
if-
expand.
Thank you.
All right, so if you claim
Causes
if you
gas
claim
molecules
that,
to expand, which would create pressure.
Grimsby, silence. Let Floundering flounder around himself. He's more than capable.
Yeah, the Earth is round,
floundering.
buddy.
So if you claim, that the light always refracting, then how do you know the Earth's curved?
What do you mean? How do I know the Earth is curved? I'm saying in the most often cited experiments in this chat, it's
don't repeat. We heard that bit.
It's entirely within the realm of possibility that the light is curving at the same rate.
I'm asking you a question.
The Earth is curving.
I'm asking you a
Because
question.
On a curved Earth,
if
you would
the Earth
expect,
were flat,
yeah.
Okay. Hang on. If the Earth
Creating
were
like a net
flat,
zero, you're
and
saying?
you say light bends, then would light bend on a flat surface as well?
It would bend downward towards the denser medium, which is the cold water.
Excellent. So in that case, then, you would have
Always.
some kind of photographic or videographic evidence of this light bending downwards for us to witness. Please provide it.
No. You want me.
So you can't back your claim up. Not a problem.
No, we're talking because he asked me on a flat Earth. Earth isn't flat. So why would I provide you evidence for your position?
What's the difference? Flat or round? Hey, hold on. There's no difference between flat or round when it comes to a laser being shot across it. All we have is a different ground underneath. That's it. The laser is still straight. You're claiming the light is bending. So without any reflection upon what the surface is underneath, you're claiming the light is still bending exactly the same. So you should be able to provide evidence of the light bending downwards, whether photographic or videographic.
He asked me that's what I would expect on a flat Earth specifically.
Well, it's still allegedly bending downwards on your globetard.
Right, and I said, it's entirely possible that...
Still living up to your name, boy.
In the experiments that you guys typically provide in here, which I can see, because I can...
So reference one.
Even when I'm not in here.
Floundering, reference one. Be specific.
The possibility.
Floundering, start listening. Which one?
That the light is bending at the same rate that the Earth is...
Okay. Which
That would
one?
Wait,
reference
that would be
it.
wait, that one second. that would be a refraction rate of 1. When does that occur?
It's not my evidence. It's you guys are the ones that cite it. You guys.
You're floundering. Listen carefully, floundering. You're attacking something specifically. Please post what you're attacking. Oh, so you're not attacking anything. So you're just yapping for the sake of it. If you're going to make a claim or an attack on a claim, please post it in the side chat so we can all go, oh, that's the one you're talking about. Oh, that's the one where we fucked up.
Buddy. It's not a flat Earth that's on trial. It's a round Earth that's on trial. It's your evidence.
And you're not putting forward any evidence.
It's your evidence, not mine, buddy.
Yeah. We're not putting evidence of a round Earth in.
You don't. Wait.
No, you're putting evidence of a flat Earth in because it's a round Earth that's on trial.
Hello,
you moron.
Hello.
That's what that means.
Hello. So, do you believe that you can get a refraction rate of 1?
I don't know.
Well, 1 would be following the curve of the Earth, right?
I said it's entirely possible that in the experiments that you guys often cite, that the rate of refraction is the same
is 1
as the rate of curve, because you would expect on a curved Earth with no refraction.
Can you demonstrate that? What conditions
what
would you need?
What we would expect on a curved Earth with no refraction is that the light would curve upward. And what we would expect on a flat Earth with refraction, we would expect the light to curve downward.
You just made a mistake. So it wouldn't curve upwards. It would go in a straight line and the land would curve underneath it. You agree?
It would curve downward. But because of the curve of the Earth, it has to go around a curve, which would mean that it would go upward. Which would mean that it's staying the same.
On a globe, you said on a globe, the light would curve upwards with no refraction. That's wrong, isn't it? It would be the Earth that would be curving away from the laser, right?
Why would it be wrong?
Did you hear what I just said?
He's not listening. It's just fingers in air, babble on with shit. He's living up to his name. This is what he did last time, Timbo. Comes in, talks a heaps of shit, doesn't answer any questions, and when pressed, he'll run away in a minute.
He doesn't even. I don't think he understands what he's saying.
Away.
Do you understand what you just said?
Yeah.
You said the light would curve away. That would make in your mind the Earth flat and the light curving away. No. Is that what you believe?
No, it wouldn't make Earth flat.
So the Earth's curving and the light.
The Earth is definitely round. There's no doubt about that, buddy.
Okay, so
how did you come to that as a conclusion?
If you shot a laser and you lived on a globe, and you say there would be no refraction, then the light would go straight and the Earth would curve underneath the light, right?
No.
Oh my God, you're a retard.
Did you just say with no refraction?
Yes.
No, it would not go straight with no refraction.
So what would it do if there was no... let's break this down one step at a time. Floundering, what would the laser do if it was shot... We're just going to shoot it across a lake, 20 miles. What would you expect the laser to do on a day where there's zero refraction? What would it do?
What would I expect it to do on the Earth we live on right now, or on your guys' flat Earth?
On your fucking ball-tard model, 20 miles across, zero refraction day, what would the laser do in comparison to the ground beneath it?
It would curve upward with distance.
Why would it curve upwards with distance?
Because there's no refraction.
This guy's off the Richter scale.
Because there's no refraction.
Lasers are straight. If there's no reason for them to fucking bend or wobble or shimmer or do any other dance, they shoot dead straight.
Sure.
So, you've got a dead straight laser, and then you would have the Earth slowly bending downwards underneath it, which is what we call drop over distance. You've got no measurement of this.
Why wouldn't it curve upward?
Why wouldn't the laser curve upward? Because they go dead straight.
Oh my God.
Why wouldn't what curve upward? The Earth? Because it's a ball. Or you just agreed the laser's straight.
Okay. It's crayons time in the side
from
chat.
the medium that the laser's being released. Let's say it's 5 feet off the ground over the lake. Yeah.
Okay, floundering. I'm going to do it easy for you.
10 miles
Floundering.
Wide, if
just
the
breathe.
lake is 10 miles wide.
Floundering. Just breathe for a minute. Don't make shit up. I'm just going to mute you. Yeah. Zip. Quiet. Yeah. You're just talking shit, bro. We're going to put some pictures in the side chat. That first picture there, floundering, is what we should expect to see if we're on a ball tard. The laser, dead straight, where it's got distance and the curvy arrow pointing towards it. Then it's the curvature. That's supposed to be the ball tard, aka Earth, and the drop. Now, the problem is, when we go out into reality, picture number 2, loading, 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 this is what we get. Straight laser, deviation the same, and no friggin' curvature. Now check this out. One of the laser tests, and this is really cool, this is where I got to modify some shit. One of the laser tests we've got actually did this, where the laser bent up at the end, and the guys went out for very specific conditions to get that to happen. Now what you need to show us is actual video footage, and we've got the video and photos of that last one happening. What you need to show us is video or photo of the laser bending downwards following the first image. So instead of being straight, it needs to follow the first one. If you can provide that, then you might have a foot in this door.
That wasn't my claim, though.
Yes, it is your claim. You're too stupid to realise that.
No, it doesn't. I said it would curve upward.
Like in the third image.
Right, and then you told me that
excellent.
I would need
So
to
that
produce,
third one, yep, shut up.
Told me what
that,
I need to
yep,
produce
zip
the
it.
first one.
So what happens in that third one is a refracted laser over a flat surface. You're yet to prove that it's a curved surface. So here's you. I think we live on a ball, and my proof of ball tard is refraction. So your proof of curvy ground is curvy light. That's what your proof of curving ground is. You're not looking good so far, son. So what you need to do is put the curvy light aside, measure the ground, prove that that's curving first, and then you can have your curvy light. See, the very second you kids come in here and squawk refraction, all you're doing is selling out the physical for the imaginary. That's it.
Floundering, where's the horizon?
Yeah, I'm the one selling out.
Floundering, where's the horizon? Where's the horizon?
This is just free entertainment. Usually you'd have to subscribe for something like this.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Where's the horizon? Floundering.
Like, do you guys have a Patreon that I can start paying towards?
Can you hear me?
I don't need your mom's money.
Yeah, your mum does it for free.
Well,
I'm a working class American. It's not my mom's money.
I know. Okay, fine, dude. Every time you get paint yourself into a quarter, you do this thing. Oh, this is fun here for amusement. This is hilarious. Hey, you're not laughing.
Oh, I'm laughing.
Sounds like you can't laugh.
Yeah, I think you've realized that when you started saying, "Oh, the Earth is obviously a ball," hopefully you hear.
How
okay, in what way is it obvious?
What do you mean? In what way is it obvious?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, this is entertaining.
Obvious.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Obvious. It's obviously a ball.
Reality demonstrates around Earth.
In which way?
In the way
an example, please.
Sure, an example. There's plenty of examples.
You only need one.
ChatGPT. What is an example of the Earth being a ball?
The horizon goes farther with distance.
Where's the horizon?
The horizon goes farther with distance.
Where's the horizon?
Until eventually you get far enough out and you see, what you would expect to see.
He means height. He means height.
48% distance from the object, right?
Where's the horizon?
This would be height or altitude.
Where's the horizon? Where is it? Where's the horizon?
And what
over
is
there?
Floundering. Where's the horizon?
Come on, it's obvious.
He won't say because then he's going to have to appeal to refraction and the nasty banhammer took it off him.
Floundering.
Okay, yes. So it wasn't so obvious. After all, you've gone silent again. Yeah, unfortunately, Floundering, for whatever reason, you did it last. I was here last time you did it. Yeah, you're being like pompous for no reason, or your pride's getting in the way.
What pride? I don't need to be prideful about the
Well, you
shape
say
of the planet.
you're proud about the Earth being a ball. You say it's obvious, yet when asked how is it obvious, you say, "Oh, the horizon." The higher you get, the further the horizon goes.
You were vague about that too. That doesn't make it obvious because that can happen over a plane.
Yeah, it's just an apparent place anyway.
Yeah, obviously the lower you are, right, and depending on the ability of your optics, there's going to be a limited distance that you're going to is going to appear before you, right? And then when you increase angle, that that distance is going to seem to increase. It's going to appear like you're seeing a larger area, right, and further.
You guys have a model yet?
Yeah, I do.
Like elevation profile.
It's called reality. See, unlike you, Junior, when you compare something, hey, Floundering, check it out. We don't need a model. We just measure outside directly.
Okay.
I've got one, Floundering.
Convenient that you don't need a model.
Floundering,
We
I've got
don't.
one.
Why is it you're too stupid to measure directly? Why do you have to measure off a belief system?
What kind of a model? What kind of a model do you want?
So, like, if you have a model car, what is that model showing? What does a model do?
I've got a model, Floundering.
Well, there you go. You asked for one. Timbo's sitting there. I've got a model. I've got a model. I've got a model. And Floundering wants to continue talking shit. Floundering, Timbo said he's got one, just in case you've got him turned off.
I can't wait to see it.
Okay, so
I'm waiting with bated breath.
The Earth's surface that we live on measures to be flat.
It's a great model.
Yeah, that's the model. What's wrong with it? Refute it. Refute my model. You asked for a model. I'm giving you a model. Draw a line and then draw some like little mountains sticking out of it. That'll be the elevation profile of sea level and land. Pretty cool model, right? And this is proven.
The elevation profile.
Yeah. This is proven from laser tests. Level, horizontal reference plane. You can also do it with a water level as well, like a big tube full of water. You got one end, two open ends. You can take them as long as you want. Create a straight line between the two levels of water.
It's weird, Floundering, how your side uses what Timbo's talking about. Why would they do that?
Get a little bit lost for words now.
Now who's entertained?
Why would your side be using flat Earth?
They also use it in surveying as well. Point to point, elevation difference from that point to that point. Elevation is based on sea level.
Okay, Floundering, that one didn't work out. So what's next on your Earth is obviously a globe. You're too proud to admit that that one sort of fell flat. So how else is the Earth obvious? It's a shame you don't let this, maybe you are letting this stuff sink in, but it would be nice if you said, I see what you're saying. I might have been wrong to assume that, but no.
We could all be wrong about everything.
Here we go.
Now he's doubting himself so much that everyone could be wrong about everything.
It's true.
We may not exist. We may be living under a giant's fingernail.
Does that mean there's no proof the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
So can you define obviously? Because now you're saying the opposite of obvious. You've made a 180. Obviously, it's a globe, too. I don't even know what the hell's going on, guys. It is weird, though, because I think you realized you were wrong and you have to drag us into it. Well, we could be wrong. Why not just say, hey, I could have been wrong?
Well, I is included in all of us, isn't it? I could be wrong about everything I know.
I is included in all of us. Good Lord.
No, about this in particular, though.
You're included in that. Michael Jackson was included in that.
No, but you're just basing it on a general, all-encompassing. We could be wrong because of unknowns, right? We could be a simulation or whatever. Like just based on the new information, just based on the information that we provide regarding this specific topic, right? Could it be wrong?
Could what be wrong?
The globe.
Sure. It just doesn't happen to be.
Yes,
because
but no.
There we go. What the hell's going on?
By coincidence, as it turns out, it is a ball.
By coincidence, you still don't have any proof of it.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Yeah, I think there's a fancy term for that I've learned in this law school. Ipsy Dixit. It's a ball because you say it is?
It's obvious because he says it is.
If something is obvious, Floundering, that means you would have made an observation. So what observation for this obvious curvature that you're looking at, where have you done this observation? Where have you seen the curvature? You haven't? Okay. So you're just a cold, hard believer.
Yep.
Good for you.
I take it on pure faith. I'm a
That's
devoted.
all right.
I'm a devoted.
We haven't got a problem with that.
I'm a devoted roundy.
So how about in the future, instead of coming in here and spruiking all the bullshit that you normally do, why don't you just sit in here like Matthew Learns does and just go, I'm a cold, hard believer. Done. And sit back and listen. Enjoy the show. Too easy? Wouldn't be as much fun?
all of it.
So
you are the show.
So you, I
It
feel
just
like
helps
I've
me
had
enjoy it even more.
I feel like I've had this exact conversation with you. So are you just now realizing that it's all faith-based? Or did you know that coming into the conversation?
Well, no. There might very well be evidence of anything. Taking it on faith just means
dude, you're not answering my question. When did you realize that you're involved in something that's completely faith-based?
It's not completely faith-based.
You said you're talking out
I'm
of
not a
both sides of your
solipsist.
mouth.
I'm not a solipsist.
Okay,
so I
you
would not
said you're a
disclose that.
devotee. You're a devotee to this globe idea.
Sure.
When did you realize that that's all this is? Before or after this last hour?
Oh, long before.
So what motivates you to come in here and act like you have these keys to the locks to shut the whole thing down? When you know that all you're doing is just chanting rhetoric, just religious bullshit. I mean, are you doing that you're not knowing that you're doing that, or are you doing it purposely?
Because I'm capable of taking the gaslighting that you guys do.
Okay, so you're incapable of answering questions.
You said,
no
why do I
one's
come in here?
How the hell? Yeah, I'm not going to go down the gaslit thing. So why would you say it's obvious when all
Because
it is a
when
faith?
when poor innocent people
Why
come in
would
here
you
and
say
want to
it's?
have a
Why do you say?
conversation and they have certain
Why do you?
assumptions, or they
Why do
have
you say
certain
it's
metrics that
obvious?
they use to believe what they believe, and you
Okay,
gaslight them,
let's talk
that
about
makes
your
me feel
belief.
bad. So I'd rather you gaslight me instead of them.
No need to feel bad. You're anonymous. No one knows who you are. Don't feel bad. You don't have to like.
No, I feel bad for other people because I don't want them to be misled.
When the milk and cookie cart comes through, I'll grab you a spare glass. Don't panic.
The truth matters. So I'd rather you
You're a
gaslight
hero.
me instead of them. I'm
Oh,
taking
you
the
need a
slings and
medal.
arrows
You're
instead of
saving
them.
the poor innocent people that come in
I
here
am.
that
I'm
get
taking the
terrorized
slings and
by
arrows
us.
on their behalf.
Oh, dude.
God, get over yourself.
Yeah, please.
And that is just
so
a
why
cop
do you
out.
do it? Yeah, he's
willing
just
to-
flaming out. He's
because I'm
running
willing
his
to do
strings
it.
run out.
I'm willing
Floundering.
to do it.
You have a martyr complex. So why do you say it's obvious when you know
I don't
it's
see why
just a
that's a
belief?
bad thing.
You do you, player. Why do you say it's obvious when you know that it's just hopes and dreams and wishes and what you were told and indoctrination?
If it were just a hope and dream, but I believed it, wouldn't it still be obvious?
It'd be obvious that it's obvious that you're locked into a belief system. You said it's obvious that the earth is a ball in reality.
It is.
And in what way is it obvious? Here we go again. This is your turn.
Why do I have to justify it to you?
You don't have to.
Oh, okay.
So you're just going to take your ball and go home. That's fine. That speaks volumes. I rest my case.
Perfect. That ends that, doesn't it?
You don't have to justify your belief. A belief is a belief. It doesn't have to be supported by evidence. It's admitted to be just a concession without evidence. That's what a belief is.
You're
welcome to that. As long as you acknowledge it, that's fine.
Yeah, you're incapable of demonstrating that it's obvious.
No, it's obvious to me.
Excellent. So what you're going to do now is pass on the information on how we can make it obvious for us, and that's where you're failing.
Have you guys ever seen those retro Scientology introduction videos from documentaries or whatever? Well,
post one in the side chat for me so I can understand what you're talking about.
You sound like you've watched too many of them. So it's not obvious in the real world. It's only obvious in your little mind.
What's true is what's true for you. That's a saying in Scientology.
Okay, that's a bunch of bullshit.
That's a saying that they often use. What's true is what's true
Yeah,
for you.
a lot of people use. Yeah, that's like when people used to say your truth, speak truth to power, that kind of bullshit. My truth, your truth. That's lunacy.
If something's obvious, bro, it's self-evident, right? Right?
Yep.
Okay. So what is it that you experience in the physical world which makes it self-evident and obvious to you? Is it how curvy the Earth looks? You look out across the Earth from high or low, and it just looks curved, and you just go, "Well, it just looks like a ball."
Curvy.
Does it look like that to you? Does it look that way to you? Have you been anywhere where it looked like it's a ball?
Well, no, I
That
haven't
would
been
be
far enough
obvious.
away.
Okay, all right. So it's not visual.
Well, it could be. It could be. If I were far enough away, then it would be visual, wouldn't it?
No, we're not talking about could be, would be's, if, some buts, some maybes. We're talking about what is it that you have actually experienced in physical reality that's made it self-evident and obvious for you.
Visions.
Okay, you're just trolling
Vision-
at this point,
That's
man.
hallucinatory.
Go
Yeah,
away.
now yeah. It's funny. He started with horizons, and now
I
he's
take it on
saying
faith.
visions.
I take
I'm
it on
having
faith.
visions.
That means it's not obvious, bro.
Are these visions in the room with you now?
It's obvious to me.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
This is your coping mechanism, kid. That's all it is. If you've seen some kind of curvature somewhere, you'd have said, "Oh, look, last summer when I went to the beach with my family, I was at such and such, and I looked out and I seen a ship go over the horizon, or I seen the curve of the water." You'd rattle off some bullshit, but you're just going around in circles, kid. You got nothing.
I don't go to the beach with my family.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you're probably a
be
pasty
like-
white little ginger kid. I know. You'll get burnt.
He thinks
It
it's
would be
obvious
like
to him
it-
because he saw it on TV. That's all it is.
It's true.
Yeah,
I did see it on TV, and that helped to reaffirm my belief.
Okay, let me ask you something. So, say you were in the market to buy like a racehorse, and so you're at some convention. Some guy says, "I've got all these horses. You've got to come see them. They are specimens, and they run like the wind. It's obvious to see." You show up, and the guy's got a couple of miniature horses and a 30-year-old blind in one eye horse and a couple donkeys, and says, "Here are my horses." And you said, "I thought you said these are like world-class thoroughbreds," and you said it's obvious. So once you come down here to the and the guy says, "Well, it's obvious to me." You know what I'm saying? That's insanity.
Oh, he was spitting his truth.
He's a con. Yeah, his truth. He's a con man. His truth is a lie.
Well, if he believes it, it's not a lie.
Truth
He
is
was
not
just wrong.
subjective. Yeah, you were brought up in the generation where my truth
a lie.
Your brain.
A lie is
It's
an
wrecked your
intentional
brain.
untruth, right? Meant to deceive.
Yeah,
But if he believes it
hey,
enough,
bro,
he's
you
not trying to
obviously
deceive
gave
me.
You obviously gave me a 20, not a 50. Obviously. Oh, well, it's obvious to me.
A person
Don't
can be
argue.
wrong. A person can be wrong, and it's not a lie.
Well, we're not now. Why are you talking about lies now? We're
You're the
talking
one that
about
brought
what
up lie.
someone said. We're the one. No, I said that
You
this
called him a
person was
con man.
misrep.
You called him a
Yeah,
con man.
because he said it was obvious, and when it didn't meet the eye test, it was not obvious. He didn't even have the things he said he had.
But he might not be a con man.
Well, in this case, when you went to buy a suitcase full of money to buy a racehorse, there was nothing there for you to buy.
Well, he did have a couple of donkeys, and
That's fine, but those
He's
are
just
not
making excuses now, old horse, to justify his own bullshit.
Floundering. Do you hear yourself?
I don't have to justify it.
Dude, your word games, you're like playing a word game with yourself. You're like curling into a ball like a snail going further back into its shell. Anyways, I'm glad you've realized that it's a faith. You're wrapped up in it. You know it doesn't show itself in reality. It's only obvious to you. You're just.
I can tell you, I have learned
There's
a lot.
no point you can go any further.
No, you haven't. You've been in 3 times and you're exactly the same each time. You have learned absolutely nothing.
I have learned plenty in here. The problem is that I haven't learned enough yet to change my mind.
We're not here to change your mind.
Yeah, you're going to have to think for yourself for a while. You make excuses to protect your precious little ego when you're an anonymous person in a Discord.
And in all honesty, if we were to split up into 2 cold hard teams, FE versus GE, I'm fucked if I'd want you on our team anyways. Only because you can't think, that's all. But anyways, Floundering, put yourself on mute.
Nice
There's quite a few other people in here that are more than capable of saying something funny. 5D Pizza, welcome. Going down the list, Bill Bob, or Billy Bob? Bill Bob. As I keep going down, Floundering's got to put himself on mute. We've also got King of Silver, welcome. OG Take Notes, I hope you are. Shaylix and Snow, round or flat? Please don't be scared to ask any questions. Floundering's filled up enough time. As you can see, there's no such thing as stupid questions. We let Floundering go on and long enough.
Why is Cavendish's experiment not, like, solid?
Was an experiment, that's for sure.
Why is it not solid?
Because it's not an experiment, like I just said. So the Cavendish experiment is not solid because it's not an experiment.
Yeah, it's crazy they attached that word to that. It's crazy that the Cavendish shed contraption got attached. The word experiment got attached to it.
So I mean, he took a measurement.
What was okay? Let me ask you something. What was
under a theory?
Let me ask you a question.
That's generally considered an experiment.
Generally, is it a scientific experiment or not? Experiment. It sounds like a parlor trick. Pseudoscience.
An experiment is a structured procedure to carry out to test a hypothesis, discovery principles, or validate theories.
Friend, okay, what was the naturally observed? What was the naturally observed phenomenon that inspired
the gravity of Earth, or as he understood it, the density of it?
No, dude.
Yes, actually, that is what Cavendish observed: is the density of the Earth.
No, that's what they say he was setting out to.
No, Cavendish himself states he was trying to find the density.
Yes.
We then understand that to be gravity nowadays.
So what was the naturally observed phenomenon? You say this is an experiment.
That is the naturally observed phenomenon. Is the density of the Earth.
Is what? Density of the Earth. So he made a shed contraption.
To measure the density of the Earth, yes.
Give me a break.
This is I don't know.
Outside of the experiment, what did he observe? Because there's something that he experienced in nature, which has listen. If you let me finish, so this is what happens before the development of an experiment. Something in nature inspires you to develop the experiment. So what was it that he experienced in nature which inspired him to perform the experiment?
Right. So he generally was kind of questioning why things had a specific weight to them, or and really wanted to understand what was the density and weight of the Earth. And so he was trying to calculate essentially a value that he could do equations off of. So what he was trying to get was the density, and he got the density of the Earth.
What did he experience? Yeah, he wondered something.
That was what he experienced.
What did he experience? What did he experience?
That was his experience.
No. Yeah, he needs to have experienced something externally.
Yeah, that's what he experienced externally. The Earth.
What did he experience? What?
He experienced the Earth externally.
Yeah, that's not a phenomenon. That's a noun.
Why are you running
not a
away
verb.
from the core of the
He's not running away. Your issue is you don't understand the purpose of the experiment. Shalix, the purpose of the experimentation is to... Yeah, that's great. The purpose of the experimentation is to adjudicate cause and effect. I haven't crashed anything. You're just choosing not to listen. Listen. Hey, shut up! The purpose of experimentation is to adjudicate cause and effect relationships.
No, that's inducement. The purpose of an experiment is a structured...
They've got a special on soy somewhere. Fuck off. Carry on in here. Holy shit. No, you haven't hit a nerve. You're just a clown show.
No, we could even take it down another path, yeah. I'd like to know what was done in the Cavendish experiment all those years ago to eliminate air currents in a timber shed, temperature fluctuations with expansion and contraction of the wire, the rod, the surrounding air, etc., the electrostatic forces, the magnetic effects, the external vibrations from footsteps, wind, carts, horses walking past this fucking dodgy shed, the torsion fiber uncertainty, whether the wire's torsion was consistent and had been calculated
to go ahead and make sure
as it can be varied with temperature fatigue. Are you just talking over me, or are you just fucking what?
Yeah, that's how they try to claim a win. So they'll get muted now, like this, and then it'll be in the side chat, you mute, you lose, I hit a nerve, and it'll be carrying on with more bullshit, AJ?
Yeah.
See, look at this. Damn, can't handle actual answers. No, Shalix, we've got no problem with actual answers. We'd like your actual fucking answers after the original person has finished putting out the question. That would be swell.
Go back to my email then, obviously.
Does anyone really want to talk to this clown show, or because it, as we've seen, it doesn't want to really listen? It just wants to come in here and preach. Old Hoss, did you want to have a...
Well, I mean, there's no sense in talking to him. I would like to have a discussion with him, but there's no sense in it if he just anytime anyone responds, he starts talking over them like a spaz. But I'll try, because I think he knows that it's not, even though titled an experiment, it's not an actual experiment. Because every time he talks about a naturally observed phenomenon that inspired this guy to set up this mobile, or whatever you want to call it, he just starts, he's living on Earth. He's experiencing Earth. He was born on Earth. He had a mother. He's a dynasty of the Earth. These are not, sounds like questions, but he has the door, not the, what is it? The Ada Twist scientist, Nickelodeon idea of the scientific method.
So well, let's unlock him and find out. Is preventing you from accepting his answer?
No, Floundering, you weren't put into that. Be quiet. I asked you to mute yourself earlier.
No, dude. He's the one.
Are we going to
he's the one
now?
anytime, hey, Floundering, he's a lot like you. Anytime anyone gets down to speaking to him and it starts making sense, he just starts yapping over top of them.
Can I actually give the answer now, or are you going to keep Gishkala?
I don't know. Can you?
Yes, I can. So, generally, the Cavendish experiment happened because he brought a torsioned rod to make sure that there was no inadvertent swaying.
Okay, time out.
Sure they were not any magnetic
forces. Is a shed
Hey, Shylik, shut the fuck up!
Happened with
he's just starting from the shed contraption. Yeah. Is a shed contraption a naturally observed phenomenon? You can't start with something that some guy set up.
You wanted me to answer how the experiment isolated the...
Hey, Shalix, listen carefully. Silence. Okay, it just wants to... Yeah. Okay, Shalix, this is how it's going to work. If someone asks you to halt, the reasoning for that is they probably want clarification on something very specific that you're prattling on about. So instead of reading out a 15-minute fucking monologue about the entire experiment, when someone asks a question for clarification, shut up for 10 seconds. You might learn something.
Yeah, I don't even think you know what a gish gallop is. I was going to get gish galloped.
I think the funny
gish
thing
gallop is going from one thing to another. Gish galloping is kind of what you're doing. Go ahead. Projection.
Every single time that thing's been unlocked, old Hoss, it's just been rattling through you, mate. Every time.
Yeah, that thing is a good way to refer to it. He thinks... I don't know why he thinks he can begin with him tinkering with a shed contraption. He thinks that's A-okay.
What I'd like to know is, on one hand, you've got Cavendish experiment, right? And on another hand, you've got Foucault's pendulum. Why wouldn't the Earth's rotation affect Cavendish's experiment, but yet not the other one? If it affects one, it would do both. Because they're both suspended fucking things. Oh dear. People are thinking now. I like it.
It's funny he asked, what's your guys' beef with quote-unquote Cavendish experiment? We're listing the beef, and he starts saying, what's a torsion rod? It was ditching the earth. And
yeah, we don't really need the whole Wikipedia article read out to us. That's nice and all, but thank you.
He drilled a hole in his shed, and he had a telescope. He was wearing knickers, and he... Is he still... Yeah, I guess he's gone. No, he's still there. Good Lord. I don't know why I'm unmuting him. This will be the last time.
I got it for you.
Shalix, didn't you ask in the beginning what's your guys' issue with the Cavendish experiment?
Oh, I'm back. Hi. So what is the issue with Cavendish experiment?
You sound like a tranny.
I can talk like one too, and I can fuck your dad better than you.
AI.
Anyway.
Yeah, a little bit AI, because there's no response. Like it's just, he just starts yapping.
Yeah, it's weird.
Just pick a topic and move on, guys. A lot of japping at the moment, so just maybe, if he's capable to entertain a topic, maybe.
I mean, I just want to know what's wrong with Cavendish experiment.
It's just an observation.
What's wrong?
We listed it already.
Experiment. It wasn't a
You
scientific
listed a whole
experiment.
bunch of variables that could have influenced
It
the
fails
experiment,
to
but
follow.
never what was wrong with the experiment.
It fails to
So what was
follow
wrong
the
with
scientific method. It fails to follow the scientific method.
What is
Doesn't
the
meet
scientific
the
method,
criteria.
T-Dub, if you know it so well? What did it violate?
It doesn't meet the criteria of being a scientific
What did it violate?
experiment.
It has a hypothesis.
It doesn't have a naturally observed phenomenon.
Yeah, the natural observed phenomenon
And it doesn't
was
have a viable.
gravity.
It doesn't have
was
a viable
the density of the
independent
Earth. That was the
variable.
observed phenomenon. That was the dependent
No,
variable.
that's not a natural
Are you okay?
phenomenon.
Do you know what a dependent variable
No,
is?
that's not a natural occurrence.
Do you know what
It's
a
not a
dependent
natural
variable is, T-Dub?
Yeah.
Sounds like you don't.
You're speaking from a
be
place
the
of
phenomenon.
ignorance right now.
That would be the naturally observed phenomenon.
Great, the natural occurring phenomenon, the thing that is being measured, the dependent variable, right? That's what he was testing for, and he tested it.
So he walked outside and he saw density.
No, he walked outside and saw the Earth.
Excellent, so it's not naturally observed. Game over.
Occurrance.
And that
That's
mass
not an occurrence.
had
That's not something
certain
happening.
weight behind it, and he measured that.
That's a noun.
Oh my god,
That's a noun.
gravity.
You don't do scientific you don't do scientific
I
experiments.
can't believe you don't fucking listen.
Wrong with the Cavendish experiment.
And it's still prattling on.
You told me something that's a fucking straw man and a red herring
No,
at best.
he did
Of
not
course
have
he had
a
a dependent
he did
variable,
not-
you
he did
fucking
not-
dumbass.
No, he did not. He did not. He did not.
If you're just going to deny the thing he observed as not being a dependent variable,
You can't even tell us what he observed.
I think you need to get your head
What did he
Does
observe
anyone else want to
occurring in
answer, give, like,
what
actual
what
criticism,
did
or you
he
just wanna
what
keep
hey
spewing
bro
nonsense?
slow down, relax. What did he observe happening in nature?
What's a
What
dependent
phenomenon?
variable, T-Dub?
It's a naturally occurring phenomenon.
dumbass.
That's something
What's
happening, a
dependent variable?
change taking place in nature. A
So what
change.
change took place in the Cavendish experiment?
No, in nature. We need nature
What
before we get to
change
experiment.
occurred in the experiment?
No.
He was
Listen, this is the way it's going to go.
testing a
You're going
specific-
to answer my questions. What did he observe occurring in nature which inspired him to develop a hypothesis and then perform an experiment to test the hypothesis? And it has to be something that he saw that's naturally
What was
occurring
the dependent
and a
variable
change.
he was testing?
He didn't have one.
Can you even
I
name
am saying he didn't have
you?
one.
Are you going to be a dumbass
He
continuously? Or are you
didn't
going to name it?
have one.
What was he testing for that you are
He
denying?
didn't. He
What is
didn't
it?
test. He didn't test
What
for
is
a
the
naturally
thing you are
observed phenomenon.
denying he tested, you dumbass? What is it?
There's nothing yet because you haven't provided anything.
Okay, so he didn't test anything?
He didn't provide
he just
anything.
tested the air? Oh my god,
Why
you
don't
fucking
you?
imbecile.
Why don't
you don't
you?
even know the
Why don't
fucking
you?
experiment.
Why don't you go to the original Cavendish papers and post in the side chat his hypothesis under his title hypothesis?
I did. You just have to read the article.
Excellent.
No,
Post it for us.
From his original papers. In his own words, he's got a title in the paper, hypothesis, and then copy paste the hypothesis for us. Go. That would detail his naturally observed phenomenon.
I'm getting it for you.
Okay. Then there should be a subtitle. Dependent variable.
That's his
Try
hypothesis.
again.
In order
That's
to
incorrect.
the of the Earth, it was necessary to say the force is required to draw the arm aside and through a given space. This.
Yep, so where did you get that from? You've got no anything to state where it came from. Hey, dumbass!
And the arm.
Hey, princess, that's not showing anything. Talking through me's not going to prove anything. Your debate boy tactics don't fucking work on me.
So the only thing
that proves nothing. I'll show you something. Check this shit out. Zip. Your citation or your bullshit that you just posted up proves absolutely nothing. Where did you get this information from? Wikipedia? Reddit? Facebook? Caltech? You've given us absolutely nothing. You've taken a clip from one tiny bit of writing, which could be AI. We don't know. We need to know where you got the information from so we know you're not a lying sack of shit. Try again.
You guys really hate when I actually pull out my shit, huh?
You haven't pulled anything yet.
Because I provided you.
You're talking shit. You haven't provided anything. And you're too fucking retarded to understand it.
That was explicitly what was measured.
And obviously you think just by blasting through it and... You know what I think? I think this fuckwit's got everyone turned down on about 5% so they can just keep talking and pretend no one's talking back.
You know what? It's hard to believe, but this guy makes me wish we were talking to Floundering.
Yeah, Floundering is way better. Yeah.
Floundering, you win. You're back.
Sick.
Floundering's happy with that.
No, I don't approve be better than that guy.
Though. I don't approve.
Well,
I think Shalix was cooking, and I don't approve of the muting.
Floundering.
Okay.
You thought it was cooking.
What?
Why do you think it was cooking when nothing was provided?
Well, he provided an article.
An article, that's great. So cite where the article came from.
One article.
That's not what I asked for.
Now, what did T-Dub ask for?
What did I ask for?
I don't know.
He didn't post it. He didn't post it. He didn't post what I asked for.
Did you?
And
can I
in
take
fact,
a guess?
there's nowhere in what he posted.
He's going to have a guess, T-Dub.
Doesn't mention a dependent variable.
Can I ask? I believe you asked him what natural occurring phenomenon was he observing? Was that what you asked him?
That was one of the questions.
Oh, okay. Well, what was the specific question pertaining to this exact topic?
He was to search the original Cavendish papers and find the title hypothesis, and following that title, post what was written. And he didn't.
Oh, okay.
If he was honest, he would have said there is no title hypothesis in that paper. There is no hypothesis. There is no hypothesis, and what he posted does not detail a dependent variable, nor an independent variable. Nothing.
Okay.
It's not a hypothesis.
I don't know anything about the Cavendish experiment, but I'm gonna go into the article. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna go into the article and I'm gonna look for the hypothesis, and if I find it, I'll let you know.
Not a problem.
This is some floundering original research here. Okay.
Here we go. Get in there, my son.
Okay. All right. I have a proposal. The hypothesis, Cavendish's hypothesis, could be that the weight of objects on the world are directly proportional to the density of the Earth.
Untrue.
What's the dependent variable in that hypothesis?
What's the dependent variable?
The weight of objects?
Can you prove that the objects have weight?
Or either that, no, the dependent variable would be the acceleration of a falling object, right?
Can you prove that falling objects accelerate?
Can I prove that?
A dependent variable is a naturally occurring phenomenon. That is something you're witnessing happening in nature, an occurrence, an event. No, Cavendish needs to state that, not you for him.
Oh, okay.
So Cavendish didn't have one.
Well, what if the experiment assumes that things fall? What if it's assumed in the experiment that things fall? Because we all know things fall. I mean, a baby knows that things fall.
No, we don't actually.
Yeah, they do.
Right, you're right.
So why does he set up a contraption that they're moving horizontally? Falling sideways?
Let's take this one step at a time. The naturally observed phenomenon, right, would be that things fall. Right?
Right, this is now
Is there any disagreement about that? Do any flatties in here disagree that things fall?
let's run with some objects fall. Yeah, let's do that.
Do any pancakers in here disagree?
Dude, I'm answering your question. Do you not listen?
Yeah, but this is now becoming your hypothesis.
No, it could very well be his.
That's what we're after, is his.
But if you'd like to use it as your own, feel free.
No, I'm not using it as my own. We're trying to ascertain what his hypothesis could have been when he was performed the
you're just going to guess and speculate and say that that's
it's not guess. You read the results of his paper and you go, what could he have been trying to measure?
Okay, all right. His hypothesis is going to involve the dependent variable. So where in his hypothesis is something falling?
Where in his experiment is something falling?
Yeah. If I do X, thing will fall. If I do X, thing won't fall. That would be his hypothesis if his dependent variable is things falling.
Can't prove that.
Let me ask T-Dub, can I ask you a question? If you dropped a ball or an apple and you were like, oh, things fall, how would you go about measuring the rate of acceleration of that thing falling? How would you go about doing that?
The rate at which it falls.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, that's the force of gravity, isn't it?
That's a declaration.
He's an Einstein denier. Oh no.
Claim stacking now. But
I'm not
to answer your question,
we're talking about in Cavendish's time, they didn't have special relativity. They didn't have general relativity. They didn't even have Newton yet. So, what? If you're back in Cavendish's
time, they didn't have Newton in Cavendish's time. Are you kidding me?
No.
Bro, you want to check your history.
It's in the article. There is no theory of Newtonian gravity during Cavendish's time. There is no standard of gravity in Cavendish's time.
Pretty sure Newton came first.
Sure. There's no theory. There's no formulation of it. There's no gravitational constant. There is no mathematical letter representation for the gravitational constant. There is no formulation of Newtonian gravity. Okay, so that's what it says. Yeah, Newton likely came before him. Doesn't matter.
The sole
There's no
purpose of the
mathematical
Cavendish
constant.
experiment was to find the gravitational constant. That was the only purpose.
No, it was not. It says that the title of the paper tells you what the intention was.
And what does it say?
Termination of the density of the Earth.
Right. He thought that density meant gravity. He was mistaken in his term, but to say that he's mistaken in the concept is a word concept fallacy, which is what you're committing right now.
So where's that written?
That he was mistaken?
Yeah.
He was mistaking density for he called gravity density because there was no
gravitational
constant. There's no
what, you did a bit of a time? How do you know? Did you do a time travel, go back and hit him up? Hey, bro, I got that wrong.
Stop.
even another ball-tard believer is telling you to zip it.
Stop, man. You know what you're talking about.
I'm reading
Just stop till you know what you're talking about.
Hey, Scott, why don't you stop? Why don't you grow some hair?
Globo fight! Get your popcorn, lads!
That's a really good comeback.
You're bald.
Really? Wow. What will I ever do?
That's a result of inferior genetics, bro.
Well, you're a smooth brain, Floundering.
Yeah, well, I'd rather be smooth brain than bald.
Oh, bad decision.
You could be a smooth brain and still get chicks.
Than bald.
Bald doesn't really help you get chicks.
Yeah, do you get chicks, man? Do you get chicks?
Oh yeah.
Come on, guys. Give Floundering a gift.
I'm actually a platinum card carrying pussy fucker.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, damn, I cannot say anything. Okay, go ahead.
Reverend Michelle,
you're not allowed to say anything because the
Cavendish's
Aussie might mute you.
Floundering is
Reverend
Jewish.
Michelle.
Floundering is
Reverend
Jewish.
Michelle.
Floundering is Jewish.
So Reverend Michelle and Cavendish's premise was that, based on their idea that mass might be attracting mass, and that's the reason why things fall to the ground, right? That they could possibly, set up some balls in a somewhat controlled environment and see if they attract one another, and then measure the attraction, the rate of attraction, right? The rate at which they come together, and measure the changes in the torsion rod, basically.
Not
right?
really correct. They already knew that masses attracted the masses. Everybody in scientific community knew that.
They built it upon a premise which was just an assumption, it was just an idea that they had. They didn't know if it was true or not.
No, they did.
No, they didn't.
They did.
No, they didn't.
How do you?
How did they know? How did they know? How did they know
They observed it.
The reason for motion is because of mass attraction? How did they know that?
Yeah.
How did they know?
No. The reason for motion is not mass attraction. The reason for that orbits exist because masses attract masses.
That's an assumption. That's just a stab in the dark. They don't even know if there's mass up there.
They did know there. They know things are massive.
No, they didn't. They didn't know if the things in the sky had mass. No, they didn't. They just saw light.
You might not know. They knew.
They just saw light. They didn't see anything. They didn't see surface. They didn't see matter.
Sure they did.
No, they didn't.
Well, you can say they didn't all you want, but they know what they saw.
They're just seeing light.
No, they convinced themselves.
They were making wild speculations about the motion in the sky, and about the motion of like an apple falling from a twig on a tree and hitting the ground. I'm making wild speculations about it. Yes, they were.
They made very accurate measurements.
They had no scientific backing to support their claims that mass was attracting mass. They didn't. Well, then what did they do? What was the experiment they performed to determine that mass attracting mass is the cause of an apple falling from a twig and hitting the ground?
Nobody ever did that.
They didn't. Yeah, exactly.
I know they don't need to, right?
They were just stabbing in the dark, coming up with wild, crazy ideas.
Wild, crazy ideas. No.
Yeah, they didn't know if there was any sort of intrinsic force built into matter that would cause things to come together like that.
They didn't know how it happened, but they definitely knew that it did happen.
They know the apple fell to the ground. Yeah, they didn't know why.
Well, they knew the planets orbited around the sun too, and they know the moon orbited around the Earth.
They did not know that.
Oh, they didn't. They didn't know the Earth, the moon orbited around the Earth.
No, they did not know that.
So what could they know in this world? What can any of us know, T-Dub? What can we know?
Things that they can empirically identify.
Okay, how do we empirically identify things?
With their senses.
Okay.
They knew they were breathing. They
so
had
that's
an
all
idea
we can
about
know.
gas, but that was a little down the track before they, thought about gas being comprised of different elements.
So you're saying that we, as a species, collectively can't know things beyond things we can touch?
Touch and feel and smell,
really?
Taste, hear, right? Those things.
Yes.
Right. So
the flat Earth position is a hyperskeptic position of solipsism. Yes, exactly.
Even lights outside the visual range was a discovery due to the senses. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad our ancestors didn't believe like you do. Otherwise, we would still be living in huts, man.
What?
Scott,
the wheel wouldn't have been invented. Oh my god.
Scott, I want to apologize for calling you bald.
That's okay. I'm bald. It's the truth.
Scott, how do you? I don't understand why you think we'd still be living in huts.
Yes, sir.
Craziness.
Yes, sir. Yes,
well, because all of the accomplishments was made by people who believe certain things about the universe.
No, they noticed that rain was entering into their living room, and they said, "We've got to make a better roof."
So
then
we better keep the window out. Window.
Yeah, they made nicer houses. I mean, dude, it has nothing to do with black holes. We might get sucked into a black hole. I know how to make a good roof now.
Who was talking about black holes? Where'd that come from?
It's in your guys' playbook.
No, it's not.
We would get there eventually, wouldn't we?
No, not with me.
That's how, hearing you sort of, it makes me understand how they're able to sell the idea of a black hole. Hell, they sold it to me. Just selling you these ideas that you're seeing lights in the sky.
Why are we talking about black holes?
And this light was emitted years ago. It's absurd.
Why are we talking about black holes?
Why not?
What's that doing anything?
I think it does.
Well, back when Cavendish did his experiment, the entire scientific community knew that mass attracted mass. They just didn't know what the actual force was and how hard it attracted. That's what they were trying to find, the gravitational constant, because once they could determine the constant...
But they were wrong, weren't they? So Einstein's wasn't correct then. And all the theoretical physicists of today are wrong. And those physicists back then were correct.
So the best we've got out of all this shit show is we know that things go down. We don't know the reason why. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
No, they don't go down. They go towards each other. Masses tracks masses. There's no down.
And it could only be, we've come full circle, and it can only be demonstrated in this shed contraption.
No, it can be demonstrated lots of ways.
Well, what other ways?
Well, watching the planets orbit the sun.
Hey, dude, La La Land.
Well,
you watched the planets orbit the sun? Give me a break, Scott.
Not me. Other people did.
Nobody has. Nobody. Not a single human in history has witnessed a planetary body orbit the sun.
Well, that's just not true. You can deny it, but it's still, people have done it.
Well, name the person who witnessed it.
Probably every astronomer that's ever lived is watching planets orbit the sun.
They never ever witnessed anything orbiting the sun, not once. Never.
What would you have to do to witness it orbiting the sun?
Like have the vantage point to actually see it do a full circle around it.
Oh, so be sitting
we do have that vantage point.
So be
not infer it from a partial movement of something.
So would you have to be sitting above the solar system somewhere?
So circles don't exist.
Make a circle or making an ellipse around. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that would be witnessing an orbit, Scott.
This was your example of...
Wait, T-Dub, can I ask T-Dub a question, please? Please, can I ask T-Dub a question?
No, hold on.
Is the calculus... No, Haas, you hold on for a second. You've talked a lot. I haven't said that much in the last 10 minutes. T-Dub, I'd like to ask you a question. If you see a partial movement, can you calculate the arc second of a circle using that partial movement?
No, you don't know if it's going to complete a circle. No, you don't. No, you can't.
Sure we can. Do it all the time, man.
This is just solipsism. Flat earthers are hyper-skeptic solipsists.
Freaking sausage.
No, I'm not a solipsist at all.
Nothing is real unless you can touch it.
No, I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite of a solipsist.
No.
I think they're just cynics.
You would be the solipsist.
Sausage fest.
Yeah, BB's right.
Yeah, what's strange is, Scott, I asked outside of the contraption, and you start pointing up to the stars.
Yeah.
So why can't you? I know. Every mass is attracted to every other mass. The only time you see it is in a shed contraption.
No, it's not the only time you see it. You see it everywhere.
Okay.
You're sitting on a chair right now, right? And your ass is pushing on your chair. That's gravity, man.
Oh, Jesus, Scott.
Well, it is.
Whatever reset you've done recently is not great.
Well, if you want to see it, just
this
feel
is the air of space-time. No?
That's a theory of gravity, how gravity works and how it exists. It's not the fact that it does exist. We don't need to explain how gravity works, just like it's really hard to explain magnetism, right? Why do magnets
saying mass attracts mass would be explaining how it works.
No, it's not. It's
yes, it would be.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, you're trying to sneak in the cause without it being the cause, and it most definitely would be the cause. What's the cause of something?
No, the how is not the cause. The how is
why
the methodology.
Why? Answering the question why would be giving a cause. Now, why does the apple, when it is detached from the tree, hit the ground?
Because mass attracts
How and
mass.
why are not the same
There
question.
you go. You gave a cause.
How and why are not the same question. You're conflating.
Okay, T-Dub, how do magnets work? Anybody want to venture the guess on how magnets work?
I know how they work.
Yes, God did it. God did it.
Yeah, because I actually don't know how magnets work. Some about polarization and, these things somehow attracting each other, but what's attracting? What's grabbing one magnet and holding on to it?
Clown Posse song, Scott.
Objects have magnetic fields.
I know. But what is that? How does a magnetic field pull on another magnetic field? What's happening?
Something about alignment of electrons.
Yeah.
Scott, you mentioned my couch. So the next time I go to my couch, how close to it do I need to get to it until this gravity will take place?
It's always taking place.
Oh.
It's not your couch that's pulling on your ass. It's the earth that's pulling on your ass, and the couch is in the way.
Yeah, this whole idea, though, that, everyone knew masses attracted other masses.
The scientific community did. I said the scientific community knew it.
They knew it, did they, Scott? But they can only demonstrate it. They can only demonstrate it with a contraption.
Why do you keep saying that when I just tell you no? No, that's not the only way they can demonstrate it.
Okay, wishful thinking, pointing to this upward to the stars. That's not science. That's not the
flat Earth is wishful
community.
thinking.
So who gets to tell? Who gets to tell the? Okay, so Old Haas, who gets to tell the scientific community what science is?
Don't you think they would know for themselves?
They do, and they disagree with you.
Do they think that the Cavendish experiment is an actual scientific experiment?
Yes, they do. Every last one of them. Yes.
We're all brainwashed, Scott.
Okay, so you know better than the scientist as to what science is. Must be nice to be you, man.
Well, yeah, pseudoscience and charlatans and snake oil salesmen and politicians.
You have a lot of pride.
They're all around now, dude.
You have a lot
that's
of
not
pride,
going to work.
Haas.
But this is the entire. This is the entire. Yeah, but this is the entire physics community, right? You saying you know science better than all physicists in this world.
They all know that they're dabbling in theoretical pseudoscience. At the end of the day.
Okay.
See, that's what I meant about when I brought up black holes earlier. I understand how they're able to sell these ideas and just burn them into your brain. Yes, of course there's black holes out there. What? You don't like talking about black holes because I think you realize it's sort of an outdated. Hey, you don't care anymore, do you?
Well, I've heard there's a big one at the center of our galaxy.
Does the clock go backwards when it goes to a black hole, Scott?
These people don't believe in galaxies.
I know that.
Haas, we could just look at the bottom of clouds during a sunset.
True.
That's what I would do too. Yeah. Or just watch the sunset itself.
True.
I saw the sunset
on flat Earth.
No, I've told Scott about it.
Anybody here explain why there's like light on the bottom of a cloud during a sunset? If the sun isn't below it?
Nobody
the clouds?
that I know of in my field.
No, they say that it's distance. That
the sun's
when the sun gets far enough away, you can't see the light
it's
anymore.
It's still lighting up the cloud.
That's a Cope explanation, buddy.
Light doesn't go down then up. That's not how it works.
So hold on. Are you making the claim that when a sunset occurs, it's going beneath the geometric horizon of Earth?
So
that's correct, sir.
Okay,
yes.
the guy has to answer for him. So at what distance is the sun setting, gentlemen?
At what distance is the sun setting?
Is the
That
sun
question makes no
low
sense.
The sun
or
is what?
above the
89
clouds?
to 93 million miles away.
No.
Yeah.
At what distance is the Earth curve blocking the sun? At what distance is that occurring?
I don't know what
Because
that
that's what you
question
guys
is
say
even
the
asking,
sunset.
dude.
All we need is
I don't know
the
what that
sun
question is
above the
even
clouds or
asking.
below
I
the
know you
clouds.
don't.
If it's below, it can show. Light can show.
Why don't you go back to your
If it's
couch,
below, I
Haas?
can
Yeah,
show
and
for real.
if it's far away,
It being far away,
Omninad, it can also do the same thing.
it's still going to be
Not
above the
true.
clouds, no matter how far away it is.
That is true. No matter how far away it is, the light's going to be apparently parallel,
According
and it's
to a
always going to
flat
be above us.
plane, you're never going to have the clouds be above the sun, right?
Yeah, that's fine, but the light can move away.
Not fine for you. It's
Okay,
evidence
then
you have to
why during
ignore.
sunsets do we see
Because think
light on
about
the bottom
this.
of clouds?
No,
But
you have to
it's
ignore the
still
Okay, let me
evidence.
completely
ask you
dark
a
at the
question.
top.
Let me ask you a question. So
I
if you
put in
say
the
if
side
you,
chat some diagrams
that's fine.
in your DMs. You should read
That's
them.
fine. If you have a table, okay, imagine this. You have a table like in a gymnasium.
Yep.
You don't. I want you to fold up the legs. It's just a table.
Just a flat
And I
table.
want you.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to have two. You have two people lift the table. You got it, and turn it sideways so it's straight up and down.
So, okay. It's on its side.
Not. It's on its side. Yes. Okay. Then you have a light. Okay, and you hold the light at the top of the board. Okay, and you shine it at the top of the table. You shine it above the table towards someone.
So if there was clouds on this, if there was like fake clouds.
Let me ask you a question, dude. All I want you to do is the further you move the light away at the same height, the light will eventually start illuminating the bottom, coming through the bottom of the table. Through the
So, Haas, can I ask you a question?
Why does it matter?
Haas, are you making a contraption? Are you making a contraption to demonstrate?
No, I'm
giving
him an example. I'm giving him a small scale example of something that
this
he's
is a
obviously
contraption, right?
misunderstanding.
This is how you refuted
No,
Cavendish.
not a
This is how you
contraption.
refuted Cavendish, by the way.
We would need
Not,
like
dude.
clouds top the
This isn't
table.
a scientific experiment. Ding dong.
Oh, it's not. It's not. Okay.
No, it's not.
Okay. So it's not. It's not an attempt to demonstrate reality.
It's a demonstration of something that doesn't mean it's an experiment.
Oh, okay.
An experiment would be determining cause and effect. Yes.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So the cause is the
Are you
light, and the
denying?
effect
No,
is
I'm
simply being
asking
lit
you,
up.
dude. Floundering.
Haas,
Are
you
you
need to go back to your
denying?
couch,
Are you
bro.
denying? Are you denying that the light would eventually?
Why don't you go back to your couch and eat some Cheetos, bro?
I don't eat Cheetos, homeboy.
He doesn't understand the argument that if
I know he
the
doesn't.
sun is above the
And this is
clouds,
how
no
you
matter
refuted
how far
Cavendish.
away
Yeah,
it is,
and I'm telling
light
you,
goes in
you
a
have
straight
you have
line,
a
it will
you
never
have the
go
light,
far.
and if you move the light away from the table that was only shining above the table, eventually it'll be shining below the table too.
How does it go below the clouds?
Well, the same way the light does as you move it across the gymnasium.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man, the thing that I said, the thing that Floundering decided to spaz all
Your
over.
kitchen table experiment does not prove
diagram
anything.
of this?
It's just a contraption, Haas.
Can you use paint to
Okay,
draw your diagram?
Listen, him stating that the bottom of the clouds being illuminated doesn't prove anything either.
Yeah.
How could the bottom of the clouds be illuminated if the sun isn't going below the clouds?
Here's an example of how you could realize that.
They are.
Hey, Haas. It's not an
Hey,
example.
Floundering,
It's
why
just
did
a
you have to butt
contraption.
in?
It's just a contraption, bro.
Man, that really hurt your feelings, didn't it,
Let's
pal?
say the sun was on. It was just a sunset, right? And the sun's above the clouds still, according to the flat Earth. Why don't we see light on top of the clouds and only below them? Shouldn't it light up the whole fucking cloud? If it was above and below, as you're saying? Because all we see during like real life, I sent you DMs of photos of these clouds. We only see the bottom illuminated and the top's completely dark. And that can only happen on a flat Earth if the fucking sun was below the clouds. and it's not, apparently. But these mods fucking hate me, so they got me banned from their side chat. It's hilarious. Because they're tired of me posting evidence for their fucking flat earth brain. Like, you're winning at life if you get banned from the flat earth side chat. Here, Shaylik, since I'm banned, I'll send you a message to show them.
Omninad, you're not banned. I doubt you're banned. You just have to.
I'm unable to type in side chat. I've been like that
I
for
don't know,
year.
dude. I don't know.
It's not
No
about
one's
the
banned you from typing in the side chat.
I'm banned in side chat.
And you're just a mumble. So did you understand what I was trying to explain to you before floundering started bringing? Yeah, dude, you're just mumbling.
Okay, resort to add-ons and insults. Okay.
No, it's just please just stop rambling. Whatever to shake you from your just fucking ramblings.
Not really rambling.
No, dude, you kind of are. You let floundering lure you into it.
There's the flat earthers and what's the other one? The round earthers or globe earthers?
We're non-flatards, yeah.
Finally, yeah, dude. Non-flatards.
Flatard, yeah.
The guy who's talking about light behind clouds. That's his best
below,
evidence for a ball.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm muted. Hi.
Okay.
Holy.
Now this is gonna get live.
Hmm. So do you want to go back to the Cavendish experiment, or are you tired of it?
I think it's been played out.
Okay, cool. We can move on. Why
I think
isn't
the
there
clouds
vertical
evidence is
convection
the
against the
So do you now understand? Hey, Shalix, you do now. Your original question was, "What's the beef with it?" So you've heard an hour of beef with it. So you get
your
it.
whole beef was like all science is false because you can never isolate a system perfectly. That's pretty much all I heard.
That's solipsism. What the fuck?
It is solipsism, but
I love you guys' little buzzwords.
You don't know
It's
what
not solipsism, it's
clearly.
empiricism. So don't confuse solipsism with empiricism.
Solipsism
I bet you we could get you to be a solipsist easily. We expose you as a solipsist. Quick, smart. Is there 100% absolute certainty?
Pretty much solipsism. TLDR.
Is there 100% absolute certainty?
I mean, I can give you the 3 premises of solipsism if you like.
Yeah, is there?
Yeah, we live in a chaotic
hang on,
world.
I can get you the premises. Give me a second.
At least
actually
you
have
a chaotic world.
Can you be 100% certain of anything?
It's not everything boils down to something like circular reasoning.
So who's the solipsist now?
The sun can explode, yeah.
Wow.
Justified true beliefs. W.
This is more for like atheists, in terms of like atheists can't like escape solipsism. Is supposed to like equate like what is actually solipsism between like a theist and atheist, but it works for here too. It explains solipsism just as much. It's fine. But no, I personally don't understand why you take it that we can never know any certainty. It's very solipsistic in itself. You are essentially relying on that like we're all in our own perception, though we can't. That's a little weird. That's a little absurd by all my
that's empiricism.
By my own opinions, you know.
Empiricism. We're empirical rationalists or rational empiricists.
But yeah, no. My favorite thing to ask in this room is why is there no vertical convection in terms of the actual thermosphere? Like what's that thing that holds in like the layer thing that holds in the atmosphere that you guys like to talk about? That thing. Why is there no vertical convection against that surface? Why is there only like horizontal convection or like convection between different cloud layers? Why isn't there no vertical convection against that surface? I'm always curious about that. Why isn't that a thing? Does no one have an answer for me? Oh, that's unfortunate. It always ends up like this, Drewski. Always. But it seems like Clip is still a little triggered and salty. Very unsportsman. But I'll leave that to you. I'll just sit here and listen until you guys ask me something that's relevant, I guess.
Floundering. I think Floundering is trying to get his round buns clapped. Is he gone? Matt, am I allowed to be homophobic in here or not?
No.
Damn. Okay, okay. I'll chill out.
Yeah,
I'll chill out,
find a new hobby, I guess.
Seriously, how did you guys get solipsism from anything I freaking said? I don't understand.
A solipsist would be the perfect person to deny that they're being solipsistic, wouldn't they?
That doesn't answer my question.
I wasn't trying to answer it.
So why not? Why wouldn't you try to answer it? You would prefer to remain confused?
Oh, buddy, I'm not the confused one.
Okay. Wait, weren't you the one who said which one are you, Floundering? How did your ride go this time? You guys all just sort of melt into one character to me. Were you the one admitting it was all faith-based? Was that you? 45 minutes ago? Half an hour ago?
Yeah. I didn't say all of it was faith-based. I said I personally take a position that I believe that it's true on faith.
Thank you. That's fine. Your truth, right? You're the one that's going to run to the corner of subjective truths and tell me I'm confused?
How does that make me confused?
Well, dude, there is no such thing as your truth. What you believe it to be. It's obvious to me.
Dude.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
There is none of that. It's obvious to me. Like, it's totally obvious to me, guys.
Yeah, but you're so arrogant as to believe that
I'm
the
ready to
only
leave this
measurable realm of
cesspool,
scientific
echo
inquiry is what you can
chamber,
personally verify with your own hands. That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, I'm the one who's arrogant when you're the one pontificating about things.
You're arrogant, buddy.
Okay, well, sorry it hurts your feelings.
Flat Earth is arrogance multiplied to the extreme.
So be it. You're the one you're out of one side of your mouth saying that it's faith-based, and out of the
I'm
the
internally
other side
consistent.
it's empirical. When every time you give
system.
it's okay. So is what they do in Smurf Village.
That's true.
Like totally. So yeah, you're the one who's confused, and you're the one who's
I'm not
arrogant.
confused. I'm internally consistent.
Okay, that you're lost in a maze. You're confused. You can't get out.
I'm not. There's no maze, buddy.
Your internal consistencies go every which way, roundabout, and intertwined with each other forever, and that's what you remain in.
You guys take a walk. And you go, "Oh, we can't see any curvature. Earth must be flat."
No, you climb the hedge and get out.
You're solipsist. Oh,
you're projecting.
I'm walking around. I'm taking a walk on a track at the high school. I'm doing it because walking's good for your heart. And I look around and I go, "Oh, everything around me is flat. The Earth must be flat."
You're funny, dude.
You got your dingus hanging out of your bingus, bro.
Sounds like a bit of a straw man to me.
Oh my god, it's a stroll man fallacy.
Was that your attempt at an Aussie accent?
Oi, you're being fallacious, bruv. You're being fallacious.
Bruv, what are you, Orkney?
See, Floundering, that's the thing. These are the things that upset you.
The only phallus here is mine in your face.
Dude, yeah, enough. Get your writer's room fired up because your one-liners are lacking. You're the one you're projecting here, friend. Everything you have is pseudoscience, what ifs, we believes, and you act like it's the pinnacle of human knowledge. That's ridiculous. It's funny. So after all these trillions of years of evolution to this point that we're on Discord in the human form here in the 21st century, you think all the mysteries of outer space have been figured out? But what a coincidence for that to happen in our lifetime. That's utter confusion.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Human ingenuity.
Oh yeah, shot in a million. What are the chances of it happening? Well, it happened, didn't it?
I also firmly believe that flat earthers really must hate humanity. You must
how
really
the
want
hell?
humanity to fail because you have to discount
Wrong.
all of the scientific inquiry
Wrong.
taking place before your
No,
lifetime.
allow people to be
Oh,
free
you
of
guys are the
thought.
ones that figured it out.
Allow
See,
people
this
to
is
be
the
free of
ultimate
thought.
arrogance.
Yeah, we
You
are.
go outside and you see the Earth is flat, and you go, "Oh, the Earth must be flat," ignoring thousands of years of human ingenuity, experimentation, and theory.
What
Hey,
experiment?
Name one experiment.
What experiment?
See, and there you go. Yep. You take
What-
your little pickaxe
name one.
and you go, "Oh, there's
And there you
monuments
go.
of human inquiry." I'm going to take my little pickaxe and I'm going to
You
go,
have
"Oh,
none.
nope, that proves a flat Earth. Oh, no, let's go with that one. That proves a flat Earth."
Pseudoscience
You guys are
So no
solipsists.
experiment.
You guys are
no
hyper-skeptic
experiment.
You're
solipsists.
projecting. You're a charlatan.
This is
Can I
so
get in?
sad. This
Can
is
I get
so
in
sad.
real
You must
quick?
really
I'm not
want
a
humanity to
solipsist.
fail. You must have
So-
zero faith in humanity. You must
So
really
no
hate people.
experiment.
You must really, really hate people.
You must really
Point
have
of
faith in
moderation.
humanity, bro.
Point of moderation. You need to make sure that there is like airspace for responses.
Yeah. You must have a lot of faith in humanity, bro.
You're right, I
Floundering.
do.
I don't
You
think I've ever
believe
talked
nobody?
to you.
No, you think nobody? No, humanity doesn't. People don't lie.
I have a lot of faith in humanity because I'm a Christian.
Yeah, do you
Humanity
think
has
people
been
don't lie?
redeemed in Christ. Humanity has been redeemed in Christ.
Amen, bro.
This sounds like bearing false witness, but I'm not going to get into that.
What?
Bro,
To
stop.
what?
You're a
What am I
weirdo,
bearing
dude.
false witness to?
Hold on, old hoss. Wait, floundering. Okay, you're a Christian. I'm a Christian too,
Yeah,
brother.
I am.
Have you ever looked into biblical cosmology?
I sure have.
Okay, how do you reconcile what it says in the Bible about the earth being established, the world being established and firm and will never be moved, essentially?
Do you want to get into theology? Do you want to get into whether or
No,
not
just biblical cosmology.
Okay. I don't think that biblical cosmology and empirical science are in contradiction.
But if the
I don't
Bible
think. I don't think
says
that.
What?
Yes.
Hold
Yes.
on.
The Bible
Hold on,
says.
Elbow.
What does it say? You want to go to Genesis?
Okay, first,
Floundering.
what's the
Let's go to
big?
Genesis.
Can you?
Oh, you guys.
Elbow. Hold on.
I want to know if he believes that the Big Bang.
Well, hold real quick. Go ahead, GA.
Yeah. Well, what I believe is
Floundering.
irrelevant because what we're doing is we're taking two different suggestions of the beginning of our beginnings, the beginnings of the universe, the beginning of our solar system, the beginning of the Earth, the evolution of the Earth, that cosmological evolution, biological evolution, everything that led up to this point, and we have competing narratives as to what is true and what is not. I don't see them in contradiction because I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't see them in contradiction whatsoever. I don't see them in contradiction whatsoever because I don't. I believe these to be. I accept the non-overlapping magisteria narrative. I accept that it could very well be true. It could very well be true that empirical science has a good estimation of how things began, but I don't think it contradicts the biblical narrative because everything could have been made with age. Everything could have been made as is empirically discoverable. That doesn't change the biblical narrative for me and my faith at all.
I could show
You
you
mean like
specifically.
You mean like
Go ahead.
God making the world with fully formed trees and rocks, and people trying to test those trees and rocks to how old they are, and they're like going back to dates prior to their actual creation because they appear old because they were made.
But you don't have a
fully
date
formed.
of creation. You don't have an exact date of creation.
You have a rough date if you just use the lineage down
Okay,
to
rough.
back to Adam.
Right. Okay. Right.
I mean,
Could things have been
within
made with age?
a week.
Could things have been made with apparent age?
Yeah, that's what I was asking you.
Oh, okay.
I think
Perfect.
we're agreeing about
No.
that. Yeah. But so
That
like
doesn't
my
that doesn't
question.
contradict in my eyes.
No, but I haven't asked you a question yet for me, but my question was going to be to you, like, and I hope we can keep the like back and forth short because I want us actually to make progress. My question to you is: do you think that when Moses wrote Genesis, that it was intended to be read literally by the Hebrews?
That it was. I didn't hear the second to last word. Literally for the Hebrews, or literally by the
No.
Hebrews?
Yeah, when Moses wrote it, do you think it was meant to be read literally by the Hebrews, the people around him?
I think that no matter what biblical passage you're pulling, there are layers to it. There are layers to what Jesus said. There are layers to what it says in Leviticus. There are layers to Revelation. There's layers
Okay.
to the Bible. There's the analog. There's the
I don't disagree
allegorical.
with
There's the
that.
symbolic, and there's the divine. That's
Genesis
what
1.
that's what my doctrine teaches anyway. I'm Orthodox, so that's what my
So
doctrine teaches.
I got you. So do you think that Moses, when he wrote Genesis, was actually trying to teach the people around him how the world was made?
Sure. That could
Okay,
have
so
been
do you
his
think
intention.
right? He also wrote Exodus, and it says in Exodus that on the Sabbath day you must rest, for in 6 days God made the heavens and the earth and all that is in them, and on the seventh day he rested.
Yeah.
So it literally says in Exodus that everything was made in 6 days.
Yes, except at several points in the Bible, a biblical day and a 24-hour day are not the same thing.
That's why I referenced Exodus and not just Genesis 1. Exodus is the passage that corroborates and confirms that it's literal days.
Okay, well then I guess we're just gonna have. Okay, sure.
Just as we have 7 days in a week, right? And that pattern that man follows, there's 7 actual days. Exodus says
Glory to God.
in that same way. Okay, let me ask you this then. Do you think that the order of creation is an accurate order?
You mean 1, 2, 3, 4? That the
5, 6.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened on each day?
Yeah.
Even if you think
I
it's
believe-
stretched out over a big time scale?
I believe the Bible is entirely true. Yes.
Okay,
Beautiful.
so if the order is correct, like he starts with the heavens and the earth and then goes all the way up to man on day 6, that's that part, even if it's billions of years, it's still in chronological order.
Sure.
Okay. And let me ask you this. I think we're making great progress right now. If it says that in Genesis 1 that the sun, moon, and stars were placed within the firmament, so to you, what is the firmament? Would you say it's outer space?
I don't know. I don't know what the firmament is.
It says it's the place where the sun, moon, and stars are.
Right.
So would you say that that's outer space then?
It would have to be then, yeah.
Okay, it would have to be. Okay, perfect. So now that we've established this is all logically valid so far, right?
Sure.
This is all logically valid.
Sure.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What day was the earth made? Day 1,
Well,
right?
let's go to Genesis. What does it
Day
say in
1.
Genesis?
It's day 1, right? First day.
Sure.
Okay. What day were the
heavens and
sun,
the
moon,
earth.
and stars? What day were the sun, moon, and stars made?
What does it say in
Posted in the
Genesis?
side chat. Posted it all in the side chat.
Day 4.
Sure.
Okay, now, wait a second. And you just acknowledged, as is logically valid, we just agreed, that the firmament, since that's the place where the sun, moon, and stars are located, that must be outer space, and you said it must be, and we agreed. Well, it says that the firmament was not made until day 2.
Okay.
So if the firmament is made on day 2, and the sun, moon, and stars are placed within it on day 4, well, science says that Earth is also flying through outer space. So how could the Earth be made a day before outer space existed, and the water around it?
I don't know.
That's the contradiction.
The reason you don't know is because it's impossible. That's not what the Bible teaches. In fact, the Bible teaches the biblical cosmology that we live with under the firmament.
There are plenty of things I don't accept. I don't.
An
There
enclosure
are
around us.
there are plenty of things in science that I don't immediately accept upon hearing it.
Okay.
Right, but that's a logical contradiction. You'll never be able to create a scenario in which that's able to be reconciled within the
Mainstream
body of Scripture.
cosmology.
Yeah, within Scripture and modern science. Those are questions that people don't normally get far enough to ask because they gloss over it. They don't think about it. But
Oh no, I've been this far. It's just never been a point of contention for me.
you just
I'm able to compartmentalize the idea that reality is verifiable, God's creation is verifiable, but also that the biblical narrative provides the structure by which we can form our foundations of belief. It doesn't contradict in any way. Does that mean that I believe that the age of the universe, the exact age of the universe as provided to us by science is correct? No, I don't have to. It could be apparent age. It could be the narrative could be apparent to me. The idea that it's a contradiction is only true if I hold both to be entirely true, and I don't. I hold the Bible to be entirely true.
I like the apparent age stuff, man. Like that's not a bad way to think. You know, I think things do appear to be old in some cases if you make the assumptions that they make. Right? We don't grant the assumptions necessarily, but the point about cosmology is important because once again, we do see that there's Earth and there's a bunch of water on day one. Earth is like submerged in a giant body of water. And then on day two, he makes the firmament and he divides that water into two regions.
Yeah.
One water which is above the firmament, and one which is
Right.
water below, which becomes the oceans and seas.
Okay, I
Now,
can try and explain my reasoning here. I've never seen a firmament, right? I don't know what a firmament is. I don't know what boundary it's trying to delineate. I really don't. I don't know where the firmament begins and the earth ends. I don't.
Yeah.
But I accept that the Bible is true, and so the firmament is clearly describing something, right? Some aspect of the universe. Where that is or what it's describing to me is not nearly as important as the holistic understanding of the story itself. Like nitpicking on exactly what the firmament is, I don't care. I really don't. Because
what about water? Do you know what water is?
So you don't care about the contradictions. Okay.
Well, hold on, guys.
Right, they're not contradictions unless they hold them to be both P and not P. That's what a contradiction is.
No, I get it.
So.
I get it. You're
making progress.
Here's the thing. I can tell that you are operating in at least with respect to this particular conversation and ideology in good faith.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. If I was in
good
position, if I was in your shoes floundering, right, this is what I would be saying to myself. Well, I know God's word is true, and I know God's word doesn't have any contradictions, but I know it appears that science says that these things are true too, and it appears that we can know these things empirically. So because God's word has to be true, but these other things are empirically verified, there must be some way where I can reconcile God's words with these other things. And I may not know how to do that, so I'm just going to
I hold
compartmentalize
empirical
it.
truths, metaphorical truths, divine truths. I hold them all to different standards. I don't hold empirical truth to the same standard as I hold biblical truth.
Right, I get it. But what I'm trying to do is to demonstrate to you that in not all cases is it possible to do that, such as this one, because you sometimes arrive at illogical, logical inconsistencies, contradictions, and impasses.
I completely agree with you.
So, like right here, that the fact that we see that the firmament is this thing that separates waters, but then also we see it's the thing that sun, moon, and stars are located within. Now, mainstream science, the only thing that we know that possibly could be would be outer space, which Earth is also a part of as it flies around the sun and flies
because
throughout the
empirical
universe.
science proposes that there are no stars within Earth's atmosphere, so clearly it's in outer space.
Yeah, well, the firmament's
clearly
not the
that's what they
atmosphere.
mean.
But
what?
But yeah, the firmament's not the atmosphere; it's outside.
No,
the
I mean,
atmosphere.
right. I mean, if the firmament is the boundary of Earth's atmosphere and space, if that is if that is
That's where it
what we're
begins.
assuming for a second, for sake of argument,
Yeah.
Then the stars would have to be within it, and that's not what science tells us.
Right.
Science tells us something different. Science proposes a different narrative, right? And so these are
right.
narratives. This is narrative building, and we find a contradiction. I don't need to accept the entire science narrative. I don't.
I got you, but do you understand that if it's whatever it is, whatever the firmament is, right?
Yeah.
If it's the thing that contains the sun, moon, and stars, which is what the Bible says it is, that is what it is. It's the thing containing them. And we ask science, well, where are the Earth, sun, moon, and stars? They're the same thing the Earth's in, outer space. It says that thing, that container, is not created until day 2, but Earth and a bunch of water exist on day 1, a whole day prior to it. So how can you have Earth and water without a place to put them?
I don't know.
Well, you can't.
I really don't. Yeah.
Right. The answer is that you can't.
Sure. As far as my understanding goes.
You like empirical science too, right? So
as far as I understand it.
The thing about Well, just real quick,
go
I
ahead.
want you to think about this for a second.
Yeah.
If you even go into empirical science, let's talk about the second law of thermodynamics for a second, right? High pressure to low pressure to high pressure, etc. Entropy is always increasing, yada yada yada. How is it that we have a contained pressurized system here on Earth, right? 14.7 psi at the ground, and then gradually, as you go up in altitude, you have a pressure differential, right? You have a gradient, right? How do you have this contained atmosphere, next to the vacuum of space without a container in between the two?
Well, first of all, as far as I understand, in science, space is not a true vacuum. So there is stuff in space. It's just relatively extreme low pressure, right? So it's a near vacuum. Space is a near vacuum. And that, as far as I understand it, the atmosphere represents a gradient where the higher up you go, the more likely it is that there's flux between space and the atmosphere and molecules traveling in and out. The higher up you go, the higher the flux, until eventually you reach the crest of the gradient, and then it starts to go back down, where
how does it go back down?
There's more interchange outside, leaving the Earth than there is than the Earth is gaining, and so it's not a closed system. It's not a perfectly closed system, but it's relatively closed in that we have a boundary of outer gases of hydrogen and helium that represent the sort of edge of the atmosphere where the gradient starts to fall off.
Yeah, where does space begin and Earth's atmos end?
It's a matter of definition.
That's a matter. The distinction to me seems would have to be arbitrary, because the best that you could say is it's at the moment where the gradient is in favor of flux towards space rather than Earth. So where things can no longer be reliably contained in a gradient.
Think about it like this, brother. That's not the only issue, right? It's not just the simple fact that there is no boundary line that's fixed, right? It's arbitrary depending on, what definition of the Kármán line that you want to look up, etc.
Yeah.
But on top of that, you have to also reconcile that in the heliocentric explanation is that the Earth is also rotating 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and it's also flying around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. And then the sun is also hurtling towards the center of a black hole in the Milky Way at 500,000+ miles per hour. Right? You have all these different motions.
And the Milky Way is multiple millions of miles an hour.
This relative velocity, yes, relative velocity.
But then our atmos is contained, and Earth is stable and fixed.
Sure.
That makes no sense.
No, it makes no sense
contradiction.
To you. Makes no sense to you.
No, it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction, bro.
It's not a contradiction.
How is that
What's
not
contradictory?
a contradiction?
Where's P and not P? Where's the contradiction?
Earth moving, Earth not moving.
Where's Earth not moving?
It's not moving right now. You know how you know?
No. You said Earth moving and Earth not moving is P and not P. Where is Earth not moving?
The heliocentric paradigm says Earth is
in
moving.
the scriptures. In the scriptures.
And scriptures.
Where in the scripture does it say that Earth isn't moving?
I think
Psalms 96:10
places.
There's a whole bunch more than 4.
Sure, let's go over them.
Psalms 9. Okay. Say among the heathen that the Lord
you want to
reigneth.
Post it or
world also be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Yeah, I'll post it. There's a lot.
You've also got Floundering as he can reference a bunch of verses talking about the non-movement. I'm sure you know about Joshua's long day. I'm sure you know about King Hezekiah and the sun moving backwards in the sky.
Sure.
Right.
And what about the sun coming after the Earth, not the Earth not the sun before the earth.
Well, again, these
Right.
again, as I've stated, that because I hold them to different standards, the idea of miracles happening is not foreign to me. That the laws of nature could be briefly suspended in the favor of prophecy, or in the favor of whatever God's will is attempting to enact. These are not contradictions in that I don't have to hold the empirical standard to be entirely and completely true and inerrable, ineffable and inerrable. In
So
that the sun is always going to revolve around the earth at the exact same rate forever. It's like, no. If the biblical narrative is that there are miracles or suspensions of normalcy, suspensions of brief suspensions of the laws of nature, that's fine.
Actually,
says creation.
Wait. You just said the sun revolves around the earth. Yeah, that's our position.
No, the apparent movement of the sun around the earth.
Yeah,
I understand your narrative is that the sun is above the earth and that the sun is what's moving, but that's not my
Yeah, it's the
position.
biblical narrative.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know, in
so
like
not
old,
the quote unquote science narrative. So it's a contradiction.
Did you say that you're Greek or Eastern
Hold
Orthodox?
on. It's a contradiction.
Yes, Eastern.
He said there was no contradiction. That's a contradiction.
No, it's
Between
not a
quote unquote
contradiction.
science.
I don't agree.
Yes.
I don't agree
Yes,
that
it-
one is P and one is not P. I don't
We're
agree.
an impasse at this.
One revolve. One
Thank you,
revolve.
Elbow. Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank
No,
you.
stop.
Thank you for your
Because
contribution.
he's saying there's no contradiction.
Thank
Dude, I'm gonna
you.
mute you if you don't shut the fuck up.
Good, mute
Whoa,
me.
you guys.
You're
You guys,
obnoxious.
relax here. We're trying to make some progress with this guy.
Don't fucking
Floundering, I
threaten me,
appreciate
dude.
you. Yo, it's okay. You guys, come on.
Please
So-
unmute.
Oh, you're a
don't
Christian
leave.
too. Come on, bro.
Don't leave, Floundering. Hold on.
Yeah, wait a second. It's a contradiction because the sun revolves around the earth, and the earth revolves around the sun.
Well, I know that
Something like that.
you know. I know your position, Elbow, and I agree with you. But from his position, do you understand that he's saying that is just describing it in apparent language, right? So he's not. He's not required.
That's not what it says. Because it says
I know that's not what it says.
It goes on a circuit.
I
Goes on a
know.
circuit, so it's a contradiction. But he doesn't want to accept. He got to accept one or the other. Either it does one or does the other. Because
Okay.
that's not. They're both not
Can
equal.
you unmute him?
Oh, he's muted.
Yeah.
Well, it is crazy. It is
Can you
crazy.
unmute him,
Hey,
Elbow?
Jesus Christ is Lord. Yeah, hold on. It is crazy that you won't let Floundering have a moment where he just has to eat crow.
Yeah, you
well,
got
he's being muted.
on?
You can't
What
really
do
do
I-
anything when he's muted.
Okay.
Elbow is
that's
asking
what
me.
you-
Listen, hey, old Haas, be quiet for a second, please.
I'm not going to just admit that there's a contradiction.
Please, there
this
isn't a
is
contradiction.
ridiculous
You're asking me to square a circle, and I don't believe that it's a perfect circle. I don't hold to the idea that this narrative is a perfect circle.
Yeah,
It's
so in
not a
other words,
contradiction.
you got to take
It's not a
one side or the
contradiction to
other.
me.
That's why it's a contradiction.
I don't have to accept that one is P
moron.
and one is not
believes-
P. I don't
hey,
have
he
to
believes
accept
it's
that. It's a
he
false
believes it's
dichotomy.
He believes it's only an apparent contradiction, right?
No.
So like we take a literalist position. We take we take a literalist position of these texts.
Doesn't matter.
No. So did the authors. So did the authors.
So he could just make his own definition of what a contradiction is. Get the hell out of here, bro.
No, he takes a non-literalist position on those.
Yeah, in other words,
did,
he has to make it non-literal.
Is this the Elbow Show?
Shut the fuck up. You have to make it non-literal so you can then say, "Oh, it's not a contradiction. It's just
I'm not
I
making
agree,
it
Elbow.
non-literal.
That's
No,
bullshit.
I'm not making it non-literal,
Yeah,
buddy.
that's
I said I'm
bullshit.
willing to discount
Wait, that's
science
a
for the benefit of the biblical narrative
Dude,
because I hold the entire Bible
that
to be
is a
true.
cop out. Cop
What's
out.
the cop out?
if
What's
you
the
do,
cop
then
out?
it's
I've been
contradictory.
consistent this entire time. What's the cop out?
That's not consistent, bro.
That's
Elbow.
basically what Elbow just said. That's what you're doing. Exactly.
I both think that Floundering is wrong, but I also understand what his position is, and I think guys should give him a little more grace.
Bullshit, dude. So how are you
Elbow
going to
doesn't have
say
any
that
grace.
it's okay?
Elbow's a douchebag. You are a douchebag.
You want to get muted again?
Yes, I want you to mute me, douchebag. God.
Second, guys.
Annoying
Listen, it's
fucking
well
douchebag.
understood. It's well understood amongst academics, theologians, all right, historians. All of them agree
right, including the Christian religion and the all the Judaic religions agree that the people who authored those scripts had that literal view of the universe and expressed it so in their texts.
Yeah, so that's where I was kind of going to go next. I was going to try to
Extensive
progress.
study through
No.
the text and through
I agree.
artwork and other literature, and also oral tradition.
I agree. I've seen
Yeah,
old Bibles with that in there.
unfortunately, he said there were no contradiction, and he doesn't want to concede that. So unless he wants to concede, I'm not gonna unmute him because that's his bullshit. That we're gonna let him slide and let him cop out and say, "Oh, it's not a contradiction. That's just a not literal way of they writing the damn shit." Bullshit.
Well, he
That's
can
freaking a
be
cop out.
wrong. He can be wrong and still
So how are
want
we
to.
gonna bullshit? So how are we
Well, I'm
gonna
trying to do that
progress?
right now.
Hold on. How are we gonna progress on something with someone if he doesn't want to concede to even the
He
smallest
already conceded.
contradiction? He did
Yeah,
not.
he just said.
Said
Well, he just said that he is willing to discount science in order to uphold the inerrancy of Scripture.
But he says it's
exactly.
not a contradiction.
Okay,
Okay.
we haven't got there yet,
Yeah.
bro.
So the next thing I was going to point out in order to progress this forward was Flounder, since you're Eastern Orthodox, I'm sure that you're very familiar with the Septuagint, right?
Yeah. No, not entirely.
Well, the fact that the Old Testament exists in Greek.
Yes, I'm familiar with
Okay,
that.
and it was a common translation at the time of Jesus and prior to him.
Of course, of course.
Okay, so if we compare Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, all three of them together, and we look at the word firmament,
Yeah.
in like the post-Renaissance English era, particularly like the 1800s and onwards, because when it was first published in English, those old Bibles had diagrams of the firmament in those Bibles. I've seen them in old Bibles. But they would, in the later eras, in later centuries, they would try to kind of metaphorize the firmament into this just like expanse. But that's not what it meant. If you
Oh,
read
of
it in
course. Yeah.
Greek, it's the word stereoma. So Hebrew is rakia, Greek is stereoma, and Latin is firmamentum, where we get the English firmament.
Right.
Now, both stereoma and firmamentum are explicitly solid objects.
Okay.
Rakia also is, but people try to say that rakia could technically just mean an expansion that doesn't have to be solid. But the other two are very clearly solid, and
Yeah, if the definition is a solid object, that's fine.
Yeah, one moment. I can pull it up and put it in the side chat. You
There's
use
another
Blue Letter
one.
Bible?
I use Blue Letter, but Ezekiel 122. I don't know if you've seen that one as well.
Yeah, this is why people like Ken Hovind and that have speculated that there was a literal like ice shelf in the sky, which melted and whatever and rained and flooded the earth. Then now we don't have a firmament. That's what they're speculating. Like, but there was a solid barrier, but now there isn't.
It's funny they said that the windows of the heavens had to be closed again. Not that it disappeared.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I'm going there. I'm going there too. So can you see the side chat floundering?
The flat Earth one.
Yeah, the one that we're in.
Yeah, I see this.
So I just put it in there. So stereoma literally means that which has been made firm. The firmament, the arch of the sky, which was in early times thought to be solid. That which furnishes a foundation, firmness, steadfastness. That on which a thing rests firmly. And so you'll see the same type of definition, very similar definition in Hebrew and in Latin. You also have Job, where they talk about the sky is strong and like a molten mirror.
Right.
There's other passages.
Well, the root word of rakia is actually an analogy to pound the earth or pound something by
to beat it out.
or by implication to overlay with sheets of metal. So when it talks about a molten mirror as well, we know that back then this is how they actually overlaid mirrors with sheets of metal.
Is that AJ? What's up, brother?
Yo, hey, bro, how are you?
That's a great input. Thank you for that. That's
AJ's awesome.
yeah.
Cosmological finds.
Yeah, dude. That's great. And what Elbow just said as well, that's a point I was going to make earlier. We should probably make it now. If you read Genesis 7 and 8, when it talks about the flood, where it says God opened the windows of heaven and God closed them, my whole life growing up, I just used to read that and thought it was poetic, like, windows in the sky, But I didn't realize until, later that word used for window is totally different than the word used for window of a house. There's a common word for window when you're speaking of like a house or a building, but the word for windows of heaven, it actually means lattice or sluice. Now, if you know what a lattice or a sluice is, both of those are gates or ways, roads, paths for water to go through. So if you have a dam, a sluice is the gate that they open to let the water out. And so when it uses the word window in English, that's not really the best rendering. It's more like the sluice gates of heaven are what was open and closed to let the water down. And if we know that the firmament, right, it has a body of water above it as well, then it makes total sense to say, oh, he opens the sluice gates and the water on the other side comes through them and comes
That the
down
water
to
would be
us.
coming from above the firmament.
Correct. Exactly.
Right. Because originally there was water, and the firmament is what was used to separate the earth from the original water.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that in terms
This
of
is.
like.
I agree. It's yeah. I don't argue.
A lot
with
more too, bro. No, I'm saying there's a lot more to it too. Like, regardless of, if you want to go to empirical science, etc. But you can literally take these verses as they are. You don't have to try and rationalize it. Man, is it poetic? Is it metaphorical?
Well,
there's certain
test. Hey, what's up?
there are layers to it.
Because
yeah, I don't try to rationalize the Bible and square it with science. I don't. I do the opposite. I go, well, if there is an apparent contradiction between what I know in the Bible to be true and science, then I know I don't need to accept the scientific narrative. I understand that I don't need to accept the scientific narrative, and in a lot of cases, I don't. I don't believe that the Earth is. I do not believe that. For example, I don't believe that humans are responsible for global climate change. I don't accept that men are what is responsible for that. I understand that the climate has cycles, and the entire narrative that the burning of the recent industrial age expansions are what started this shift into global climate change is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous narrative, and yet science continues to prod us with this idea that humans are responsible. There are things I know I don't have to accept, even though science says it's true. And one of those things happens to be the creation mythos. I do not
Your dad is not here, bro. You're looking for your dad. He's not here.
Anyway, I don't try to reconcile the Bible using science. I don't.
Can I pick up where Biesticles left off there for a minute?
Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I just want to say that yes, of course, there's poetry, there's allegory, all of this different type of language in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. There's layers.
But we understand language, and we understand when that language is called for. So if it's something just simply that we don't disagree, then we can't say this is allegory or this isn't a literal reading if the language isn't there for that.
Oh sure, yeah, no. If the language is sound,
niggers.
Good job on that one. It's quicker. Hey, Floundering, do you know? So there's also several passages in both the Old and New Testament that speak about the stars of heaven being cast down to the earth, falling from the heavens to the earth.
Yeah.
It's sometimes referenced like a fig tree when it casts its untimely figs, and there are some passages that say all the host of heaven shall fall. Because eventually they will at some point, right? When the heavens are on fire, right, and everything is burned and purified, and whether you take the total destruction and recreation or the renewal stance, either way, it's all going to burn. But before it does, the stars will fall to earth, and if they're giant burning stars that are a bajillion trillion times bigger than Earth, a million light years away, it'd be pretty hard for them to fall to Earth.
100%. There's actually a lot of contradictions, between what we're told and what the Bible teaches. So
absolutely, there
as
are.
simple as that we're told that the sun came before the earth, whereas Genesis 1:1 says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the sun and moon were not created until the fourth day." In Genesis 1:14.
Right, which is why the idea of it may very well be evident from a scientific perspective that the sun is older than the Earth, but the idea of a parent age, and the idea of the biblical narrative providing the foundational story, I don't have a problem with it. I don't see it as a contradiction whatsoever.
Floundering, are you talking when you say science? Do you mean pseudoscience? Because
I mean the consensus. I mean the scientific consensus. When I mean science, I don't mean the science
It's
that
most definitely a contradiction.
a person could.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Tito. I don't.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, even I can understand that you're bullshitting.
No, there's a if I held both to the same standard, if I held them both to be P,
so I cannot get a reply. So I cannot get a reply.
It's a contradiction in narratives, which is why I don't agree with the scientific.
Okay, Jamesy. Okay.
I cannot get a reply.
Let's not just randomly burst out in cursing like on either side. I think like both.
Please.
So then, is there a contradiction between?
Why did you mute?
Is there a
contradiction in narratives?
Hold on a second.
Yes.
Explain that further for me first. That contradiction.
There's a narrative contradiction. So, if you make a scientific inquiry, right, and it leads you to an answer with information that you believe initially disagrees with previous assumptions, such as the presupposition that the Bible is entirely true, it's very likely.
Careful with your words now.
It's very likely to me that this difference is apparent in its narrative, but not a contradiction in reality.
Okay.
Right.
So then I think I got what you're talking about. If you're a Christian and you believe God's word, then you'll believe that this book was inspired by God, yeah? So if this book was inspired and written by God, are we claiming that science is correct and God doesn't know his own creation?
No. Never said that.
Of course not.
No,
yeah,
of course not.
He's just saying all biblical contradictions are merely apparent contradictions and not actual contradictions.
Right.
Well, how is it apparent? How is it apparent when it blatantly says the earth was first, then the sun came later?
Okay, right. And what is that statement in the Bible contradicting with? It's contradicting with a scientific consensus, which is a consensus among people, which is a narrative building. A consensus is a narrative building exercise, isn't it? So it's not contradicting with reality, which would be P and not P. It's contradicting with the narrative. So it's not a contradiction.
Okay.
It's an apparent.
All right. So you don't necessarily. So what you basically, that's just a long way of saying I don't necessarily agree with the scientists.
I don't necessarily agree with anyone.
Okay.
I agree with the Bible.
Right.
Now,
so earlier, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
Earlier, you had a kind of an error amongst you. Like we just popped in here, but you were basically strawmanning the flat Earth position by saying, "Oh, I look around, it's flat, therefore flat." But you do realize that there's a lot more to the subject than that strawman, right?
Of course.
So why did you feel the need to do that?
Oh, because I was just making fun of Haas.
Yeah, why?
Why?
Bummer, I wasn't paying attention. So just carry on with what you're doing it now.
You were at
You're
the
looking
time.
for distractions.
You were at the time, buddy.
But like, why do you? Why are you coming in?
Because he called me prideful and arrogant that I wouldn't accept.
Yeah, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. I'm not even in this Bible discussion, and I can hear you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You want it both ways.
Because I'm referring to a previous conversation we had, and I'm not talking about you as you are right now. Can you follow the train of a conversation, buddy? Go back to your couch and your Cheetos, please.
Flounder, you did come into the server for a purpose, right? Why are you here?
Sure. Why am I here?
Like just in general,
Because
like I don't know you.
Because it's fun.
Okay.
What's fun?
Why does anyone do anything? I go into the Christian chats to have theological discussions. I go into the political chats to have political discussions.
So what do you think this is the kind of a discussion? So you come in here to have what kind of a discussion?
An entertaining discussion.
So
yeah, he always goes to. He's entertaining himself every time he gets met with any sort of friction. Or
I've been told many times. I've been told many times in this chat that it's not the flat earther's job to educate me, and if that's the case, then you do not want to have educational conversations. And
why do you keep getting educated then?
Well, I disagree, Floundering. I think what was actually said was it's not up to us to change your mind. Yeah, we can put forth
no one ever said that. I have been told many times in this
citations,
chat that it's not their job to educate me. That it's not a flat earther's job to educate me.
No,
I don't need to be educated.
The word was convincing. Convincing was the word.
So I think we've made a good biblical case so far. Like I think we don't need to ride that horse all the way down until the horse drowns. Right? I think we can just
you can get into some
we've led you to the
empirical
water
science that
on
he
that
likes.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's what I would like to ask. This is just a probing question to like get your wheels turning for this topic.
That's lewd.
Can you think? Can you think, Floundering? Yeah. Can you think real hard and just ask yourself, like, dig as deep as you possibly can? Do you know any mutually exclusive evidence that Earth orbits the sun?
What do you mean by mutually exclusive? That
Like,
it's a brute fact. It's a brute fact on its face.
Mutual exclusivity means that the evidence could only be used in support of one position and not the alternate position.
Right.
So, like, if I said I look up in the sky and I see the sun moving across the sky, well, one person says that's because Earth or sun orbits Earth. The other person says that's because Earth rotates. Right? Like, that's not mutually exclusive. It could be used in either paradigm.
Right.
So that wouldn't work.
So you asked, is there mutual exclusive evidence that Earth is orbiting a sun?
Yes.
Right.
Would it have to be for the sun to move across the sky in the globe narrative? Because you just said that the reason why the sun moves is because the Earth is spinning, not because the Earth is orbiting.
In the globe. So in the globe narrative, the reason the sun
in the globe
moves
narrative,
across
it's
the sky.
both, right? It's both. The Earth is spinning and it's also orbiting the sun. But the sun could be moving across the sky even if the Earth wasn't moving. If it was just spinning instead and not orbiting, right?
Yeah, it's the daily rotation in the globe model that causes the day and night.
Yeah, I just wanted to. That was a clarifying question. I just wanted to make sure is there mutual exclusive evidence that I have that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Correct.
Not that it's spinning.
Yeah. That it's orbiting.
That I have access to right now, or that I believe.
Yeah, or that you believe. Just anything you know
of. Yeah, I would say so. I'd say there's pretty good evidence.
Give me one. Give me the best one you got.
I like Seasons. Seasons is a good one.
Not mutually exclusive.
So why
the mutual exclusivity of it would be that the heliocentric model is attempting to explain or you can test against a heliocentric model for why the sun has a different distance above one point in the horizon in its revolution, but it's always going from east to west, but it has a different height in the sky depending on the season.
So in a geocentric model, all of these things are kinematically equivalent. It means that their motions are seen the same. So if you were in an Earth-centered,
but there is no model.
a geocentric model.
Yeah, we're not talking about flat and curving. We're talking about just
talking about geocentric.
Oh, sure,
Earth
yeah.
in the center.
You mean in the original geocentric model?
Yeah, I mean there was like the Tycho Brahe model, right? Which the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun.
Right.
And you probably also know that it was the official position of the high churches for pretty much all Christian history that the sun went around the Earth, and then when Galileo Galilei and the Nicolaus Copernicus and that whole fiasco happened, there was like trials and everything. They were, hereticing people over it and excommunicado and all this house arrest, all these different things. And eventually they changed their position. It's actually perhaps, and there's other things, but on the other things people would probably argue and say, oh, it wasn't official, it wasn't actually a writ or whatever. But that's probably one of the only things you can point to in church history in which the high churches actually formally changed their position on a matter.
Yeah, I don't look to the church for distinctions in cosmological narrative. I don't think that that's what the church is for.
Well, it's part of the scriptures.
It
was a matter of scripture.
Right. It is a matter of scripture. It is a matter of the church's position on the normative explanation for the scripture. I agree with that. But that's different than saying that. That's different in saying that what the scientific evidence suggests proposes the same narrative. Those are two different things.
Well, their position was this is what the scriptures teach, or this is contrary to what the scriptures teach, and they
but that also includes the assumption that any valid scientific inquiry into the matter would also produce the same result.
Why didn't you say
that physical evidence presupposes a Bible and also affirms a Bible, right?
How did we forget that this all started when you got him talking about the order, and then he said even if a day is a million years, we're agreeing on the order. Why didn't you speak up on this? Because then you were like, right, go on. Why didn't you speak up about that then?
Why didn't I speak up of the church persecution of Galileo?
No,
why didn't I
dude.
speak up about that?
No, why do you
the church's
say
position on cosmology?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back in time, do you still? I'm not. Just as a listener,
you're not what?
I heard you.
You're floundering,
bro. I'm not in this conversation. No, you're floundering.
Oh, you are now. You're floundering, bro.
His position. He's right though. Old Hoss is right. You did agree, that in the order that the sun came 3 days after the Earth did.
That's how this whole thing started.
Yeah.
So now you want out of that now.
There is an apparent no, because the idea is whether or not I'm willing to accept the normative basis that the church uses to explain the proper interpretation of biblical scripture. I don't need the church to tell me where biblical scripture and science meet. I don't need the church to tell me that, because the presupposition laden within, or the question being begged here is, would any further scientific inquiry... I do. Would any further scientific inquiry into the matter verify the Bible? And I'm saying, if it doesn't, I don't have to accept that narrative. That's been my position this entire time.
I'm gonna have to agree with Old Hoss on this one. Honestly, I think that if you accept that the sun came 3 days after the Earth, or 3 million years, or billion years, or whatever, then the Earth can't be orbiting it.
That's not true.
How would the sun be captured?
So the Earth is created. The Earth is created.
The Earth not stationary. In the
book, the Earth is created.
When the sun is created, stationary in the book.
Can you shut the fuck up and let me answer the question?
No, you answer the question. Is the Earth described as stationary?
You let me know when it's my turn. Because I was
It's
trying
your
to answer
turn,
Jesus Christ
Flambe.
as Lord's question, and then you pipe up, dude. Is it my turn?
Yeah. So how are you
So the
reconciling
Earth
this?
is created first, and the Sun is created after. Perfect. As soon as the Sun is created, Earth now has something to orbit. Where's the contradiction?
Well, Earth was made on day 1, and then the firmament was made on day 2, and then the sun and moon and all the stars in the heavens were placed inside the firmament on day 4.
Sure.
So, but the Earth is something that exists independently and outside of the firmament. So
Not in
how
space.
so how could it be orbiting this sun and that's up in the firmament?
I don't know.
It's not.
It's because it's
That's the
not.
simple answer.
Okay.
Hey, bro.
And the reason
I accept that you believe that. I accept that you believe that.
Psalms 46 will really.
I'm waiting for the contradiction. I'm waiting for the P and not P. That's what I'm waiting for. Rather than, well, there's
You say I
nuances
don't
in our
know?
competing narratives, and I'm telling you I don't have to accept any of it, but the things that I choose to accept are based on the evidence that I've seen, and I don't need to care what the historical position of the church on cosmology is.
Well, you still haven't presented a
No,
scientific
it's
evidence
the
of
scriptural
the Earth
text.
orbits.
The text
anything.
literally reflects their cosmological view.
That's
Literally.
not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
There's a
it
normative.
does.
No. There are different layers of truth in the church's narratives.
No, I told
There's
you it's well
theological
understood.
claims. No. There's
No, I told you it's well understood.
Yeah,
well understood.
I'm well aware that it's well
authors of that
understood.
text
Is human
had that
understanding
cosmological
infallible?
view.
Is human understanding infallible? Is the church
All right,
infallible?
listen, bro. It is well understood.
Yeah, that's what I
well
thought.
understood,
You
right?
won't
That
answer my
the
question.
authors of those texts
Thank
had
you.
the
The church is
cosmological
infallible. Is that
view.
your
Had the cosmological view of a stationary plane set on pillars, right, enclosed in a dome-like structure that isn't moving, and that is reflected in their text. There is specific verses through and passages throughout the Bible which explicitly state that idea.
Yeah.
Okay, is the church infallible?
No. The inerrant
Are
word
the
of God.
authors? Did the authors of that text not understand what they were writing?
So you're saying that the authors of the text itself, and the church's normative explanation for all of it is
Not
all the same
interested
thing?
in the churches. There was
Okay.
no churches back then.
Okay. So what are you talking about?
The book. He's talking about the text.
Scripture,
The
Just the
text.
Sure.
The authors of the text and the text.
Yeah.
Well, Hebrew cosmology, bro. I mean, if you just look up what did the early Hebrews believe, you'll see that it's this cosmology that we're describing to you.
And as well as everyone else in pretty much the entire ancient world. And the reason that the Hebrews believed that is because that's what Moses wrote in the book.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for the P and not P. I haven't seen it yet. I'm sorry. I haven't seen it yet. I really haven't.
Well, we don't have to go into the. I think this is just something that you'll have to reconcile with your own stuff.
I have already reconciled it long ago.
To be fair, you haven't given any mutually exclusive evidence that Earth orbits the sun. Seasons doesn't work. That's equivalent in both the geocentric and heliocentric models.
It's not
stellar
equivalent.
parallax.
Stellar parallax is also equivalent. It's just you flip the triangle upside down.
Yep. I mean, dude, when it comes to seasons, it's definitely not mutually exclusive. You could have a close and local sun versus, the globe paradigm where the sun's far away and that the Earth is tilting away from the sun's heat at certain times of the year. Either way, it's not mutually exclusive because it's still both based on empirical observation, because that's all we can go by, right? We're just observing the sun in the sky, right? And then we're basically interpreting what is the sun doing? What is the Earth doing? You have to jump through a lot of hoops just to say that, no, it's not actually the sun moving across the sky. It's us rotating and falling backwards, and the sun is basically going out of our field of view beneath Earth curvature.
Yeah, every attempt to measure the Earth's motion around the sun has failed miserably, and that's like accepted in the higher circles of physics.
Not only failed, but impossible now because of relativity.
Yeah, now they say it's something you can't possibly measure. After they tried to measure it a million times and couldn't do it and failed to do it, their measurements came back no motion. They said, "Huh." Instead of believing that the measurement was accurate and there just isn't any motion to be had because we measured it and it was zero or whatever, we're just going to say it's something that can't be measured because we know it's moving irrespective of measurement.
Yeah, it's a philosophical decision to basically remove any physical meaning behind the interferometer and all of the measurements that Michelson Morley put forth. And they said Dayton Miller,
Yuri
Gallup,
Galiev, all of them.
Yep, exactly. And what they did was floundering. This is how crazy it is. They basically said, "Oh, the reason why you can't measure it is because it's actually Earth following a geodesic path through space-time curvature."
So Earth is both traveling in a perfectly straight line without accelerating at a constant speed and going in a circle around the sun at the same time. A circle is now equal to a straight line because the very fabric of reality and space itself bends and warps. That is the
Level is
explanation we came up
curved.
with.
Level is curved, man. It's crazy, dude. Absolutely
Yeah,
nuts.
I mean, to give you a picture of it, it's actually even more absurd than that. To just bring it down to Earth and get out of the sky for a second, you make a machine, and this machine is the most precise measuring instrument known to man at the time that you make it, right? And this machine is, at least 30 to 60 times more precise than it needs to be in order to measure the thing that you're trying to measure, which is Earth's blinding velocity of 67,000 miles an hour. Okay. You set up the test, everything's figured out, it's accepted how it should work. You run the test, and instead of measuring the 67,000 miles an hour, you get like 12,000 or 16,000.
As a
And
percentage, right?
yeah, and then everyone's like, well, that can't be right, so we're just going to treat it as if it was a zero. So the 16,000 miles an hour measure, we're just going to call it a zero. And then you tell everybody, well, the reason that we got a zero isn't because it's truly zero, but actually because the machine itself shrank by the exact amount necessary to change our 67,000 miles an hour into a zero.
It's literally what they say, bro. The Lorentz contraction.
Yeah, this is where Einstein's theory of special relativity came from. He literally invented this theory because they tried to measure this velocity and failed to do so. And so he said, all of physics must be changed. They literally changed the entire framework of human physics because a measurement failed to measure the thing that was most sacred to them. Because, you may not be aware, all of science, there's a hierarchy for it. At the top, you have philosophy, actually. And then right underneath philosophy, you have astronomy. And then you have physics. And then you have biology and all the other sciences. But philosophy is at the top, and then right below that's astronomy. So astronomy is like the most sacred empirical science for them. And astronomy is actually dictated to by a philosophical principle, because that's the only thing higher than astronomy. And the philosophical principle that dictates astronomy is called the Copernican principle, named after Copernicus, who you've heard of. And the Copernican principle, it's something very simple. It's this. It says the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position in our universe.
Antithetical to the God's word, by the way. Just saying.
Right. So that principle, they say Earth's not special and it does not occupy any special or unique position in the universe. It's not a scientific position, it's a philosophical position, and they force all observations to conform to it. So, when they did this test to measure this velocity and they failed to do so, they said, well, We can't reconcile this with the Copernican principle. So what we will do is we will change all of physics because it's 2 rungs on the ladder lower. It's 1 rung below astronomy and it's 2 rungs below philosophy. We'll just change physics and we'll say all of our physics up until now is wrong. And the very fabric of reality itself, time and space, are malleable. And we can bend them and warp them and change them as a ratio against light's speed, because light is the thing that we were using to measure this velocity. So since light's the thing we were using to measure it, we will make light the measuring stick for the universe and make light the most constant thing in the universe. We'll make light more constant than the fabric of reality itself, and we'll say that the fabric of reality is changing, but light is not. That's literally what they did. This is the history of the science that we live under right now, Floundering. This is where physics is right now. That's where
Yo, where are the flat earthers here?
They're all
Deep
around you,
insight.
brother.
Could you take a back seat for a second?
Well, I'm trying to figure out who's a flat earther here, bro.
So are you familiar with these experiments, Floundering, or with this history?
I am. I've been following along. I appreciate the history lesson. I'm familiar with most of what he said.
Yeah, dude, the Copernican principle is something that is detrimental to actual science, to be honest.
I don't.
Okay.
Dude, I'm just going to be honest. You know, I work in a scientific field. I'm not going to dox myself, but if someone came up to me and they were like, "Look, bro, we went to measure this thing with this super awesome machine that's like super ultra precise, and when we went to measure it, we didn't measure it. We got 0." I'd be like, "Oh, sounds like you measured a 0." They're like, "Yeah, but see, the thing is the fabric of reality bent and warped and caused the machine to shrink by the exact amount necessary to change the real velocity into a 0, and that's why we got 0." I would look at them and tell them that they're retarded. That's what I would do. Because that is retarded. Yet, that is the framework by which all of physics operates now.
Yeah, try going against Einstein and see what happens.
Yeah, see if your career doesn't get blackballed.
Einstein's a
and
Jew.
Again.
Well,
Indeed.
it's to the point. It's not actual science. It's pseudoscience on display.
Yep. Now, I got you, Floundering, and it's kind of a switch up, but since you're already familiar with those things, right? Let's talk about curvature for a second and actual blueprints, for example. Like I have these as-built plans that our friend Taylor, she basically went through like a myriad of different organizations and people to actually get her hands on it. She had to say that she was in a university, blah, 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 because it's technically state funded. But have you ever seen Lake Pontchartrain? I'm sure you've seen, I don't know how long you've been in these discussions, but have you ever seen that?
The experiments involving Lake Pontchartrain?
Or how Lake Pontchartrain is basically used as like a meme to say, look at this, look at the curvature, it's right there.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so in these as-built plans, which is like what is actually used, there is no WGS 84 because it wasn't around then. So what did they use to make this, 25-mile long bridge? It's just mean low water level. I'll show you. Right here, here's all of them. I believe it's binder 6 and binder 7, North Bridge and South Bridge, and you can literally see that there's no account of Earth curvature at all. And if you were to go that entire length, 25 miles, okay, you would expect something like 600 feet, something like that, if I remember correctly. There should be a 600-foot bulge between, in the middle between each end of the bridge. Yet there isn't. And then I even have this engineering book.
Water?
The Earth.
The Earth. Because if we're on a ball, right? If we're on a sphere with a certain mathematical dimension, right? That has a radius value of 300 or 3,959 miles or 963, etc., whatever. then those have entailments, right? There's entailments to that claim, which is a certain drop over distance that has to be measured, right? Yet it's never measured.
Yeah, 416 feet is the drop over 25 miles.
There you go. So 416 feet, that's 41 stories. So there should be 41 stories, right? 41 story building of curve, if you think about it like that, in between
the two ends
each end of the bridge. Yeah. And there's none, dude. And then you'll have things like this like I have this surveying book I found from like 1998 where it literally says it defines horizontal versus level, and it's insane. Here, let me find it real quick. I have it somewhere. Wait till you see this, dude. So, people aren't in this server and haven't come to the conclusion that they've reached for no reason, bro. Like it's certain
I'm aware I'm aware of the rationality behind it.
Okay. So what is your biggest contention then?
My contention with the flat Earth narrative?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your biggest contention, like what's the cog? Where's the cog disk? Yeah, where's the cog disk coming from, brother?
Cognitive dissonance.
I like spheres.
He likes
That's
being part of the club.
That's my problem. Is I like spheres too much. They're perfect.
Just tell him you like being part of the cool kids club.
Let me no, dude. I actually want to ask you a really personal question, but it's like not so personal. I
Well,
can't.
the round Earth wouldn't be the cool kids club. That's just the normies, right? To you guys, the round Earthers are the normies. You guys are the cool kids club.
Well, floundering. No. Seriously, based on like your personality type and the way that you try to represent what you believe that is the truth. If you were to like come to a knowledge and an acceptance and a belief in like the biblical cosmology, FE, so to speak, would you be able to just pretend for the rest of your life that you still believed in the mainstream stuff to everybody around you so as to not be perceived as a freak?
It wouldn't matter to me. I mean, I have family members that believe in a flat Earth, but the idea that I would need to maintain the illusion is not important to me. I have friends of all stripes. I have friends that are atheists. I have friends that are Christians. I have friends that believe in a flat Earth. I have friends that are my best friend actually is we have conversations all the time about round Earth, flat Earth because he is an aerospace engineer and he's also a metrologist. And he without saying any more, I can say one more thing. He works for Honeywell. Okay, he builds parts that inevitably end up on spaceships. And he's a metrologist. He builds actuators. He builds a lot of things. And he has shown me a lot. Obviously, he hasn't shown me anything classified, right? Because I'm a civilian. But he has shown me a lot of interesting things, and what am I supposed to say to a guy who? Why would I feel the need to save face to my best friend who I accept that he in good faith is presenting the evidence of his job, which is to provide reliable quality assurance for the building of space parts.
What's he presented? What's he presented to you?
Well, he's presented things to me that are declassified.
Like what?
Well, I mean, satellites exist, bro. Rockets exist. Upper atmospheric vehicles exist.
Like what?
Well, no. Hey, there's plenty of flat earthers that don't believe that those things exist. So hold on a second. There is no consensus among flat earthers about whether or not rockets are actually going anywhere.
So, what's he presented to you?
Well,
procedures, diagrams.
Yes. What's he
pictures,
presented to you that shows a
pic-
globe?
procedural things.
I think
Planning,
your
procedural
planning
things.
things.
Like
Yeah,
what?
procedural for launches. For the building of rockets and launches.
I think there's a conflation, right? Like this is what people do. They assume because I work in the space industry and I make stuff that goes up there, that must mean that the whole entire narrative of outer space and glob and all that stuff.
No. This is not. I wasn't mentioning my friend in order to prove around Earth. I was answering your question about whether or not I would need to maintain the illusion to people around me that I'm still around Earther, even if I entirely accept the flat Earth.
I was just explaining why your friend believes it.
You did, because you said he presented stuff to you that...
I never said that was evidence of around Earth. I said I would have no need to save face to my best friend, who is providing to me evidence for around Earth.
Yes, providing to you.
Right.
Providing
right.
to you,
That's not me saying
Yeah,
that his job proves that the Earth is round. I never said that.
He's asking.
You're getting a little too excited. You're getting a little too excited.
He's saying that
I was
his
answering
friend...
the question of whether or not I would need to save face to my best friend, who, in his line of work, he is a quality assurance metrologist for the building of these parts. That is his job.
I get it, but I think that would still come with the big stigma, right? Like even though it's your best friend.
What does he build?
And even though
he's a quality assurance metrologist.
You would still have to deal with him treating you like you're a retard.
He doesn't do the building.
So he doesn't build anything.
He's in quality assurance. So his job
quality
is to make
for what?
Quality assurance for the parts for
parts?
Aerospace parts.
Aerospace.
What parts?
He works at Honeywell. What does Honeywell build?
He already said like actuators and
yes,
stuff like that.
Actuators and joints and gussets.
Yeah. How do you know? How does he know they're going to
things
space?
that need to be precision built?
Yeah. How does he know they're going to space?
Joints? He's a drug trafficker?
Timbo.
How does he know that?
Satellites exist, bro.
How does he
know they're going to space? Yeah.
How does he know that the parts that he's providing are going to space?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not him. It's his friend.
I don't know. That's not the point that I was trying to make.
That wasn't the point. His point was that his friend will.
You don't need to tell me what the point is. That's all right.
You seem to be missing it. You're getting really excited, and you're like, "He's trying to disprove a flat Earth. Get him!" You need to calm down, buddy. You need to calm down.
You've been on here for 5 hours.
Oi, bruv. You need to calm down, bro.
You're just full of shit.
You need to calm down.
Full of shit, dude.
See,
you're full of shit, Rob.
You still would have to deal with the stigma, even if like you say that like I don't care, like it wouldn't bother. Like you can say that. Yeah, you can say that all you want, bro. Like,
I have plenty of beliefs I can't justify, and there's the idea that I would get a stigma for believing the Earth is flat in front of him. I mean, I don't have anything to prove to him.
But no,
you would get a stigma for not just from him, but from pretty much everybody.
I get a stigma for a lot of things. We have to brush those off and keep moving, don't we?
You get a stigma for talking about his top secret job up to the world.
I haven't said anything that's classified. Yeah, you thought it was a gotcha. There's nothing top secret about people that work for Honeywell. Like it's not a secret that people work for that company. Buddy.
How did we get here? We went from the Bible.
You're such a dumbass. You're such a sad dumbass, dude. These gotchas aren't working. These gotchas aren't working, bro.
Dude, I'm not trying to
Timbo need to calm down. We were having a nice, calm, casual conversation about my beliefs and what I'm reconciling and what I'm not, and cognitive dissonance. Haas and Timbo need to calm down. Your flat Earth panties are in a wad, dude. You pancakers need to calm down.
Yeah. Okay, so
go back to your couch and your Cheetos, buddy.
Just to be clear, bro. Just
We're
to be
talking
clear.
about joints on spacecrafts or satellites, and satellites are real. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. But that's where this is going.
Well, there are plenty of flat earthers that don't even believe that satellites are real. So there's no consensus among you guys.
No,
and there's
it's
no
the
normative
idea that
basis for your
something is
beliefs.
in orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, but dude, not people. A
Dipshit.
group of people not being monolithic, and constituents of that group of people not being correct about everything doesn't affect the validity of the overarching belief system itself.
Oh, sure. It's just the idea that some flat earthers believe that satellites exist and some of them don't. It's like, okay, well, there's plenty of evidence
No.
that they do
Hey,
exist.
Floundering, would you
There's
like to
plenty of
learn
evidence
something
that
right here?
there's plenty of
Would you
evidence
like
that
to learn?
satellites
Would you
do
like to learn
exist, and there's
something,
plenty of evidence
Floundering?
that rockets do exist.
Floundering.
The question is where are they going, right? That's
Hey,
that's
do
what
you
the
have me
question being
muted,
begged here.
Floundering?
No, I'm over talking you.
Okay,
You're
well, stop
annoying.
for a second. You're talking
Why?
about the dude. Well, because you brought up satellites. That's why.
You're the satellite expert, bro. Let's hear it.
No. What
I'm
I'm
ready
the
to hear it,
expert
dude.
on is
I'm
what's
ready to
been
hear you
said in here ad
compartmentalize how
nauseum.
satellites fit
You're just
your
not going to
narrative
listen, are
instead of
you?
mine.
No one doubts that there are things in the sky. What all flat earthers will agree on is whatever those things are in the sky, just because you see a thing in the sky doesn't mean it's in orbit around a ball.
Okay.
You're the one who has such this narrow-minded vision where you see something in the sky and you're like, well, I obviously see something in the sky. That means it's obviously going in orbit around the Earth. That's where your imagination kicks in. You see it cross the
My
sky.
imagination.
Yes. The same way you envision the Earth going around the sun. That's your imagination. You see the sun go across the sky. You piggyback onto what's in the books and what they indoctrinated us all with. Is that means the Earth is spinning, and the Earth is actually circling the sun. That's your indoctrination. That's what you always go back to.
Everyone grew up with that, though. This is the thing.
Yeah.
It's not something that's like, oh, you've been chosen to be brainwashed. No, it's just the worldview that we were presented with, right? And just like most people, you accept the worldview that you are presented until you decide as an adult to look into
the people that work at Honeywell, aerospace engineers, my friend included, and anybody above them, any position of authority, are they all deluded, or are some of them knowingly lying? Or
I would say almost all of them are honest and believe it. Almost like 99.9% of them believe it.
Okay. Who is
the one? Compartmentalization, bro.
Is this a bottom up or top down narrative building thing?
An extreme top down.
It's okay. Okay. So the person at the top, whoever's at the top, is lying, right? They know the truth. They know the Earth is flat, and they are distributing the propaganda.
Yeah, you could say Satan.
Something like that, but it's not that. That's a very simplified, like oversimplification.
I'm simplifying.
You said it was top down, so I'm just wondering who's at the top of the hierarchy.
I'll give you an example. Right, by way of analogy. Okay, in the 1940s, World War II, America decides to test this breakthrough technology and build a nuclear weapon. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How did that happen? They built a whole town, hired like tens of thousands of people. All of these tens of thousands of people,
no idea,
including the scientists who were enriching uranium and the workers who were doing the manual work to produce it, and the people, all of them, almost no one out of those tens of thousands of people had any idea what they were doing.
Right, they were lemmings. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
I understand.
And you have to understand there was hundreds of different roles involved, all disciplines of engineering involved.
Compartmentalization.
All chemistry, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, nuclear
You guys
engineering.
don't deny that nuclear weapons exist, right?
I didn't say that. I'm saying when they were made.
Okay. Because there's a few famous flat earthers on YouTube that propose that nuclear weapons don't exist.
Okay. Anyways,
we
the point is,
let's not jump to that subject.
Yeah. The point is that this entire endeavor was undertaken
Next,
and
he's going to start talking about ice falls.
And it was accomplished with almost none of the people involved having any idea what was going on. That same framework is what is used now in the aerospace industry.
Yep.
I happen to know people who are 30 to 40 year veterans who retired. When I say veteran, I don't mean military veteran at the company, who retired from offices in the United States government that operate satellite networks, full life cycle from creation to retirement of the craft. Okay, and I have it on good authority from their experience programming these networks in which all of these things were operated, that we now in the 21st century, because they were part of the last effort in the 2010s to actually fully automate everything, so it would become hands off. And once they finished that project, that's when they retired, because the U.S. Space Force took it over at that juncture. The entire system at this point in time for tracking, locating, and maintaining these satellites in their orbits is automated. And the people that are doing the controlling, they used to have like satellite, not pilots, but people who would like operate the controls.
You mean
There's
supposed orbits?
very little. They're flight paths. Just call them flight paths. There's very little human input at this point in time, and no one has to do any data crunching. They used to actually have to all take their data, separate compartmentalized functions, come together in order to get orientations for their antennas, for their crosstalk between the networks on the ground and up in the sky, and all this different stuff. All that's automated now. It's a black box that even the managers don't see into, and the programmers now don't ever have to touch because it's all hands off. So literally, they wouldn't, even the managers at this point, program managers, would not even know that the coordinates for these satellites, Euclidean coordinates, are different than what one would suspect they would be on the WGS84 geoid model or ellipsoid models, the globe.
Yeah, it's a big one. Coordinates.
And these physical coordinates that the antenna, the communication network antennas for these, because when I'm talking about the satellites that are not the public ones, I'm talking about the ones like the SPA satellites and the high level communication satellites that our military uses. You have to be able to orient your antenna technology very precisely to communicate with these satellites, because they operate at very low signal strengths and filter out a very below a very low noise floor. So you got to get it right, and the coordinates obviously on a ball are different than those on a plane. So they used to have to do all those jobs manually. Now they don't do it; it's all automated. My point is that I'm getting to is, just because people work in the industry, just because people do the job, just because people have been there for 20 years or are program managers or whatever, doesn't mean that they have any idea what's actually going on up there. There's only a very, very, very small select group of people that hold extremely high level clearances and are part of special access programs that are privy to that information.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm fine with all that.
Okay.
Sure.
Even the people who send
it's top down. Sure, it's top down. Got it.
So the idea of bringing up someone that you know and works in the industry, I mean, there's people that are also in aerospace and engineering, etc. Even satellite technology, like Dr. Mike Heffron, they're flat earthers. You know what I mean? It's not really one way or the other.
Of course.
Now, if you guys want to switch it up a bit, though, I would like
Isaac Newton was a creationist, and he was as far as I know, he was a Christian. So
he also believed in the second theory of gravity that most people don't talk about. I don't know if you've heard of it, but
it wasn't a second theory. It was the same one. They just removed his last postulate from the Principia.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Well, it was of vegetations and metals, but
crystals, you mean? Oh yeah, vegetation. Okay,
it was metals. Yeah, of vegetation. Yeah. So what he described was the ether as etheric breath coming top down like a tenuous substance being inhaled by the earth, and then gross exhalations basically come out of the earth. And it was the Sol-Nitor theory. But regardless, he believed that there was this top-down force that came down, right? Tesla believed that there's this top-down force that came down. Even modern science calls it the cosmic microwave background, etc. All of these phenomena point to Earth being stationary. I hope you know this.
He also proposed that, not only that, he proposed that his theory of gravity required a substance of mutual contact between all interacting bodies, because
So
the
yeah, from
idea,
that distance, yeah.
yeah, the idea that two bodies could act upon one another at a distance without a substance of mutual contact between them was,
Started.
yeah, basically for someone to believe that, they would have to not have competent mental faculties, is how he worded it.
Retarded.
Yeah, that's the old-fashioned English way of saying that they'd have to be a retard.
Wait, can you define substance connection, or would you say they need to have what?
A substance of mutual contact. So he was talking about the
So,
principle of local action. There's a principle in science called the principle of local action, which is that entities only interact where they are located. So, like, an object only acts where it is. It doesn't act where it is not.
so let's say I jump in the air, right? Are you saying I still have a connection to the ground, like some sort of substance connection? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, no, the point is that in order for you to interact with the ground, your feet had to touch it. And in
Yeah,
order
but
for
like, why
you,
am I getting pulled down to the ground once I jump up?
there's a force doing it, then it's something is acting upon you, right?
Okay, so
So, if you can call it gravity, that's fine. We can call it gravity, whatever it is. We'll use that word. But his point, Isaac Newton, who came up with the theory of gravity, he said that in order for this gravitational force to be acting on all these bodies, that there must be some substance that they're all mutually touching that is transmitting
sure.
the force between
So
them.
what substance is touching when I'm jumping in the air? What's
The ether
what
was
what
the substance.
the ether?
The
And,
fifth
and like,
element.
can you describe the ether to me? Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, so it's you can think of it as some type of fluid, right?
Fluid.
Just
Okay.
like air is a fluid, just like water is a fluid, air is a fluid, plasma is a fluid.
Air is a gas. It's not. It's
Well,
not a
no,
liquid.
fluid's
Behaves
not
like
liquid.
a fluid.
No, fluid does not mean the same thing as a liquid. The definition of a
Okay.
fluid is not liquid.
Sure. Okay. So a fluid could be both gas and liquid, is what you're saying.
Gas is fluid,
That's
liquid's fluid,
that's
plasma's
fine.
fluid.
Okay.
Yes. So some type of we don't. I'm not saying ether is probably some exotic state that's different from all of those, but it's some type of fluid that permeates the entire universe. It's present everywhere, and it's the basis for the fundamental forces of electricity and magnetism. It's the basis for light waves. It is what matter is made out of.
Do you think he was proposing what we call today dark energy or dark matter?
No,
No.
he believed in an ether, just like everybody else
No,
did
yeah,
up until Einstein.
Wait. So
Right,
are
but
you trying to claim that, like, when Newton says that gravity is acting upon us, do you think that he's saying there is no substance that's acting? Because, like, yeah, gravity is the very substance that is acting upon us. No.
No, he was saying, like, imagine you're in a pool of water, right? And you're on the other end of the pool. If I shove the water really hard and create a wave, that wave will hit you and push you towards the other side of the pool, right? He's saying that to think that I could push you to the other side of the pool without any water in the pool, I'd have to be a retard.
Yeah, there has to be a background medium that is essentially in mutual contact with all of the bodies that is claimed to be acting upon each other. The sun and the earth, the moon, etc., all these different quote unquote orbits, right? All the periodicity, like all of these things that we
That
Mm-hmm.
see
would be
with
gravity.
No, gravity's not a substance, bro. Gravity is a force. There's something has to transmit the force.
yeah, it's like what is gravity propagating through?
Space. Wait, would you consider space as a substance?
Oh, so this is a great question. No, empty space is not a substance. I believe space is filled with a substance.
Yep.
Okay.
If you had to go to the atomistic theory, okay, like if you had to go to the reductionist view, right? They say that an atom, and 99% of it is empty space.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So
retarded.
like if you to put it like
That's
Tesla.
retarded.
Yes.
Yeah, Tesla said that he believed that matter was like tiny little bits of ether flung off into prodigious whirls of velocity. So imagine like you get this ether and it's like spinning so fast, and it just so happens that we found out later, you know, decades later, once we got the technology to measure it, that actually atoms are all spinning insanely, retardedly fast at blinding, mind-numbing speeds. They all have spin, and that the spin of this atom is causing it to basically hold itself rigidly in place, just like a gyroscope.
Centrifugal force.
You know how a gyroscope will remain rigid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like he's basically saying that atoms are little tiny ether gyroscopes.
Yeah. Okay.
That they're oriented because a gyroscope is oriented in a certain way. The atom is oriented towards, or not towards, but the atom is oriented by ether.
I mean, you can think of it like magnet. You can think of it like magnets, right? They have to be aligned.
Well, every atom has a magnetic dipole.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you go to Maxwell's equations that describe electric and magnetic fields, both the electric and the magnetic field, both of them are defined by what's called the A field or the vector A potential. There's this thing called A. Like E stands for electric field, B stands for magnetic field. Most people think that those are the only two that exist, but originally the way that they were defined was by A. Magnetism was defined as the curl of A, or basically rotation in the A field, and electricity was defined by the flow rate of the A field. So there's something called the Aharonov-Bohm effect that was measured in the 1950s, where they were able to isolate electrons in a circuit, electrons in wires, from a solenoid magnet, to where like they were separated from each other, so that there was zero electric field and zero magnetic field being put on the wire that the electricity was flowing through. And they measured the wire flowing through the electricity flowing through the two wires, and were comparing how long it took each one to get there, like the arrival times. And when they turned the solenoid on, what the solenoid is it's a coil of wire. It acts as a magnet. When the current goes through the solenoid, the charges move through it. If you look at the math function for the A field, that actually has an effect on A. It changes the A field. Now, they verify. They know that the electric field and the magnetic field outside the solenoid is zero. It doesn't touch the wire, the circuit around it. However, when the solenoid was powered on, the electrons in the wire got sped up on one side and slowed down on the other side, implying that there was like a rotation, which makes sense because the A is defined as the curl of B, or sorry, B is defined as the curl of A. So when you have a B field, you have A rotating. So which means that physically the A field is something physical.
Well, this is how Faraday created his bath motor, right?
Exactly.
A tiny little motor in a bath, because if one side is decelerating and one side is accelerating, you get the spin that he recorded in his experiments.
Yeah, it's all physical. That's all physical stuff. Yeah, exactly.
But the A field, the problem is the A field was never treated as physically real by any of the Einsteinian people. It was just supposed to be like a mathematical tool for convenience of calculation for E and B, and they proved that it actually was physically real. And it's like, what is A? A for what, right? I say it's A for ether, but the point is that the space itself has physical properties.
A for flat Earth. A for flat Earth.
Space itself has physical properties. So, like, the other guy asked me a second ago, do you think that space is a substance? I said no, but I think it is filled with one. and there are several proofs of that.
Right, but now the scientific community suggests that there is dark matter and dark energy, that there are these forces that we can neither see nor detect in any way nor measure that are governing the fundamental properties of the universe.
Well, the dark matter and dark energy are, just to be clear, in the mainstream model, are not said to be present anywhere close to us. That they are things that are in like the, outside of our solar system. But
I don't know what you're talking about because
That's what they say. It's
as
because
far
of the
as far as I understand
operation.
it, dark matter and dark energy are everywhere.
no, that's pop
No.
They're not
science.
just
That's not
in
that's
voids.
no, that's pop science. That's not a thing. Where dark matter and dark energy came from was in the 1920s. Hubble, who the Hubble telescope was named after, Edwin Hubble, made some observations that everything in the universe, basically, no matter where he looked, as far away as he could look, it appeared as if everything was um, going
Moving
around
away.
us. Yeah, moving, like going away from us. And so he was like, "That's odd. How can everything in every direction, 360 degrees around in a circle, and also in every axis, appear to be moving away from us? That seems to imply that we're in the center." And so, what he did was he's like, "Well, there's only two options. Either we're in the center, or maybe everything everywhere is moving outwards in all directions and it would appear like space itself is expanding in all directions, and so it doesn't matter where you are, it would look like that for everybody." So that's what
Right,
he
but
went with.
the important thing here is that the amount of energy required to keep a galaxy together is not
I hadn't
present
got
in
there
the
yet.
system.
Yeah, I hadn't
Oh,
got
okay.
there yet.
Yeah,
So,
I know, but
what they
I'm willing to speed you up because I'm aware of the Hubble observations and
yeah,
extrapolations. I'm aware of
okay.
Hubble. I want to
So
get specifically to the claim that
yeah,
the amount of
yeah,
energy required to keep
I'll jump
everything
there.
together is not present.
Yeah, I'll jump there. So fast forward to much later, we ended up building off that, and we realized, oh my gosh, we can look out, see with today's telescopes really far, what it appears to be really far, and if we do that and we keep the scale of the universe that we've built everything off of and we keep it consistent, we see all these spiral galaxies and all these places that are like spinning so fast, yet they
Oh,
don't have enough matter or energy to hold themselves together and not fly apart. And it's not just like a little bit of a difference, it's a massive difference. It's actually over 95% of the entire universe would have to be something that we can't see, detect, or measure, or even define.
Right.
it's
What
insane.
so it's a mathematical placeholder for the error in their model because their theory of gravitation and their theory of the cosmic scale of things does not work with the
I
already
understand.
accepted
I understand
math.
that there's a lack of there's a big hole where our theory of quantum gravity should be.
Hour?
We have no theory of quantum gravity.
Whether it's quantized or not, it's a fact. It's a matter of magnitude and scale. Like it just doesn't
Dude,
work.
96% missing mass. Like that's insane.
Right.
If 96% of the paper that you turn in is dog shit, you really think that's suitable?
So yeah,
Oh, of
instead
course
of
not.
saying like
Of course not.
Right.
so that's not what
I understand it's a placeholder for it's a placeholder or it's a
It
MacGuffin
used to be
for
called
their
missing
error, right?
mass. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
yeah. So
It's a
that's
placeholder
not
or MacGuffin for the error in the calculation. I understand that.
what gives the vacuum its properties. So the vacuum has physical properties, and you can go into a laboratory in a controlled environment anywhere on Earth and pull a vacuum in your vacuum chamber, and everybody will measure the same thing. They will measure, for example, that the vacuum has impedance, electrical impedance. Now, that's very odd because it's well known and it's just accepted fact. Electrical impedance is a material property, just like you have density and uh, electric permittivity, magnetic permeability, etc. Right? All these different properties of each material are properties of a physical material. Well, impedance is one of those, and the reason it exists. What does it mean to impede? To impede means to hinder. In the case of electromagnetism, electrical impedance is how much an electromagnetic wave or electromagnetic energy is hindered from flowing from point A to point B.
Mhm.
So if you put something, if I'm sending something from point A to point B and I put an object in its way, it either has to go through the object or around it now to get to the other
Right.
side.
Is that
So it's
the
been
is impedance the gate that you need a higher voltage to get through?
no. Impedance is measured in ohms. It
Well, I
fulfills
understand
Ohm's law.
how impedance is measured, but you need a certain voltage to get it. Impedance is not the gateway that voltage is getting through. I'm remembering the diagrams in college, right? That
No, Ohm's law is just
amperage
V
is the
equals
amount, and voltage is the, or I'm sorry, amperage
pressure.
is the intensity, and voltage is the pressure.
Amperage, if you just imagine as like water, right?
Yeah.
Amperage is like how much water you have, and voltage is like how much pressure you have.
Pressure or force.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Pressure. Yeah. So
And
voltage is what gets you through the gate, and impedance not the gate, the force of the gate keeping it shut, or preventing movement.
impedance is like how skinny your pipe is or whatever. But
Okay, no, we're on the same page here. I'm
yeah,
just remembering where impedance was in that diagram. So
yeah,
if a high impedance would be a very narrow pipe.
yeah. But
Yeah.
the point, so the point I'm making though is impedance is something that is a product of there being stuff there in the way. If there
Sure.
were the more stuff you remove, the lower your impedance becomes. And like if
Mhm.
you like when we know that when we use metals have extremely low impedance because they have what they call a free electron sea within their body. So if you use
Right.
like copper wires, for example, you can conduct electricity at like 0 point, like tenths of an ohm, basically tenths of an ohm, like 0.1 ohms, 0.2 ohms, in a less than an ohm in a wire. Now, if you were to even remove the wire itself, if you were to remove all the air, every bit of matter was to be removed. What would
You'd still have
what would
impedance.
intuition tell you that the impedance should become? It should become 0 because there's nothing there left to impede. But in actuality, if you go into any vacuum chamber in the universe, you will find that the impedance of that vacuum chamber is about 377 ohms everywhere. It's a universal constant in the vacuum, which begs the question, what is present inside the vacuum that is giving it an impedance of 377 ohms? What is impeding in the vacuum?
You know
There
what the
must be
mainstream
something in
says?
it.
I don't know, right? But that's where we find placeholders. That's where the circle has to be squared.
Yeah, they just ascribe physical properties to empty space.
Which is
Sure.
retarded, again.
Right, but
Like, empty
space isn't a
spaces.
perfect vacuum. I know that.
Well, no, but it's not.
The
That's the thing.
proposal for empty space is that it's not a perfect vacuum. That there are
Well,
substances that exist in space.
well, the closer you get to a perfect vacuum, the closer it approaches to 377 ohms. It's a limit, right? So like it's
Right.
still valid. It's not the little tiny 0.0001% of stuff in the vacuum that's giving it the impedance. That's not what's doing it.
No, the stuff
Um,
would lower the impedance.
yeah,
Right.
but
I mean, anything in there would be more electroconductive than vacuum itself.
yeah, but that's the thing is it's very like the fact that there are fixed properties to space,
It's
material
insane
properties.
in the relativistic paradigm.
Yeah, it means that there's something in the space, like it's not empty because nothingness. Empty space is not an entity. If we just use logic and like the laws of logic, right? Empty space is not an entity. It cannot act. It cannot be acted upon, right? It's not a thing. It's just where you put things. Okay, it itself is not a thing. So you can't say it has weight or it has mass or it has a scent or it has a color. It can't have electric permittivity or magnetic permeability or electrical impedance or density or anything like that because it's not stuff. It's not an entity at all. It's not a thing. Yet we can measure physical properties in it, which means there's no question. There's something in the vacuum. And so that's what the ether is.
Sure.
It's the stuff in the vacuum that gives it its electrical properties. In
Do
fact,
you
I
have a
would say
problem with the Einstein model? Do you have a problem with the Einsteinian model calling it spacetime?
yes,
Yes.
because
Okay.
it's actually ontologically completely different.
Okay. I want to hear. I would like to hear how you approach the Einsteinian model with this belief that ether is actually stuff and it is measurable. Because the as I understand it, even if there is nothing, there is still space-time. So if we think of nothing, right? When we conceptualize nothing, we think of it as there being absolutely nothing in, like you take a space, right? You just take a 3D space, and you say there's nothing in this space. It's not occupied by anything. But the Einsteinian model still says, actually, the fabric of reality is such that there is always something. There is a space-time. There is a certain depth to everything. Everything has a depth. Space.
No,
You
that's
can't
just a mathematical coordinate system, though, right?
It's
Like,
just
it has no
it's just a
physical.
coordinate system.
Has
It's
no
not
physical properties. Has no physical meaning.
and he literally took the idea of place. So place, right? Empty space, place, location. The idea of the idea of location, which corresponds to distance, and time, location and time, and tied them together into one thing and said that it was variable.
Right, but what would be the purpose of that? The purpose.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you exactly.
Right. Well, I understand it. As I understand it, it's that
I'm laughing because it's a long answer. But go ahead.
Sure, it is a
I can
long
give you a
answer, but
concise
we
one.
can boil it down to light. We can boil it down to light considers space and time to be the same thing because it does not light from light's perspective at relativistic velocities or the speed of light in general. It does not take any time whatsoever to reach a place in time, a location in space.
Well, that's what they
So-
say as a consequence of. But how do you ground that in the
Right.
first place, right? You first have to establish it as valid. Now, the way that they claim that this is what Einstein said. The way that I know that my theory's right is because we took something that we already knew was sacred and established as true, which is Earth's velocity around the sun, and when we went to measure it, we didn't measure it. So that must mean that space and time are bending and warping reality itself to trick our measurements into not measuring what they're supposed to.
It's crazy.
Instead, that's literally his theory, bro.
Yeah, I don't accept the narrative entirely, but the
Nor should you.
it's not. What would you say? What would I say? The bending of the curvature of space-time being a more sophisticated explanation for gravity rather than just the idea that, well, two masses attract. It does not bother me that a more sophisticated answer for descriptions of reality are going to require a diminishing return of equal information. So like it would take, let's say that let's just say there's a spectrum of truthness behind any theory, right? That there's an approximation of truth behind every theory, and we can think of that as a spectrum. And if we say, well, Newton got there about 60% of the way, right? And any addendum that we made to Newtonian gravity, like adding a constant or reducing any of his concepts down to mathematical constants rather than any sort of additional extrapolation, then we could call that 65%, right? And then we go to Einstein. It takes more and more, just as it takes more and more energy to increase your velocity. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. It takes more and more information to get a more and more accurate explanation of reality.
But it's not more and more accurate.
But see, yeah, Einstein's
less
theory isn't
accurate.
even true,
Part of
bro.
it. Okay. That's a different claim than what I'm talking about, which is that it does not bother me the idea that the explanation would not be more apparent to me. The fact that I can't see space-time is not a problem for me.
96% less accurate. Put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you make a theory and then you test its claims, right? And it's like and not only do you test its
Well, I can't
claims,
test space time.
right?
I'm
Exactly.
not light.
So it's
I'm not light.
pseudoscience.
Well, I'm
Right,
not
like,
light.
but you can falsify the postulates of the theory, right?
Yeah.
There's a few core postulates. One is that the speed of light is constant for all observers and all inertial frames. One is that all motion, is like purely sorry. Another is that
All reference frames are valid.
all reference frames are equally valid. All motion's relative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's how I needed to word it. But
yeah,
and you can invalidate. You can axiomatically invalidate his theory on all grounds, on all of the axioms. You can measure light speed to objectively not be constant. That's why we have fiber optic gyroscopes, the Sagnac effect.
Right, but when people refer to the speed of light, they're referring to it in a vacuum.
Well, okay, even
so
in
like
the
if so, when Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about light speed, when anybody is talking about light speed in the case of like what we're talking about right now, the Einsteinian model, just as you said that impedance, that there's an impedance constant in a vacuum, light is constant in a vacuum.
Yeah, but the point
that
is
light has
that
a constant speed in a vacuum.
Well,
when people say light speed, it's implied that they're talking about the speed of light in a perfect vacuum.
The speed of light is only constant in the ether frame. In the lab frame where we live on Earth, you can have relative motion with or against the ether, which makes the speed of light not constant in our frame. And it doesn't matter if it's vacuum or if it's a uniform medium. If it's all vacuum or it's all some other medium that's the same, where the refractive index doesn't change. It still has to be the same relative to all the other parts, right? So like if we're in air, and let's just treat the air as uniform, not this swirling mixture. But if we're in air, that's all the same, or glass or water. If we move from clockwise or if we move counterclockwise through our path, light should maintain its speed, but it doesn't. If we take an interferometer, which they did that with Michelson Morley, tried to measure Earth moving, didn't work. If we take that same interferometer and we put it on a table, and then we spin the table, all of a sudden we can precisely measure the speed with which the table is rotating. It's called the Sagnac effect. It's the principle by which fiber optic gyroscopes work. And so they came along and they said, well, guess what? It doesn't count because it's rotating. It's not moving in a straight line, it's moving in a circle. So the reason that the pattern, the French pattern changes is because in one direction the detector is moving towards the light, and in the other direction the detector is moving away from the light. So it goes a shorter path in one way and a longer path the other way. In other words, layman's terms, if the light was a bullet and the detector was a guy with a person, right? The person is running towards the gun or away from the gun, so it takes a little longer, a little sooner to get there and hit the guy. Now,
but the bullet is going at the same speed. Trust us.
Yeah, and so the point is like they said that it's valid. Check it out. It's valid that if the guy runs towards the gun or away from the gun in a circular path, it's valid that it will take the light a little bit longer to get there. But if he runs towards the gun or away from the gun in a straight line, it'll take the same amount of time to hit him. That's retarded. The fact that he's moving is the reason that the light changes the amount of time it takes to get to him. But the reason it's a problem for special relativity is because if you were to, say all motion's relative, I'm going to pretend that I am the detector on the table, right? I'm going to transform my frame and be in the table frame. If I was to look in one direction around the table clockwise and the other direction on the table counterclockwise, at the light coming to me from both directions, and I look and I see the universe is spinning around me, because we see the table spinning. The guy on the table sees the universe spinning. The guy on the table would say that the light moving clockwise is moving at a different speed than the light that's moving counterclockwise. That's what he would see. And he would, it wouldn't make any sense, right? Like that's what he would see, but it wouldn't make any sense. He would have to say, special relativity says, since light is moves at the same speed, what the guy on the table should see is there shouldn't be any change in the fringe pattern on the device. He should see the light arriving at the same time in both directions. But that's not what we measure. That's not what we observe. It's a failed prediction. So they did the whole rotation thing as a cop out. Other versions of variations of the Sagnac effect have been tested. They took the mirror in the 30s. Dufour and Prunier took the mirrors, or not the mirror. Sorry, took the detector and put it on the wall in the lab. So the detector and emitter were screwed into the fixed wall that's not moving, and then they just left the mirrors on the table. So instead of everything being on the table, they just put the emitter and detector on the wall, so it bounced off the wall to the table, spun around the table, and then bounced back to the wall. And they found that the pattern that they measured when the emitter and detector were mounted to the wall was an identical pattern to when they were mounted to the table. Both of them accurately measured the speed with which the table rotated, which is impossible because under special relativity. What it proves is that the table frame and the wall frame are equivalent to one another, and that there's actually some preferred frame in the universe. There's an absolute space, which is what Newton believed in. There's an absolute space that everything can be measured with respect to, and that's how light is measured with respect to that absolute space. That's what its velocity is measured with respect to.
And that's the ether idea.
Yeah, that's ether. Yes.
Okay. I see now. I'm getting it.
Brouillon Wong in 2003 and 2004, he had two different research efforts with the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory, was able to work with them and test a linear interferometer. He was able to take a fiber optic gyroscope, put it on a conveyor belt, attach it to another fiber optic cable that's moving in a loop, and there's a chain attached to the loop that's wrapped around a post and attached to the conveyor belt. So what happens is whenever the conveyor belt moves, it causes the loop to rotate at the same speed, right? Because they're linked by a chain. And so when they would move the conveyor belt, the fiber optic gyroscope would conveyor belt forwards. It would, what's called translating. It's just a straight line. It would move in a straight line forward, and the loop would also turn. Now the loop wasn't just a circle; it was like an oval, like an elongated circle. So like the top and bottom part were straight lines, and then it only curved at the edges. So the bottom of the loop moved in a straight line, right side by side with the fiber optic gyroscope at the same speed. So any two objects that are moving in uniform linear motion are said to be part of the same inertial frame under special relativity. That's like that's part of the core framework. So that means that one half of that loop was in the same frame as the fiber optic gyroscope, and they coupled the fiber optic gyroscope into the loop with its leads and sent a signal through it and measured it with the fiber optic gyroscope, and they found that the fringe pattern in the fiber optic gyroscope changed directly proportional to the speed with which it moved on the conveyor belt. In other words, by isolating the opposite half of the loop, because remember that the bottom half moves with the conveyor belt, the top half moves in the opposite direction. So they were able to basically isolate like a one-way, effectively what would be a one-way speed of light.
Direction.
Yeah, one direction versus the other. And
one direction, like the band.
Like if you have a rubber band wrapped around your fingers, and the middle parts are straight.
No, I meant the boy band, One Direction.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Joke. But yeah, dude, preferred direction of light, C plus or minus V.
Yeah, C plus or minus V is what predicts the fringe shift in both the rotating Sagnac effect and the linear Sagnac effect. You can look a study up if you just, it's 3 words. It's called generalized Sagnac effect. It's only 3 pages. But he demonstrated
completely destroys relativity.
Yeah, he demonstrated
generalized Sagnac. Oh, I see it now. I see it. Okay.
Yep.
Physics. Generalized Sagnac effect.
physical review letters. Yeah, and he
Suggests a new
gives
fiber optic sensor for measuring linear motion with nanoscale. Okay.
Yeah, that's how
Got it.
accurate, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah. So and that's a physical review letters is a very prestigious peer reviewed journal. His work is peer reviewed. It's not contested. Like it's not. No one's saying that this didn't happen. It was with the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory. He did the work, and he gives credit and thanks for assistance at the end to Robert. I think it was Robert Moeller, and Dean Langley. Robert Moeller is one of the inventors of fiber optic gyroscopy. He was one of the inventors
Not
of
the
fiber optic
same.
gyroscopy.
Not the same. Not the same FBI director, Robert Mueller.
No, that's Mueller with a U. Moeller,
different Mueller.
M-O-E. Yeah, M-O-E-L-L-E-R.
Oh, Moeller.
Yeah, Robert Moeller. Yeah, he's
Alright,
one of the.
Sorry, go ahead.
He's one of the inventors of fiber optic gyroscope technology. But so they have like basically the cutting edge, research team on this, doing this work. And they did it 2 years in a row because the first year they did it, they're like, "This is groundbreaking results. We want to do this even bigger and better next year." And the Naval Research Laboratory brought them back for a second year and gave them another grant to do the work again. And that second paper is the generalized Sagnac effect, what he published.
Yeah, because if you have better targeting systems for linear motion, yeah, of course the Navy wants that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you have better accuracy with interferometry, right? Essentially lasers, and you have a nanoscale accuracy, and you have this thing called this generalized Sagnac effect, which affects anything that has light waves or
all motion.
All motion, basically.
Causes a shift.
If it causes a shift, and you're basically, if you don't account for that shift, then you're going to have less accurate targeting systems. That's detrimental. That's significant. And if that's true, then that means there is an absolute space in which you need to reference something.
If you, because Michelson Morley, it takes you right back into it, dude. It ties you right back into Michelson Morley because they said the reason that we didn't measure, the velocity of Earth is even though it's going in a circle around the sun because of fake and gay space-time stuff. From the perspective of Earth, it's actually traveling in a straight line. And you can't measure straight line motion with interferometry. That's what they said.
But you can, because he showed it with the conveyor belt. Exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. So if you can't,
I'm sorry, I missed the last 30 seconds. My dog unplugged my headphones. But
okay, yeah, this is the crux. The most important part you missed.
Sure.
So Ruyong Wong proved that you can measure linear motion. Linear meaning in a straight line with interferometry.
Conveyor belt. With conveyor belt configuration.
Remember Michelson Morley, where they failed to measure Earth's velocity. They said that the reason they couldn't measure it is because you cannot measure linear velocity. You cannot measure linear velocity with interferometry.
Ever.
So that they said that's the reason we failed to measure it because it can't be measured. And then Ruyong Wong went and measured it. So if he proved that it can be measured, and then they failed to measure it, what does that say about Earth's velocity? It must be zero.
I mean, we're not moving, dude.
That is what that would imply. Or demonstrate, rather, not just imply.
It's demonstrated. If that's demonstrated, what else falls from that? What else is implied by that, then?
I don't know. I'm going to go walk my dog. I might be back, I might not. But thank you for the conversation, guys.
Thank you for the conversation.
It really does feel like these...
half hour to... Go ahead.
It really does feel like these conversations are much more productive when Banhammer is not involved. He is an angry Aussie, so... But I appreciate the history lesson.
Oh, and I was going to say this is the world's longest explanation of the Earth is flat.
Well, we've gotten to the Earth isn't moving. That's what we've gotten to.
We haven't got to the Earth is not curving yet.
Yeah, the motion's the most important part, bro. You have to start there.
Yeah. Well, even in Psalms 46.
No, you have to start by measuring the Earth curve.
Yeah, that's never been measured.
Maybe we get there next time. But Floundering, I sent you a DM, dude, so you can
Same.
You can hit me up, dude, and I will be happy to chat with you another time.
Yeah, same. Yeah. By the way, dude, even in biblical scripture, it says, "Be still and know that I am God." Has a very different meaning if you understand that Earth's not moving.
Hey, they muted floundering.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I added you, so any other questions or whatever, if you want to see some stuff, hit me or PA's up, or Jesus Christ is Lord. That was fun. Remember when you said you had to go to bed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to
Go,
win
bro.
people over to this thing that, for him, doesn't affect his salvation. But I think truth is important for the sake of truth itself. Can someone please unmute Floundering, though? He didn't do anything to...
Well, he's kind of... Who knows the history of floundering in this room? He's probably stepped on a lot of toes, and vice versa, so whatever. Good
Yeah, I
combo.
mean, he
Thank
does
you
get
guys
in,
for
he does
letting us
get in
speak.
cursing wars with people, but yeah, it was,
His dog will piss on his rug if he doesn't take him out. If we don't mute his mic, he'll just keep talking.
you guys are welcome to come visit Ether Cosmology if you ever want to. It's our Discord server we usually hang out in. If anybody's not in here and it's like empty or whatever. But anyways,
Get some rest, brother. I'll see you later.
yeah, have a good night, boys.
Professor Triangle, what are your thoughts on the ether, stuff like that? Since you're here.
I don't really have any.
Never looked into like motion or anything?
No.
Or like electricity and magnetic.
My whole thing is that we can't do anything about this, so it's nothing that you can do just by wondering. So I gave up wondering on that stuff. After I realized it was flat and stationary, you can't do anything about it. That's the end. Too bad. You're here.
I mean, I like going back into, all the other stuff that I've learned over the years, etc., with that framework in mind, and going back into certain things and being like, making sense of, like, you know what I mean, trying to get a true understanding of certain physical things. Like, I don't know, I think it's so much better for my mind state to like re-examine the world around me. It's flat and stationary. Okay, what does that also imply? Okay, that implies that there's like compressibility essentially, right? Like, you're not just like, air is not just inconsequential, right? Like, if I'm trying to basically you know make things better for my environment around me, right? I think energy is a very important aspect to all of this, because that's one of the control mechanisms that the people that don't have our best interests at heart want to control, right? They want you to be dependent rather than independent. So I think it's important. Also, I think it's hilarious that when you actually look into nuclear energy, it's just hot rods dipped in water causing steam to move turbines.
Yeah, so that's perfect. That's great. That's awesome, because that's what I want to tell people. It has nothing to do with magical bombs that suck all the air out of the place or makes the whole 3-mile radius catch on fire.
That's all fear porn.
Of course it is. If there were nuclear bombs, I would have had made one.
Ah, that's interesting that you said that, though. Do you ever think that that's why there was a lie about like ether physics, essentially? Because if you gave any average Joe the ability to create, energy at will, essentially, or at least the ability to do that, that'd be. Would you really want every guy to have access to that? No.
Nope, it doesn't exist, so you don't have to worry about it.
You don't think ether exists?
No, nuclear bombs. Takes a lot of unobtainium to make those.
It's hilarious. Oh, but yeah, I gotcha. Well, I mean, what about like a thorium reactor, right? Like, or like a salt reactor, or just something that basically allows you to be independent. I think that's what it was really. I think that's important.
Yeah, definitely. I'm all about that. I don't see why. I mean, no. Anyway, electricity's in the air. We're just not allowed to harness it for some reason.
It's pretty wild. Also, bear with me, it's a little bit of speculation, but what if at one point we were harnessing literally the electricity out of the air and there was actually some type of like malfunction, like something went wrong? Like, we don't really know.
No, I don't think something went wrong. I don't think something went wrong. They turned it off around before the 1850s. 1850s is when we started getting new history written.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep. The War of 1812 era, like all that stuff. I agree with you.
Like the Constitution and 1776 and all that bullshit crap, that's made up too.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm totally with you.
I really like to hear the explanation behind that one.
Which part?
1776, the Constitution, all that being made up, that seems quite the hot take.
I mean,
go ahead and prove that was written in 1776.
Well, it wasn't. It was written in 1787.
Go ahead and prove that was written by people that say they're on there.
Why do you think it didn't happen, first off? That's such a weird take.
It's such a weird take to think that people were riding around in white wigs over here, making friends with Indians and then just killing them off. That sounds made up.
No, that sounds about like 18th century politics. That's pretty crappy back then.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean, dude. You were there, so you would know. So you debunked me.
You can't really argue the historicity of history, just take it at face value. But just taking it at face value, mainstream history says that George Washington was a Freemason and that he was deified. You know that, right, Joe?
Yeah, obviously I knew that, but how does that prove that the Constitution was never written?
I mean, all right. It's the point of like, it's claimed that it was written in that time by certain people, but there was a time that we kind of sort of know about just based off of like 3 generations. Like, it takes 3 generations of people to completely wipe the to fabricate history. If you go back 3 generations, like it's muddy, period. Like, even now, right? If you were 90 years old now and you were to explain, like if you were to explain TikTok to someone 90 years from now or whatever, You know what I mean? Like it would be very hard to prove that there was a thing like the ice bucket challenge. Like, you know what I mean? Like people dumped ice water on their head. Why? What? You're full of shit. You're lying. You know, like there's no way to really, prove that kind of stuff except when you go into, what do we have as manuscripts or historical documents or primary testimony and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The founding of America is fucking shady, to say the least. Especially when you look at all the old world architecture around. Doesn't make any sense.
Founding America is shady, but not for a hidden reason. It's just shady because it was on different morals than people are taught nowadays. Obviously, it was more for keeping the aristocracy of America alive without British taxes. And obviously, the American Revolution is way more about keeping their heads above the water than keeping the normal people above the water. But it's not shady in a way where it was made up.
How do you know that?
You just gave the answer a little while ago. Testimony for historical documents. First accounts have gone through generations. Unfortunately, we did not have cameras back then, in the late 18th century.
Even cameras wouldn't prove that, dude. What do you mean?
How would cameras not
Yeah,
prove
they
that?
just missed Napoleon, too. Bummer.
Yeah, they did just miss Napoleon, unfortunately.
Bro, cameras wouldn't prove that. If
How
cameras
so?
don't prove anything right now.
Cameras prove. I'll take a picture of this, and it'll be pretty clear that I took a picture of it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some early Lincoln photographs that are pretty funny.
Dude, they had
Yeah,
Photoshop,
pretty weird, yeah.
Photoshop equivalent, right? They had composite imagery since images were created.
They could agree. Yeah. Anyways.
Old Haas, I know you're deep into photos and shit. I
Yeah,
remember.
the photography and stuff.
Yeah.
The Civil War photography. There's a lot of funny looking stuff in it. What stuff that was once presented as documentation of the battlegrounds, and here's Lincoln visiting a camp.
Yeah, exactly.
Something funny about a lot of it. Matthew Brady. But yeah, they could have pulled some tall guy out of the crowd, put a coat on him, put a top hat on him, and there he is, Lincoln.
What's funny about Lincoln visiting a battlefield and they staging a photograph? That's just what they did.
No, it's just
they did exactly that.
You have to see it.
It's the same thing as
not only
writing
have I
about.
seen it, I've seen the actual physical photograph, and I've been to Matthew Brady's grave.
Okay.
So yes, that was real.
What does that mean?
And obviously,
Okay,
the
yes,
further
that
back
was
you get in,
real.
obviously the
How do
further,
you know?
the further back you get in history, obviously it gets more muddied because of the less evidence we have.
Backwards
Obviously.
over the
But
trailers.
late 18th century and obviously in the middle of the 19th century with the Civil War, pretty recently in the grand scheme of history, and we have plenty of evidence to show that all happened. This is a weird take. Never heard this take before.
We never got into like old world versus new world stuff. You never went into that rabbit hole.
Explain what you mean before I answer that question, because I want to see what you mean by that.
Okay. I mean,
because my
I'll just show you.
Old World versus New World might be different than yours.
I'm not gonna use a YouTube video or someone else's research. I'll use my own that I found. So here's the library company of Philadelphia, and I found this Centennial Photographic Company collection, and it's like this collection of photos from this thing called the Centennial Exposition. You ever heard of like the World's Fairs? You ever heard of anything like that?
Yep, I'm from Chicago. We had the Columbian Exposition as well.
Okay, that's a good example. The Columbian Exposition, okay? So you have supposedly a World's Fair, right? This Columbian Exposition built up in less than 2 years. It's supposed to be temporary fixtures that resemble Roman architecture, etc. Yet at the same time, you still have a building that is being occupied today that was supposed to be temporary, yet it still exists today. and it's it's basically occupied by either a government or state entities now. I don't know if you see where I'm going with this.
I don't see the problem with that. We still have a statue in Jackson Park in Chicago that's from the Columbia Exposition.
That's not the real. That's not the original. You know that? The original was 76 feet high in solid gold.
It was not solid gold.
Solid gold, dog.
Something that high made of solid gold would not be able to fit any foundation that they put underneath that thing, unless they put it way deep into the ground. That'd be way too heavy.
I mean, I have here. Let me show you.
It was in gold leaf, gold plating, yes, and it still is to this day.
No, it's not the same. I'll prove it. Give me a sec. Pulling up my stuff there. Give me a second.
My bad, it's actually gilded bronze, but yeah.
Bronze, okay.
And it is a replica, but not only 25 years afterward.
Okay, you see. Okay, so it is a replica, so I'm correct on that. Check this out. This is a recolorized photo. Someone used AI to basically recolorize all the original photos.
Okay.
That's how big the statue used to be.
Okay.
I'll give you another one here.
And that's definitely not solid gold. I can tell that, right? Even without the coloring, I can tell that.
Well, I don't think it colored it properly, but let me see if I can find that. Kind of shows the scale of it. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, it shows the scale of it. So you mean to tell me that they created this entire exposition in less than 2 years temporarily, like for example this working fountains, the biggest building in the world at a certain time, is actually considered there. This is 1893 in Chicago. And this is just one example, bro. I'm talking about like many examples. Here's the library from 1876. So if you actually compare 1876, what was going on at that time? That was like just after the Civil War that devastated both sides, right? Economically, right? That's an entire collection there. And I'm just going to post one of these buildings here. I'll explain the dimensions of this building. Because it's one of 200 buildings that were made temporarily, supposedly. In 1876, the main building was 21.5 acres. It measured 464 feet in width and 1,880 feet in length. Let's see here. It consisted of 672 columns. And the floor building was made of wooden planks that rested directly on the ground without any space underneath it. And this is a little image of someone drew it, but that I actually found it in that that archive I just posted. This is what it actually looked like. And that's one of 200 buildings. But it was just, it was created temporarily because they were just having an event, after an economic, downturn after a war. But something doesn't add up. I don't know.
I don't
Here's
see the
another
point.
one.
I don't see the point you're making here. These are all temporary buildings, and also Chicago was not bothered by the war
You
at
really
all.
think?
In fact,
You
it boomed after the war because of the fact that northern industry boomed in certain areas after the war that weren't really affected by the war, especially in like Chicago and Boston.
Hold on, you say that 21-acre building?
Yeah.
And listen to floundering. Oh, these are temporary structures, or whoever's talking.
It's crazy.
21 acres.
See that one, horticultural hall right there? You really think that's a temporary building? Or do you, suppose the alternative, which is these were already here, right? Was founded. There's a previous civilization that we're not too privy.
Here we go. Here's where it comes.
I don't know. You tell me, man.
This is Joe Spades. Got it.
No, there's no previous civilization. Yes, these were all built temporarily. Yes, most of them were torn down. There's still some that exist today in Chicago. This is a very, very weird take. Jesus Christ.
Right. And then you have I don't know, 4 or 5 maps before the 1800s. Like, for example, the Urbano Monte map. Here's the composite map right here. And then if you actually look at North America, which I'm about to show you zoomed in because it takes a while to load. It's very detailed. Now this is from 1587. And I just want to point out something.
Did you ever look up what these buildings were made out of?
Yeah, they say plaster.
Plaster, wood, and stone if needed for foundation. So, and most of them were actually burned down because they were put into a park, pretty far away from the actual main residencies. Especially in Chicago, because Chicago obviously is known for having a great fire.
I love how he's all of a sudden now reading from something, presenting it as his own thought. It's pathetic. But yeah, 21-acre plaster structure, temporary. I don't know, dude. It's just you don't need to be So I don't know. What do you know about it, Joe Spades?
I live here.
To speak out, to read from the whatever you're producing that from, as if it's your own voice, is pretty weak. FYI.
All right, check it out, Joe. See that map I posted? You see the depictions of cities that are scattered throughout America there?
That looks like a map from about, let's see.
Post the full thing right above it. See that link?
And
the David Ramsey link?
I'm just trying to determine what year this map was made. I'm trying to look at the map.
Yeah, you can click on that link. It'll show you.
It says Canada province, so this was definitely...
It's 1587, bro. Promise you.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep, you're right. 5087. That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you look in the top left corner of that map, you see how it's showing the natives and it depicts them with tents?
Yeah.
Right. So these aren't tents. These aren't primitive people creating cities, and there's a ton of cities all around. You look at one of them called Norumbega. Apparently that's where Washington is now.
What? What?
Yeah.
No, Washington is in a white sarcophagus at Mount Vernon, Virginia, right next to his wife. Died in Died December of 1799.
No, Washington. The Washington D.C.
Oh no, that's on the East Coast on Potomac River, right across the river from Arlington, Alexandria, and just south of Silver Spring, Maryland.
Is it your prerogative to just derail conversations and make it retarded?
I'm answering. I'm telling him where Washington D.C. is.
No,
That's exactly where it is.
no, because the conversation was flowing until you decided to unmute.
Why you have a problem with this now? We've been talking for about 10
No,
minutes now.
Joe Spades, you guys were talking about the map.
Yeah, and he
How'd
said
you
Washington.
get a person's grave from a map? Talking about how the map is from 1500s. Where did George Washington come into this? That's my point.
He said Washington. He never clarified Washington D.C.
I'll explain.
Mm.
Right here. So here's this little article I found a while back. There's a little picture here. You can see like Chesapeake Bay, etc. It's the legend of Norumbega.
You do realize that Norumbega is more closer to like Maine, New Hampshire area, like near Bangor, than it would be near the Chesapeake Bay, right?
Okay. So what do you
Nowhere near DC.
Okay. So let me pull up a map here.
That's about 500 miles north of DC. That probably, I don't know the exact number. I have to look, but
So you're just shitting on it and you don't even know?
I don't know the exact number how far it is, but I know it's way farther north than DC is.
No, you're right. All of history is correct. You are correct. Get the facts.
Oh, I never said all of history is correct. I just said that it's a very weird take to say that the Constitution and the Revolution and all that didn't happen. Like, what?
First of all, I never said that. Second of all, I said,
that's what started
do you know?
That's what started this whole thing.
Yeah, but you were just basically poo-pooing the idea that our history could be completely false.
It's definitely not completely false. I can tell you it's very biased, obviously, in cases, and obviously the further back we go, it gets more muddied and more biased, depending on who you talk to, obviously, especially when it comes to religious history. But
the further you have a bias towards the Constitution for some reason.
That I think the Constitution's real? Well, yeah, because it's real. Written in 1787, fully ratified in 1780. Well, written and fully ratified in 1787, then fully came into effect in 1789 when George Washington was first inaugurated. And, well, I mean, technically, what I consider the beginning would be in 1791 when the Bill of Rights was implemented and ratified.
All right, so if you look here and see this fork, I'm just gonna. Now, regardless, all maps have distortions. But here's essentially what I'm talking about. I just screenshotted that.
Yep.
Okay. Now look in the top photo or the top picture.
Okay. What am I trying to look for here?
Okay. Do you see how it says Norumbega? So there's a legend of Norumbega. This is before, way before founding of America. It's like 1611, I believe.
I thought Norumbega was like as far back as like 1520 something.
Is it 1520? Well, either way, it's around that time. So 1587 is the Urbano Monte map. This map that I just posted, that's 1611. And then you have the other map right here. It spells it Orumbega, but it's still the same place. And then you have the city of Norumbega described by David Ingram, who was an explorer. He was an English sailor who explored, right? Basically, was one of the first. Talking about, he claimed to have seen cities and towns, including Norumbega. He said the inhabitants were cannibals with canine-like teeth, that the kings of lands usually had precious stones, pearl, silver, and gold, etc. Tons of stuff. Tons of stuff like that. Yeah, but there's essentially a lot of weird historical facts that don't really, there's no explanation for it by the mainstream. Like, there's certain places that look like that they have been here for a long time. Like even Chicago, where you say you live there. Have you heard of Shilaga, what it used to be called?
Yep, and also, God, I can't remember. I think it's Fort Dearborn. I forget what the name of the original fort of this place was when it was founded. I think it's Fort Dearborn. I'm not entirely sure. I'm drawing a blank for that. I can't remember.
Okay. So you're aware that, these places were not just founded by there's people here for that.
Yeah, the American Indians.
Well, did they have access to building? Like, were they Masons?
No, because the Masons did not come over here till the Europeans came over here. Unless you mean like actual stonemasons, then there are places in, obviously, the Americas that have more stone structures than they did in the Northern America, where it was more based on tribal wooden culture. But obviously with like Chichen Itza and the Yucatan Peninsula and the Machu Picchu in Peru and all that. My personal favorite, the Olmec with their big heads.
Hmm. Oh, he's gone. Just about to post something. Whatever. Why do I do this, guys?
Just because.
Here, I'm gonna post this. This is actually really interesting. If anyone is curious about where I was going with it, I think this is fascinating right here. Right here. I'm gonna post it.
Hello? Is this room dead? Hello? Mm.
So you fucking like that shit, huh? Like when Daddy rubs his ball sack in circles, don't you? Don't you? Oh, oh.
Hello, welcome.
What's up?
Nothing, dude. Waiting for proof that the Earth is a globe. Been waiting for that for years. Nobody wants to give any.
I presented it many times, actually.
What?
I presented it many times, actually.
You have? Where is it?
I presented it back then, so unless you were there at the time, then you
No, the
haven't seen
chats
it yet.
delete every day.
Couldn't you have been there and seen what I wrote? Or you want me to present it again to you? Hello? Guess not. Hello?
Sorry, I forgot I was unmuted. Howdy.
Hello? What's going on?
Just another day in this place we call hell.
What's so bad about? What do you think is? Is it like the world in general, or is it like life, or whatever?
Oh, buddy, I think we've had this talk. It's been a minute though.
I've not had this talk with you.
Hmm. Bro, all of the paradoxes that you have within inches of each other in society, all over the world. There's a good start.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think I've talked to you ever before.
That's fine. I got a buddy that I think has the same tag, but I don't know if his has changed on just because of the server. Probably.
Okay.
Okay,
I don't
obesity and
remember having talked to
starvation
you
in the same
before.
city block.
What? Obesity and
Obesity and
starvation.
starvation in the same city block.
Oh yeah.
Drought sitting next to a ton of water, right? Like a tank or a pond.
Yeah. That is unfair. I mean,
Well, it
if
blows
somebody
my mind,
can. Yeah.
Callie. How are you sitting next to water and then say that you don't have any?
Yeah. Who says that? I guess it's true for people in like Africa or something, but maybe not in the Western world. I don't think anybody is like cannot drink.
Well, there are enough problems that show
Just
a
shoot him.
level of
Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill.
a level of stupidity that is apparently innate inside of the cell.
Where are people not having enough to drink?
Right here, listening to this tripe. Seriously, guys, is this going to prove the shape of the ground, or am I just going to end up going to bed bored?
I don't know what you want me to talk about, buddy. I mean, the shape of the ground isn't even a science question. It's an exploration question.
Didn't say it was.
I didn't say you did either. I don't get it. What do you want, buddy?
Hey, guy, got any proof of curvature? No?
I would disagree with that, Cuddles. I think you need to. It depends, but to like, let's say you're gonna find out how tall is that mountain. I don't think you can explore that.
You'd measure it.
Yes, you need to measure it, or there is some scientific stuff involved. You
No.
cannot just
measure it.
Yeah, I think that's science to measure it.
No.
It's a form of
So that
science.
means carpenters now are scientists because they measure bits of wood before they nail the buggers together.
Hey, I'm an advanced
I think
scientist. I cut pieces of wood
simple science, I guess.
after
Well, I guess
measure
carpeting
them.
is like a simple science. But like it comes a point where measuring something actually becomes science, I guess.
No, stop guessing. If you measure something, you measure something.
Yeah,
Well,
it's pretty simple.
I can give you an example where I think it's scientific. Like, for example, when you have I could use an example where I know not a lot, but a little bit about. like how a voltmeter works, voltage meter.
So that's
and
not
you don't.
science. You measuring something directly is not science. You may use your particular measurement within an experiment for whatever reason, but the act of measuring something is not an act of science.
Yeah. So in terms of the voltage meter, I think to measure using a voltage meter, when the first people who started to measure it, sure, now people do it for us. We don't have to know a lot about how it works, but to set up the measurement, if it's novel, I would say it's science. If it's something that nobody else
No,
has
if
done
you're
before,
using a voltmeter,
example.
you've got two little probes. Stick them in, make sure your switch is in the right spot, turn it on. Ta-da!
Yeah, but that's
Gives
not
you a
novel.
reading.
But that's not novel. I said if it's novel, I think it's a form of science because you don't actually measure voltage. You actually measure. You have several loops inside the instrument, and you measure currents. Actually.
And you've done a scientific experiment. So your natural observation was 2 open wires.
No, in that case it would be to observe the current in the wire.
No.
To figure out the voltage.
That's not your natural observation. Yes. You can't see anything. So remember, you're going to do a natural observation, and then you are going to do a scientific experiment to adjudicate cause and effect relationships. Nowhere in using a voltmeter are you adjudicating cause and effect relationships.
Cause and effect. If I wouldn't use that simple terms, but if you want to, I mean, I guess you would say the cause is the current and the effect is the voltage. So now you have a tool that you can measure voltage.
You're not doing science, bro. You're trying to make excuses to justify your stupid answer. Please don't.
Did I? Okay. You need to argue against what I said. You can't just say it's stupid. That's not a very good argument.
Listen, guy. Stop giving us dumb shit as answers. You're not doing a voltmeter is not a scientific experiment. You seem to have some perception that it is, and now you're rattling on to justify how stupid your answer was in the first place. You don't have to do that. You could have went, you know what? You got me.
Yeah, but you said you needed cause and effect, and I gave you it.
So what's the natural observation?
Current, electricity.
So you can't see that. Hello, McFly.
Yes, you can see. You can't see it, right? But it doesn't mean that you can observe it.
Is yours, Guddles?
What?
Oh, buddy, don't even get me started.
No,
because I'm
in
between you guys.
You a question. Okay. Can I ask a question, right? So if you're going to observe something, like let's say you're going to measure like anything that's not something that is reaching your eyeball in a sense, then it's not science. It has to be something that reaches your eyeball. So like anything that has to do with magnetism or electricity or anything like that, you cannot measure. You cannot observe that. Because
I would say that there's a lot of words being said, but I think there's a lot of explanation that's hidden amidst those words. So
do you agree with what I said there?
You can't see the flow of electricity without a special type of apparatus, some type of lens. So
like
it would be great that we have that lens.
Right.
Well, see, here's the thing. The query that I have, the issue I have, is I know that there's a current flowing. It can absolutely be seen moving. We just don't have the apparatus for it.
Yeah, our eyes cannot observe electricity.
Well, with the spectrum that we're on, though, bro. Look. I got a fun one for you. This ought to break your brain, okay? There's no such thing as darkness.
Dark mist? Sorry, what did you say?
Darkness.
Oh, darkness. Okay. Yeah.
There's no such thing as the absence of light. No such thing.
I'm not sure what you mean there.
Okay, well, is light a spectrum?
Yes, you can have an amount of light.
Okay, is that spectrum full of light?
Yeah, it's different variations of
Okay.
light and frequencies
Yeah,
and shit like that.
yep. Okay, so you have a spectrum of a thing, and that thing is all over that spectrum in one format or another. So
Yeah.
there's no such thing as darkness.
But darkness would be nothing of that, right? You have the spectrum. It
It'd
reaches from
be the
0
absence of
to, I
the
guess,
thing that exists everywhere on all spectrums.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
which is everywhere.
But when you have
So
complete
there's no
absence
such
of
thing.
light, you can have complete absence of light theoretically, I guess. It's
How?
really hard to get.
Well,
By
how?
not
Even
having
if there's
not having any light.
the lowest frequency or the highest one, it's still light, isn't it? You just can't see it. So we're back to you need an apparatus to see what's going on.
Yes, but when you have, it's not low frequency, it's also not having any frequency at all. Like you can
Yeah, but
not have light,
that's your
then you don't have any
perspective.
frequency.
Right, that's all that is, though, is your limit.
If I would say
didn't
it's a
have the
physical,
limit,
it's a physical aspect of nature to have something that either, if it's if it's light, then it has properties, and one of those are frequency and shit like
well,
that.
I know that part.
But it can
What
also not be that.
What I'm wanting you to focus on is the fact that there's no such thing as the absence of light.
If you have no light, wouldn't that be absence of light?
Okay, now show me where there's no such thing.
I didn't say it was practically easy to do, but
I know.
theoretically you can have absence of light.
Yeah, but I don't live inside of a theory.
I don't know,
I live
but you
inside of
asked me if
reality.
it's like, yes, but I'm not saying, it doesn't mean that it's an impossibility just because it's hard to do it.
Well, yeah, that shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yeah, could happen if this would happen, if that could happen. Yeah. The maybe realm.
Yeah.
What I call
Yes.
Narnia.
It's not Narnia. It's based on how our understanding of how light works, and
Well,
it
could if
Yeah.
circumstances that don't exist existed. So again, we're in Narnia right now. Could happen if these things. If. Okay, where are those things currently? No freaking where.
I mean,
Nowhere
it's not
at all.
impossible. Like Narnia is impossible. Like you cannot have like flying.
That's what I'm saying. No such thing. Having zero light is actually impossible. There's no such thing.
It's an engineering problem, not a physical problem.
Well, it is physical because your eyes can't see on that spectrum physically. So
yeah, but I mean, obviously, if you're going to be sure that there is no light, you need to use a tool that is better than your own eyes.
Oh no! I have it on good word that light has a spectrum of itself. Its own propagation has a spectrum where no part of that spectrum is it absent from itself being what it is. So it is always what it is. Light.
But you don't think you can see all the spectrums, right?
I didn't say I could. I already mentioned I need an apparatus for it. That's no big deal. But to say there's no such thing, or that darkness is absolute, it's positive, and we know for a fact, based on what? There's bugs that walk around in a cave that see just fine.
Yeah,
What
that's
everyone keeps trying to equate is sun
yeah.
radiation and skin adaptation through melanin or some type of coloring or lack of sunlight and discoloration to say, oh, well, they can't see. But that's not. One has nothing to do with the other. Right? Me being albino for lack of sun doesn't mean I can't see in what you call the dark. We see on two different spectrums.
I think the reason why they can see in like really, really deep caves or somewhere where the sun doesn't reach is because the earth,
They
like
use a
the
torch.
rocks and everything, is actually emitting a little bit of radiation. I'm gonna
Well,
look it up.
everything's emitting radiation, buddy.
Yeah.
The thing is I don't know that anything can see on the spectrum of radiation that it's emitting, which is fascinating.
Like a night vision goggle. It sees not night vision goggle, infrared goggles. You can see like stuff just from the heat they emit.
Well, if I were to just
You don't have to
change
have the sun for that.
lenses, if I were to just backpack full of different lenses, they all have different coatings on them, different types of coatings to be able to see on different parts of the spectrum. I'd be able to change glasses and see everything in every situation, right? So then, where's this absence? We don't have an absence of light spectrum or chart or graph or any of that. We have just what is the spectrum of luminescence. Which means it already is happening, propagating. You just can't see it.
Yeah.
No, I don't blame you, man. And I didn't get it the first time, right? I didn't get it the second time either. But nobody can take it away from me. Now that I know it.
Yeah.
They can hem-haw and argue, right? But light spectrum. Spectrum. That's all of nature. So what you have is a spectrum of something that's all across nature. Uh-oh. Absence of itself couldn't exist. It'd be a paradox. And I don't live inside of a paradox.
Well, I wouldn't say having no light is a paradox. It's actually principally, or as I said, like theoretically, or whatever word you want to use. It's
Yeah, but that's
possible.
if, man. Look, if I were born with balloons for nipples, I might be a clown or a freak, But if isn't what is. Science deals with what is.
Yeah, and
theories.
Okay, yes, but it is
theories
possible.
deal with what isn't.
Yeah, but our understanding of how light works. Principally, you could have no light. It's just really hard to. It's a very extreme circumstance. It's
Right, but I
not
got a pretty good theory.
impossible.
I got a good theory though. If we had 3 very large fingers, we would have better basketball players instead of 5 little ones. Now, how does that affect reality?
But would you say it's not this? Do you think that like physical laws and all that stuff that we have figured out has some kind of predictive power?
Oh, only in the part where you don't understand everything else. See, right? Light is a spectrum. Knowledge, I would say, is a spectrum. Apparatus.
Yes.
The types of apparatus. The energies used, the exchange, the discharge, any exhausts, all of these things would be in that category. So, I mean, how many different types of electricity are there?
One, isn't it?
Are you sure?
Well, unless you mean like AC and DC and shit like that, I guess I think it's just one.
Oh. Well, DC, I believe, is a type. I'm pretty sure that's a type of electricity. And AC, pretty sure that one is too. But is that all the forms of electricity?
No, you can have square if you want to. You need for there to move for it to move. You need to have a potential. So you need to have a. You don't have to have a change in potential, but you need to have a potential, and that could be in any shape you want. It could be a sinus. It could be a square. You have a square in electronics. You have a square. What do you call it? Square patterns. Square shape.
All right.
You have any shape. You can have. You cannot have any shape. You just need to have a potential.
Right, but there's more than 2. There's more than 3, which pulse is another form, I would think.
Yeah. And
So
square shape is kind of pulse, I guess. Many pulses.
Well, AC, DC, right? Blah, blah. Can't even think right now. Not enough coffee. You have AC, which is swapping back and forth all the time. DC, which is a direct push.
Mm.
And then pulsing, which doesn't necessarily require wires, which is fascinating.
You lost me there a little bit.
You got wireless. Is that AC/DC transmission, or is that something else?
Wireless. I think that's. I guess it could be. No, you need to You need to have a transformer in either end. I guess you have to have a. No, you have to have a change in. You have to have an AC. I'm quite sure of.
Hey, there's
It's
no
kind of
problem
like I think it's like two transformers on either end to send electricity.
I don't know what they all are off the top of my head, but there's 8. Just a FYI. Tesla was onto one of them. So now I've got 4. AC, DC pulse, and whatever Tesla was paying with.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, is any of your world changed so far? Because, see, the more you learn...
electromagnetic induction, actually. So it is an AC field changing magnetic field to have a current build up in do you know how transformer work, Cuddles?
Yeah.
So
in theory,
okay,
yeah.
so I just how do they work?
You have voltage coming in, and it gets amplified across the material.
You know why it transforms up or down? How do you
Type of
know
material, thinness of the material, windings, circuitry.
One of those are correct. The two ones are not. Two of those are not.
Cool.
I don't want to be that guy, but like it's not. I
That's
learned it
fine,
in
bro. I don't know
electricity.
everything.
I'm an electrician.
I don't
We
know
learned it
everything.
in the school. Yeah, that's fine.
And
So
electricians don't know
how it
everything
works? You
about
have two.
electricity.
No, they know a lot about more than the average person. This is not very complicated. It's the most primitive thing you can learn about how transformer work. So I'm not an expert, but I know just what they teach me at school. So you have a copper wire. Sorry, you have a copper core on either end. So you have a primary and a secondary input-output, if you want to call it that. And on either end, you have spools wiring around it. And the spools create a magnetic field, and the magnetic field's strength is proportional to how many times it's wrapped around it. So if you have like 100 wraps on the primary side, and then you have 10 wraps around on the secondary side, you will divide the voltage by 10 basically, because the currency is like proportional to how many wraps it is. So it doesn't actually matter how thick the wire is, but you need to have a thick enough wire so that you don't have like too much impedance, so it gets hot. That's the only that's why you need to have a thickness to it. But in reality, it's just the amount of wraps. So if you want to amp up the voltage, you have an X amount of wraps on the primary side, and then you need to have a proportional higher amount on the secondary side. It will increase the voltage on the secondary side. And a wireless charging works like that, the same way. So you have, except that instead of having like one thick, like one metal transformer where you have these wraps, because Cuddles, the electricity, it's not a continuous wire. When it's transforming, it's actually a separation. There is no mechanical connection between the two electricity coming in and out on either end. They are completely disconnected, actually. So I can't post images because I'm not allowed. I think it would be easier to just post an image.
It's all good, buddy. Everybody doesn't get perms on their first day.
Yeah. But this is like, actually, it's impressive how much we learned about this. And this was in electrician school. This wasn't like engineering school. I learned about magnetism in engineering school as well. But this was like taught for electricians to understand like how transformers work on a like a very basic level. That's all you need to know, but you need to know a little bit so you do not like fucking you just fucking connecting shit and you don't know how it like have no idea how it works. It's nice to have like a little bit of foundation, so you know a little bit of how it works. Also, it's important for how do you say, depending on what kind of network you're wiring up to know a little bit of how the internal workings are, not for transformers. But if you're, do you know I don't know if you have that in America, because do you have like IT and TN networks there? Like you have, I know you have like 50 hertz or
Yeah.
something, but you have IT and TN network?
I
Is
think
that
we might, but it all depends on it's gonna be a weird thing, I think.
yeah, so I can only speak for, you have, I guess you have, it says so here, you have 120 voltage and 60 hertz. In Norway, we have 240 voltage and 50 hertz, but we also have TN and IT network. So it works on two fundamentally different ways. But on the output for the socket, it's always 230 voltage. But IT is 240 voltage on the output. If you have 3 wires, it's 230 voltage between them. TN is 400 voltage actually, but you have a neutral wire. So if you measure between the wires, between the phases on a TN network, you get 400 voltage. But if you measure between the phase and the neutral, you get 240 voltage. So that's how they solve it. So you get higher voltage, but the output is the same in the house, inside the house, after you split up the neutral and you use the neutral wire. I don't know if you have that over in the United States. It's a very genius thing.
Can't be 100% offhand. I just want to say, in wherever the application is, most likely somebody's, because not everybody's using the same systems here. A lot of off-gridders like to do different stuff, and anything over the 220 mark is going to be industrial. So I don't know, because not everybody wires stuff up the same here either. Off-gridders don't do it all the same, for sure.
You don't actually have a TN network in the United States. According to ChatGPT, you have.
That's the grid.
Yeah. For us, we get to, the thing is, you get 240 voltage all the way in, and if you have something that requires three phases, it's very beneficial. Your cable can be substantially thinner if you have that system. I have it in my house. If you have like an electrical car and you need a charger, the cabling will be substantially thinner for that too. So it's a lot of benefits. It's really odd you don't have that in America. You should. It's like it's the norm here. Everybody has TN network. The only ones who don't have it is like, I've heard about like hospitals and stuff that is like critical for safety, for operational uptime. They should have IT, because IT is less prone to grounding faults, while TN network is more like sensitive to grounding faults. I'm just offloading all the shit I learned at school about electricity.
I don't know enough about it, but I do know that a lot of the people that got off of the main grid They all have tried different systems. There's been entire household conversions back to DC. We're talking changing out stuff in your TVs and your radios, bruh.
That's very. Sorry, my phone is calling. I have to take it.
Yeah. What up, Elbow? Elbow probably didn't awake yet. What, Batman?
Welcome. Welcome. To run away if you want.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Goodbye.